Welcome to the fantasy audiobook. Marvel. Friendship System. Deadpool is my best friend. Chapter 1. The first floor of a converted restaurant is a 7-story small apartment building facing the street in Hell's Kitchen, Big Apple. A Chinese sign, "Good luck," hangs above the wooden door of the restaurant. A banner, "Business is booming," is posted under the sign. Red lanterns with Chinese characteristics are hung on both sides of the door. Under the lantern lies a disfigured brown dog with a red eye patch. "Chen, are you ready? I'm almost fainting from hunger." A masked man wearing a red bodysuit and a red eye patch lies on the table and speaks. "Push, hurry, hurry, you won't pay, and you're still so stubborn. If you keep pushing, I won't give you food, Wade." A tall and strong Chinese youth with short black hair came out of the kitchen with dishes in his hands. The Chinese youth put the dishes in front of the masked man with glowing red eye masks. Yes, the man with the red eye mask is Deadpool, who has a full hatred value in Marvel. Then the Chinese youth turned to the white-haired youth standing at the bar behind him and said, "Pietro, take out all the remaining dishes from the kitchen." The white-haired youth made an oak gesture with his left hand and put on goggles with his right hand. The next second, the white-haired youth sat next to Deadpool, pouring Coke in his hand, and 4 dishes and a soup were already on the table. "Wow, Pietro, your ability is still so convenient no matter how many times I see it. If I had this ability, I would have to go to the bank twice," Wade said exaggeratedly. "Okay, stop talking, Wade. Wanda has something to do today, let's eat first." As soon as the Chinese youth finished speaking, Deadpool and Pietro began to eat voraciously. Looking at the guy in front of him who was eating voraciously, the Chinese youth's thoughts drifted. The Chinese youth is called Chen Yi. He has been traveling to the Marvel world for 23 years and has been living in Hell's Kitchen. His father died in a gang fight and left him a small 7-story apartment. He just graduated from college for a year. He now runs a restaurant and occasionally goes out to work part-time. The Deadpool wearing a red hood in front of me was met during a part-time job. After meeting Deadpool, he was given food and accommodation in my apartment because of system reasons. That's right, as we all know, the system is the standard configuration of the traveler. It is impossible to live safely in Marvel for 22 years without the system. Especially in Hell's Kitchen, Chen Yi awakened the friend system. As long as the other party recognizes the host as a friend, he can randomly get the reward from the other party, including money, attributes, items, superpowers, etc. In addition, you can get more attributes and extra rewards by improving your friendship. As for Wanda and her brother, they were rescued during a mission. Considering that they have nowhere to go, they are temporarily allowed to settle down here. In case the New York war breaks out, let them guard the house, otherwise the apartment will be destroyed, and my dream of being a landlord will be shattered. Suddenly a voice came to my mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host Wade Winston Wilson for raising his favorability to 3 stars. Get the attribute, Healing Factor. Do you want to merge immediately? System prompt. Finally, the healing factor was brushed out. Chen Yi thought to himself that he no longer had to worry about being cannon fodder in Marvel. System. I remember that in the original book, Deadpool was able to adapt to the healing factor because of cancer. If I fuse, will I die immediately? Reporting to the host, no, the system will handle all loopholes. Please don't underestimate the system. Then fuse immediately. Fusion begins. The moment the words fell, Chen Yi felt his body tremble, and countless cells in his body were changing in strange directions. After a moment, Chen Yi slowly opened his eyes. Wade suddenly paused, and looked at Chen Yi with a slightly puzzled look. He shook his head and continued to eat. Chen Yi felt his body stronger than ever before. System, open the panel. Name, Chen Yi. Race, human. Skills, combat skills LV10, healing factor, physical fitness LV10, fast movement LV2, chaos magic LV1, driving mastery LV3, reaction LV7, sword skills LV5, gun skills LV3, animal language LV4, cooking skills LV5, lock picking LV3. Robbery LV2, 0 yuan shopping LV3. System evaluation. You are no longer a weakling. You can barely 50 to 50 with Captain America, but if you meet Thanos, please kneel down and beg for mercy immediately. Chen Yi's heart, which had just been a little complacent, sank immediately after reading the panel. I wondered if the purple potato spirit in this universe was the Emperor Purple Potato Spirit or the movie universe version of the Purple Potato Spirit. The movie version was better. If it was the Emperor Purple Potato Spirit, it would not be as simple as half of the universe's life. That would be the ultimate dog who killed the entire universe including himself just to make death smile. So it is said that dogs don't get houses, but it's still early. Even the dungeon of Hell's Kitchen has not been cleared, and our Tony the Dung Beetle has not become Iron Man. Before that, I have to make more friends and try to make them my family as soon as possible. I want to be a Marvel family man. Unfortunately, if I wasn't afraid that Master Gui would see through me as a time traveler, I would have gone to Kamar Taj to make friends with him. I don't know if the Gui in this time and space is a male bald head or a female bald head. If it doesn't work, Miss America, Cable, if I have these abilities to travel through parallel time and space, I can go to various parallel time and space to make friends. Then I can punch the god of stories Loki, step on the Emperor Purple Potato Spirit, and make death kneel down and sing conquer. Suddenly, Wade, who was full, interrupted Chen Yi's fantasy with a toothpick in his left hand and his stomach in his right hand. There is a big order recently, how about it? Do you want to work together, Chen? How big is the order? What kind of task? You know I am very picky about tasks. Chen Yi said unhappily when interrupted. It's not a black ghost, this time it's a rescue mission. Wade continued. Sometimes I think Chen you are really perverted. Every time you point a gun at a black ghost and ask if he is a good friend, you kill him after asking. Do you know that there are many the American mercenaries are very dissatisfied with you, saying that you, a Chinese, are racist. Quote. Chen Yi rolled his eyes and said, please, I am purifying the world, okay. Those black guys only buy things for free and bully good girls every day. As their good friend, I just let them report to heaven in advance, okay. It's a waste of food to stay here, I call it helping others. $50 million, Wade said with 5 fingers exaggeratedly. Hearing such a huge mission reward, Chen Yi couldn't help but be stunned. You know, the biggest order Chen Yi has ever taken is 5 million, not even this fraction. If it wasn't said that it was a rescue mission, Chen Yi would have thought that it was to assassinate the president. Who is the target to be rescued this time? Chen Yi's expression became solemn at this moment. I'm afraid that this mission is not so simple. Wade pointed at the TV, which was broadcasting. The world-renowned industrialist, playboy, billionaire, Tony Stark is missing. According to preliminary reports, Stark disappeared during a private trip, and Stark Industries' stock price plummeted. It turned out to be the murderer Tony Stark. I won't take this order. He deserves to die, arms dealer. Pietro next door stood up excitedly and said. The two of them were in a mess, but the truth was revealed. Don't get excited, Pietro. It's not what you think, and it wasn't him who killed your adoptive parents. If you really want to hear the truth, you should find him and get to know him. Chen Yi said soothingly. HMPH, then count me in on this mission. Pietro said thoughtfully. No problem, let the employer come over to get the deposit, call Wanda, and the 4 of us will go together. Chen Yi raised the remote control and turned off the TV and said. Hurry up and clean up the table, Wade. It's time to open for business, asshole. Don't bother me making money. And remember to give the leftovers to Wilson. I don't understand, asshole, why does the dog outside the door have the same name as me and wear the same eye mask as me? This is an insult to my great Deadpool. I really want to stew him and make hot pot. Deadpool spread his hands and complained non-stop. Chen Yi rolled his eyes. Yes, great Lord Deadpool, the dog outside the door might be you in a different time and space. You have no idea. If you don't shut up, I will chop you up and throw you out for the homeless outside to eat. You know, the people in Hell's Kitchen don't care what kind of meat it is. Chen Yi silently said in his heart, open the all-seeing eye and start scanning. Ding, the all-seeing eye has been opened, and you can view the other party's corresponding information. A blue box appeared next to Deadpool, and a few lines of text appeared in the box. Basic information. Name, Wade Winston Wilson. Title, Deadpool. Race, human, superhuman. Favorability, 3 stars. Skills, combat skills LV10, sword skills LV9, self-healing factor, chatterbox LV max, taunt LV max, money-making LV 6, close combat LV 9, endurance LV max, immortality, mind immune, breaking the fourth wall not opened yet. Looking at this luxurious panel, Chen Yi shed an envious look. Fortunately, this time the favorability brushed out the self-healing factor and had a self-protection ability. If it was like last time, Chen Yi would probably want to find a wall and restart it directly on the spot. That's right, the system rewards randomly every time, and chatterbox is okay. Previously, I randomly got all kinds of messy skills such as seduction, forcing, and male-male collision from those black friends. Fortunately, the system has the option of decomposition, which can be used to improve existing skills after decomposition. Every time the random attributes are applied, my mood is like a roller coaster. The dog outside is indeed a Deadpool dog. Chen Yi's eyes swept over the Deadpool dog lying outside the door. Basic information. Name: Wade Wilson. Title: Deadpool dog. Race: dog. Favorability: 4 stars. Skills: animal language LV max, self-healing factor, acrobatics LV 8, endurance LV max, catching LV 10, rolling LV 10, sensitive sense of smell, hearing LV 10, space-time factor. Yes, this Deadpool dog has been brushed to a 4-star favorability by Chen Yi, but every time it is brushed to roll, animal language and other skills. What is the purpose of a human rolling? In desperation, the only skill Chen Yi has retained is animal language. As for this space-time factor, Chen Yi is also very envious of this skill, which may be why the Deadpool dog came to this time and space. Generally, there is only one Deadpool in a time and space. Chen Yi was also very afraid that this time and space was the Deadpool who broke through the 4 walls and learned that Marvel was a comic book. However, according to the news, the Iron Man in this world should be similar to the movie universe version of Tony Stark. The most urgent thing is to rescue Tony Stark from Afghanistan first, and then become friends with him. I really want to be a person cursed by knowledge. Thinking of this, Chen Yi said, Wade, there is a business that is sure to make money now. Do you want me to count you in? What about me? Take me with you, Chen. Remember to call me if there is anything good. Pietro immediately teleported in front of Chen Yi, shaking Chen Yi's shoulders excitedly with both hands. Chen Yi slapped Pietro's hands away in annoyance and said, Can you use your superpowers less? Do you want the whole world to know that you are a mutant? Fortunately, this is Hell's Kitchen. Name: Pietro Maximoff. Title: Quicksilver. Race: mutant. Favorability: 5 stars. Skills: high-speed movement, strong LV10, high-speed granules. Vibration state: endurance LV10, fighting LV3, gunmanship LV2. Chen Yi thought that he had a good superpower and used it every day in this place. His favorability reached 5 stars. It was not in vain to save this kid and Wanda. This combat skill is really weak. I have to train this kid well in the future. I can't let him be shot to death like Quicksilver in the Marvel movie. Thinking of this, Chen Yi wanted to complain. Quicksilver was shot to death. I'm afraid it was not because the special effects were too expensive that the director wrote him to death. In any case, Pietro relied on his high-speed movement and didn't train well. He had to be urged well. What business? No money for borrowing. Deadpool sat on the sofa with his hands on his head, one foot still resting on the table leisurely. Chen Yi couldn't hide the smile in the corner of his eyes, and then he said with a smile, I'm going to go all in this time. I remember a master said that going all in is a kind of wisdom. I plan to put all my cash, minus the daily expenses, into the stock market and short Stark Industries. How about it? Do you want to go crazy with me? Pietro's expression collapsed instantly after hearing Chen Yi's illogical request. You're crazy. Even if Stark Industries' stock price falls now, it's only temporary. When Tony Stark comes back, the stock price will still rise again. You're playing with fire. Deadpool turned around and ignored Chen Yi, and invested all his wealth in the stock market. Still choose to look down on giants like Stark Industries. Even without leverage, it feels like a fool's judgment. After reading it, Chen Yi sneered, Don't know good people. When I make money, don't cry and ask me to borrow money. If they knew that Stark would shut down the weapons department in the future, causing the stock price to plummet. Afternoon. Miss, you shouldn't come here. Just let me come, this is Hell's Kitchen, it's not a safe place, a voice came from outside the door. Chen Yi and Deadpool looked out the door and saw a fat man in a suit walking in. Following behind was a lady with blonde hair and a sad face and a lady with brown hair in a secretary's outfit. Deadpool hurriedly walked towards the three people. He introduced one of the ladies. Chen, this is our respected sponsor. Ah, this is our employer, Ms. Pepper Potts. This gentleman should be an unimportant person, probably Ms. Potts' follower. As for this beautiful lady, are you looking for me? Deadpool ignored the man, turned around and took out a rose and handed it to the brown-haired woman. Just call me Happy, I am Stark's bodyguard, and I recommended Ms. Potts to find you. As for the other one, she is Stark's newly hired secretary, Ms. Rushman. The brown-haired lady in secretary clothes nodded. Chen Yi hurried forward to shake hands with Miss Pepper Potts. Then he motioned them to sit down. Please sit down, Ms. Pepper Potts. Pietro quickly went to pour tea for our guests. Please have some tea, you're welcome. Pietro's voice fell. There were already 3 cups of tea on the table in front of Happy and the other 2. Happy and Miss Pepper Potts were stunned. Only the brown-haired lady had no expression, as if she knew it in advance. Chen Yi looked at Pietro unhappily. Please don't mind it, it's just a little ability. If we don't have some ability, how can we survive in Hell's Kitchen? Let's get back to the topic. I'm sorry to hear about Stark's disappearance. We will do our best to help you find it back. Can you tell us the details? Pepper Potts adjusted her state and slowly spoke. A month ago, Tony Stark went to Afghanistan to deliver local U.S. military weapons. After the transaction was completed, on the way back to the U.S. military base, he was attacked by unknown armed forces. There was no body of Tony at the scene, and it was estimated that he was kidnapped. Quote, I hope you can help me bring Tony Stark back, even if it's a corpse. At this point, Pepper Potts' eyes turned red and she couldn't continue. Happy was frantically looking for tissues next to her. Fortunately, the secretary next door took out a handkerchief and handed it to Miss Pepper Potts. Chen Yi, who knew the plot, showed a sad expression on his face after listening to it, but in fact, he was already very happy in his heart. He hurriedly said, Ms. Pepper Potts, I understand your feelings very well, and I'm sorry to hear about Stark's experience. But I want to say here that since Mr. Stark was attacked by unknown armed forces, the rescue mission this time is likely to face armed forces with powerful firepower, which may require our team to fight. Chen Yi paused with difficulty. It's hard for us to guarantee success. Secondly, if Mr. Stark is still alive, we have to bring him back safely from the armed forces. This is very difficult, unless... Quote. Deadpool stood behind Chen Yi, and put his 5 fingers together to make a gesture of adding money. Seeing Deadpool's gesture, Pepper Potts understood and said, Money is not a problem, as long as you can find Tony Stark and bring him back safely. I can add another 50 million. Even if it's just to find the body, I'm willing to pay $5 million US. Obviously, Pepper Potts wanted to see the person alive or dead. Chen Yi, who knew that Stark would build an iron suit to escape by himself, said solemnly. No problem at all, our team is all elite, and we will complete the mission 100%. We won't charge a penny if we don't rescue Tony Stark. We are professionals. Deadpool nodded hurriedly on the side. That's right. Pietro also gave a thumbs up and agreed. Pepper Potts seemed to be infected by the confident speech of Chen Yi and the other 2, and her mood improved a lot. Hee, a sneer interrupted the harmonious atmosphere. Everyone looked over and found that it was the secretary who sneered. Even the American police and the world's most elite FBI can't find it, how can you be confident that you can find it? The secretary said contemptuously. At this time, Chen Yi began to look at the familiar secretary in front of him. System, work, scan the person in front of you. Ding. Name, Natasha Rushman, Natasha Romanov. Title, Black Widow. Race, human. Favorability, none. Skills, because the other party is not your friend yet, it cannot be read for the time being. Marvel's famous Black Widow, Chen Yi muttered in his heart. Knowing that the person in front of him is Black Widow is really an old woman, born in Stalingrad, the former Soviet Union in 1928. She was trained as an agent by former Soviet agents since she was a child, and her body was genetically modified by the former Soviet government to greatly slow down her aging speed. However, Chen Yi didn't know more details. There was an independent movie about Black Widow in the previous life. But Chen Yi was not interested in the Avengers, which was filmed later for the political correctness of the United States. After knowing that, he will enter the site of S.H.I.E.L.D. Chen Yi was very conflicted. On the one hand, he didn't want to have anything to do with S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, he didn't like that black guy. On the other hand, he wanted to make friends with every member of the Avengers. After all, the Avengers are the fastest way to make friends with so many superheroes. It's not that there are no other channels, but the efficiency of making friends one by one is not as convenient as making friends directly in a team. However, these are things for the future. For now, let's make friends with our Black Widow first. This beautiful lady, you underestimate as too much. Tony Stark can be brought back by me, Deadpool. You just wait for good news. If your boss Tony Stark is rescued, can you have a romantic, woo-woo-woo, Deadpool said meanly. I'm very sorry, Ms. Rushman. Chen Yi quickly covered Deadpool's mouth and looked at Black Widow and Pepper Potts with an apologetic look. I believe that Ms. Pepper Potts must have found many connections for such a long time, not just our family. Ms. Rushman, it is understandable that you don't trust us. Why don't we make a bet? Chen Yi paused. What bet? Black Widow tilted her head to signal Chen Yi to continue. Pepper Potts and Deadpool also showed curious eyes. Chen Yi continued. First of all, Ms. Pepper Potts, I didn't mean to bet on Tony Stark's business so frivolously. If I offend you, I apologize here. I have two hobbies, one is money, and the other is making friends. If we rescue Tony Stark in a star, I hope I can make friends with this Ms. Rushman. Pepper Potts waved her hand, indicating that she didn't care about it. Okay, if you find it, I'm very happy to make friends with you, but what if you lose? The FBI can't find Tony Stark's location, how can you find it? Natasha asked with interest. No ifs, Tony Stark, we will definitely save him. Although Chen Yi knew that Natasha was testing on behalf of S.H.I.E.L.D., he still said firmly. We naturally have our own way, but please go back and take the personal belongings that Tony Stark has used recently, preferably with a stronger smell. Chen Yi looked towards the door. No problem, I agreed to this bet on behalf of Miss Rushman. Happy, pack up and bring what you need tomorrow. Then we'll say goodbye first, and look forward to your good news. Pepper Potts stood up and said. Seeing Pepper Potts stand up and leave, Happy hurriedly followed. Only Natasha turned around and left slowly, and when she walked to the door of the restaurant, she turned her head and glanced at Chen Yi and his group with a hint of meaning. Seeing Natasha's actions, Chen Yi frowned. At this time, Deadpool next to him shouted beside Chen Yi, I'm in love, it's so beautiful, Ms. Rushman. Oh no, I forgot to ask Ms. Rushman for contact information. Ms. Rushman, wait for me, Deadpool ran out in a panic. What's wrong, Chen? Is there something wrong with this Ms. Rushman? Pietro on the side seemed to notice that something was wrong with Chen Yi, and said. Hey, it's okay, Pietro. It's just that our peaceful and good days are coming to an end. Okay, I'll go upstairs to rest first, and I have to open for business in the evening. Chen Yi thought of various major events in the future, patted Pietro's shoulder and said in a slightly low tone, and slowly walked towards the apartment elevator. Looking at Chen Yi's suddenly heavy back, Pietro suddenly smiled bitterly and said, in a place like Hell's Kitchen, there is no such thing as peace and stability. Life is like this. No matter how chaotic it is, it can never be as chaotic as Hell's Kitchen. After hearing this, Chen Yi paused and said nothing. But his back no longer looked depressed. As the night fell, Chen Yi walked out of the door of Good Luck Restaurant and hung up the sign, open as normal. Good evening, Deadpool. Keep an eye on your territory, okay. Chen Yi first greeted the dog Deadpool lying on the right side of the door. After hearing what Chen Yi said, the dog Deadpool rolled his eyes in a very human way and then stretched out his paws to continue lying. Chen Yi then looked around and nodded secretly at the clean streets around him. Hell's Kitchen has always been a major feature of Marvel New York, but tourists are not recommended to go here. If it is not necessary, it is best not to come here in your lifetime. Because this is almost the center of crime in the city of crime, comparable to a weakened version of Gotham City in the DC universe. There are only 25 blocks here. But there are no fewer criminals here than in Gotham City. Walking on the streets of Hell's Kitchen, even in broad daylight, at the least, a white drug addict will ask you for some money or some leaves, and at the worst, a black hooded guy will ask you to borrow money with a gun on his head. It is recommended to bring some cash into Hell's Kitchen. If you have cash, the residents of Hell's Kitchen can only ask for money. If you don't have cash, you may lose your life. Just kidding, God has to leave money to buy his way to Hell's Kitchen. Where there are criminals, there are heroes who punish criminals. Daredevil, Spider-Man, Iron Fist, Luke, Cage, etc. in Marvel. In the past, there were pimps, gangsters, and all kinds of people wandering in Hell's Kitchen at night. Normally, it is impossible to wander in Hell's Kitchen at night, unless the person doesn't want to live. But in recent years, since Chen Yi took over the Good Luck restaurant, Hell's Kitchen at night has become more friendly, at least on the street of Good Luck restaurant. Occasionally, you can see some normal people who are powerless coming to eat. Of course, there are not many. This is Chen Yi's small move to change the Marvel universe as a variable. Haha, after all, I'm not the protagonist. I haven't even conquered the small Hell's Kitchen. The alien war is about to come. Chen Yi shook his head and said self-deprecatingly. Chen Yi has been in the Marvel universe for more than 20 years. He is not like those predecessors who traveled through Kamartaj and became the next generation of Supreme Sorcerer. He did not immediately get a Superman body and beat the face tyrant after crossing. Chen Yi did not have an unsatisfactory life like other travelers in his previous life. He was not cheated by his girlfriend or failed in business. There was no blood feud, and the special forces were assassinated by others. His parents are still alive, he has a cute little sister, his family is well off, and he is also a returnee. He just slept in a daze and was reborn in the Marvel Universe. Or reborn as a Chinese at the bottom of society in Hell's Kitchen. Anyone who can return to America in the previous life now is a buff stacker, the bottom of the bottom. If it weren't for the plot, it would be so easy to get in touch with a rich man like Tony Stark. Fortunately, Chen Yi is not a person who complains about the world, and now he just wants to protect his own piece of land. By the way, change the place of Hell's Kitchen. If possible in the future, I hope to break the fourth wall and go back to see my parents in the previous life. Thinking of this, Chen Yi made up his mind to rescue Tony Stark and make friends with him first. Then see if he is interested in investing in Hell's Kitchen. Go back and find Uncle Kingpin to have a good chat, and let him take his younger brother to transform with Hell's Kitchen. That's right, Kingpin is the big boss of Marvel Hell's Kitchen, and he is the childhood friend of Chen Yi's dead ghost dad in this life. Dead ghost dad also sacrificed himself to protect Kingpin in a gang fight with him. At that time, Kingpin's body fat was less than 3%. Just as Chen Yi was thinking about things, he didn't know that there was a pair of eyes staring at him from the opposite side. There is no abnormality in the target for the time being. Received, I will continue to observe. At this time, a figure was observing Chen Yi from the opposite side of the restaurant. This person was Natasha, who should have left. Woof. Dog Deadpool interrupted Chen Yi's thinking. Chen Yi, it seems that someone is watching us. There are people on the opposite side. There are also people in other places, more than one person, and one of them smells a little familiar, as if he was someone who came in the afternoon. Dog Deadpool said. After listening to Dog Deadpool's words, Chen Yi frowned, and then sneered. Without saying a word, he turned around and walked back to the restaurant. Chen Yi had no good feelings towards S.H.I.E.L.D. in his previous life. Monitoring people at every turn. They say it's for the peace of the earth, but to put it bluntly, they have a strong desire for control and want everything to be under their supervision. The most important thing is that many of the moles are caused by S.H.I.E.L.D. The most important thing is that the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. are as arrogant as idiots. Chen Yi is not the kind of person who is obsessed with girls. Even if you are a beautiful Black Widow, you will not just start monitoring the good residents of Hell's Kitchen. Chen Yi is really disappointed. He just got in touch with Tony Stark, and someone came to monitor him immediately. Now it's monitoring, and the next step is to pretend to be the FBI and find a trumped-up charge to arrest him. If they really do anything, Chen Yi doesn't mind letting them feel the warm hospitality of Hell's Kitchen. Slowly, more and more people came to the Good Luck restaurant. Residents nearby are still walking on this street. Natasha looked at the popular street in front of her and couldn't help but sigh. If I didn't know that I was in Hell's Kitchen, I couldn't believe that this street was so safe and quiet. This street looks like an ordinary residential community. In a normal Hell's Kitchen, there are very few pedestrians on the road after 8 o'clock, which is impossible to see in other blocks of Hell's Kitchen. She could feel that the tranquility of the street in front of her must be related to the owner of the Good Luck restaurant she met this afternoon. Almost everyone would slow down when passing by the restaurant door and say hello to the dog lying at the door. "Hi, Wilson." This made her feel very interesting. She didn't expect that undercover Tony Stark would encounter an unexpected surprise. "Keep an eye on them, Natasha. See what means they use to find Tony Stark. It will take us some time to find Tony Stark. This Chen Yi has 2 dangerous mutants around him. According to the information, he is a bit racist. I can use means when necessary. I will send 2 more groups of people to monitor. Your first task is to focus on Tony Stark. He is a very important part of my plan. Leave the rest to other agents." A hoarse voice came from Natasha's headset. "No problem, Director." The voice coming from the headset was the Marvel Black Blind Egg, Nick Fury. The weather was very hot, and the weather was very hot. Location: Afghanistan. The scorching sun shone down from the sky, forming a golden land on the vast desert. At this time, 3 figures and a dog were walking in the hot desert. "Chen Yi, your dog is, ba ba ba. Is it really okay? When will we find it here?" Deadpool complained here angrily. "By the way, your mask is not sandproof. At least you have a mask, we are going to be sunburned to death," Pietro complained. "They're wearing goggles." "Woof woof woof. In this area, it's almost hot to death." Deadpool's dog stuck out his tongue and looked thirsty. "Be patient. If it's so easy to find, we won't get the money." "Do you have any better ideas?" Chen Yi said helplessly. Although Chen Yi knew that Tony Stark was in the desert area of Afghanistan, this is too big. The story goes back to the night of the meeting. Happy came to the Good Luck restaurant, again with a box. "Mr. Chen, this is what you need. These are all the items Tony Stark has worn recently." There was a pair of slippers, a watch and a small tuft of hair in the box. Looking at the items in front of him, Chen Yi nodded with satisfaction, and then said, "No problem, it's okay. With these things, I can find Tony Stark." It seems that Pepper Potts is very concerned about Chen Yi's request, or cares about Tony Stark's affairs. Not only did Happy send personal items, but also collected all the hair that Tony Stark dropped on the bed. As expected of the official Marvel match, Chen Yi couldn't help but envy. Happy was relieved when he saw that Chen Yi was fine. He walked up to pat Chen Yi, and then bowed 90 degrees to Chen Yi. "Sorry to bother you, please bring Mr. Tony Stark back. I'm counting on you. As Stark's bodyguard, I'm really useless." Looking at Happy's fat body with a guilty and sincere expression, Chen Yi said solemnly, "Don't worry, wait for my good news. Mr. Tony Stark's disappearance has nothing to do with you. It's not your fault. You are a good person and a good bodyguard. It's nice to meet you, Mr. Happy." "That's right, even if you are here. Can you beat the 10 Rings gang? Tony Stark is useful, but you, Happy, are not useful at all. I'm afraid you will be shot down by the 10 Rings gang directly." "Thank you for your comfort, you are a good person. Chen, it's just that the price you charge is a bit high," Happy said happily. At this time, a beautiful voice sounded in Chen Yi's mind. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully adding Happy Huogan as a friend. Get attribute. Driving skill level 6 inches. Do you want to merge immediately?" The system prompted. It seems that this Happy is not useless. Directly merge, system. A stream of knowledge from driving skills rushed into Chen Yi's mind, and many professional driving skills slowly emerged in Chen Yi's mind. Chen Yi felt that his driving skills had been greatly improved. Chen Yi felt that the fat man in front of him was suddenly much cuter. After getting Chen Yi's guarantee, Happy turned around and left the Good Luck restaurant. "Dog, get ready to work. I'll leave this thing here with you. Smell it carefully for the next 2 days. It's up to you to find our sponsor Daddy later." Chen Yi picked up the box and walked towards the dog Deadpool. At this time, a hot wind blew in the desert and pulled Chen Yi back to reality. The hot wind brought a sense of dryness. Are you hot in this tights, Wade? Chen Yi teased Deadpool, who was looking at his hands hanging down and seemed to be dying. Shut up, this is my style, you don't understand. Hurry up, I'm really dying of heat, I want more money. Deadpool said weakly. I'm the worst, okay. Why do I have to carry such a big backpack? Why don't you carry it? This is discrimination. Pietro, who was carrying a big backpack and goggles, asked unhappily. This is training you. Look how weak you are. You need to do some weight training. Don't use your superpowers, Pietro. This should be near the scene where Tony Stark disappeared. It is estimated that it will not be too far from the destination. Only, seeing Chen Yi, who was the most relaxed, he said slowly. I cannot use my superpowers, but why don't we drive? How long will it take us to reach such a large desert? Pietro asked a soul-searching question. At this time, in the desert area of Afghanistan, in a cave not far from Chen Yi and his team, a cave that could not be scanned by any instrument or equipment, Tony Stark was studying the drawings, and a miniature reactor was placed next to him. A white man with Mediterranean glasses on the side observed the miniaturized reactor and said, "This should not be a Jericho missile, right?" This person was Ethan. Tony Stark answered without raising his head, "Because it is a miniature arc reactor. I have a large one at home, which is specially used to power the factory. It should be enough to absorb the shrapnel." Ethan asked curiously, "How much power does it have? Is it enough for your heart?" Tony Stark replied, "Enough, more than enough. Don't stare at the reactor, look at this blueprint. This is the key to our escape," Tony Stark said, pointing to the blueprint he had been staring at. Ethan hurried forward to pick up the blueprint and studied it carefully. After studying it for a while, he didn't understand it and asked, "What is this? It looks a bit like a robot." Tony Stark put the blueprint together again, and then said, "Come closer, look at it again like this." A set of steel armor appeared in front of the two. "Wow, a genius idea," Ethan exclaimed. At this time, in Ethan's eyes, Tony Stark exuded a light called knowledge. Then he remembered that they were still under surveillance, and he couldn't help but lower his voice. "I need your help, Ethan," Tony Stark said solemnly in a low voice. "Although I can assemble it by myself, it will take a long time. Obviously these guys don't want to give us so much time. So I need your help." After hearing this, Ethan hesitated. "We can't let them find out. Once they find out, the consequences are imaginable. I can help you, but this material problem. It's very simple." Tony Stark then walked to the door and said to the masked militants, "I want to see your general. I am willing to help them make missiles, provided that the materials I need are prepared." Ethan looked at Tony Stark in front of him and couldn't help but sigh that this person in front of him was a real genius. He could calmly think of a way in such adversity. Only such a genius can survive in such a desperate situation, and he was also very fortunate to be locked up with this genius. Maybe he can really escape. Ethan couldn't help fantasizing. At night, Tony Stark and Ethan were playing chess. "You haven't told me where you are from yet?" Tony Stark asked. Ethan stared at the chess and card, holding the dice in his right hand and replied, "A small town from Gemala, a very good place." "Do you have family?" Tony Stark continued to ask. "Yes, I will go to see them after leaving here." "What about you, Stark?" Ethan replied. Tony Stark paused and looked at Ethan, then pursed his lips, grabbed a chess piece and moved it to the chessboard and replied with a frustrated heart, "I don't have any family." "No," Ethan confirmed, looking at Tony Stark's expression, then nodded and said, "So, you have everything. But you have nothing." Tony Stark lowered his head and smiled helplessly after listening, looking at Ethan without saying anything. Boom, a loud noise interrupted the conversation between the two. The two looked at each other, and Tony Stark immediately raised a finger to his mouth, signaling Ethan to be quiet. The two began to listen carefully. "I heard faintly outside, enemy attack, there are enemies. Eliminate the enemy. Tutu, tutu." I also heard similar gunshots and explosions. "I also heard Shidake, where are you?" "I also heard the sound of music. It seems that he came to save you. It seems that you are not uncared for. But, why did I hear the sound of music? Did I hear it wrong?" Ethan smiled and looked at Tony Stark and said, "Maybe." Tony Stark shrugged, and the first person that came to his mind was Pepper Potts. Yes, on the other side was Chen Yi and his group and a dog. The story started half an hour ago. Woof. There is a lot of smell of living people in the valley ahead. The dog Deadpool suddenly said to the valley ahead. It seems that the front is the base of the group of militants. Come on, I don't want to spend the night here, Chen Yi said. We finally found them. It took us a long time to find them. We must let them see how powerful Lord Deadpool is. If they stay for another day, I will be familiar with them. Deadpool took out the double swords behind him and danced with them. Don't move, just watch my performance. Speed up, I'll go first. Piccolo couldn't wait to put on his goggles. Obviously, he was very unhappy after staying in the desert for a day, and completely forgot Chen Yi's requirement that he didn't need to use superpowers. With a whoosh, Quicksilver disappeared. Seeing that Quicksilver was gone, Chen Yi took out a pair of goggles from his windbreaker and said, "See you later," in front of Deadpool and Deadpool the dog. He also used his superpowers to go ahead. Only the man and the dog were left looking at each other. Take us with you. Why don't I have such a convenient ability? Woof. Deadpool angrily threw the knife to the ground and stomped on it twice, complaining. Seeing that no one responded to them, they could only pick up the knife on the ground. Then the helpless Deadpool and Deadpool the dog quickly accelerated to catch up with the two. 10 minutes later, Deadpool and Deadpool the dog, who were running out of breath, saw two figures in front of them leaning against the stone, each holding a bottle of Coke in their right hands, leisurely chatting and observing the cave below. Here you go. Quicksilver took out 2 bottles of Coke from his backpack and threw them to the man and the dog. The man and the dog, who were about to scold, immediately caught the Coke in a hurry. Squeak. Deadpool opened the Coke and started drinking it. While the man and the dog were drinking Coke, Chen Yi said to them, "See the group of soldiers with red turbans below. They should be the armed forces that kidnapped Tony Stark." Then he pointed to the cave in the deepest part of the valley. Tony Stark should be imprisoned there. Wade, you and the dog are responsible for attracting the attention of the people below, and I'm responsible for going in to rescue people. As for Pietro, you just play some music, is that okay? Chen Yi ordered. Burp. No problem, Deadpool just burped. Maybe it was too loud. The soldiers below heard the sound and shouted in the direction of the sound. Who is it? Who is there? Seeing this, the nearby soldiers also picked up their weapons and became alert. Then they slowly approached Chen Yi and his group. Chen Yi and Pietro looked at Deadpool helplessly. Deadpool even shamelessly gestured to them at this time. Since it has been discovered. Then let's get to work. The show begins, the music starts. Chen Yi shouted while putting on goggles. Deadpool took out 2 long swords and jumped. Your grandfather Deadpool is here. Tony Stark, you are in there. Deadpool took out 2 grenades and threw them down, fire in the hole, then took out 2 guns and jumped down. Enemy attack, someone invaded. The militants saw Deadpool and his men and immediately raised their guns and fired. Da 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 da. Quicksilver put on his goggles, took out a small speaker from his backpack and clicked on the play button. Then, the world seemed to be still. The impact of the explosion also slowed down. Deadpool and Deadpool's dog seemed to have pressed the slow button in midair. The music started, and it was the exclusive music of Quicksilver in Chen Yi's previous life, Sweet Dreams. This operation was of course requested by Chen Yi. Chen Yi felt that without this music, fighting with superpowers would be soulless. Thump 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 thump. Chen Yi and Quicksilver ran quickly and passed Deadpool and Deadpool's dog in an instant. Even Pietro started a joke and changed Deadpool's posture. He coiled up Deadpool's feet and placed the tip of the knife in his hand at Deadpool's eyes. Sweet dreams are made of this. Who and I disagree. Seeing this, Chen Yi smiled. He quickly began to redirect the bullets fired at Deadpool and the others. Although he knew that even if the 2 of them were hit, it would not be a big deal, but the kind-hearted Chen Yi still chose to help them to suffer less pain. And he took off the red scarves wrapped around the heads of all the enemies and wrapped their hands again. I have traveled the world and the 7 seas. Everybody's looking for something. Then he accelerated and rushed to the deepest part of the cave, looking at the locked door of the cave. I saw Chen Yi slowly raised his right hand, and a faint red light flashed on his right hand. Chen Yi pointed his 5 fingers flashing red at the door. As Chen Yi slowly closed his 5 fingers, the door slowly twisted like a twist. Some of them want to use you. Some of them want to abuse you. The door fell down with a bang. Chen Yi saw two people sitting inside and quickly walked up to observe them. The one with a glowing chest should be Tony Stark. The other man with a white beard and a hat should be Ethan, who should have been killed. Looking at the unassembled original Mark I on the ground, Chen Yi felt relieved. The plot should not have changed too much, and Iron Man would still be born. Seeing Tony Stark and Ethan with the pause button pressed. After Chen Yi confirmed that it was them, he quickly released his superpowers. Then, the world seemed to press the play button and return to normal. The explosion was just beginning. Back to Tony Stark and Ethan's perspective, they just heard the explosion. Unexpectedly, the next second, the door of the secret room where they were imprisoned was twisted into a knot, and not far away from them, an Asian man wearing goggles and a black windbreaker suddenly appeared and stood in front of them with a smile. "Hello, Tony Stark, do you want to be my son?" Chen Yi smiled friendly. Looking at the stunned Tony Stark and the other man, Chen Yi realized the embarrassment of the scene. Then he said awkwardly, "Sorry, I'm off topic. Just kidding. Hello, my name is Chen Yi. I'm here to rescue you on behalf of M's Pepper Potts." Tony Stark pointed at Chen Yi and then pointed outside frivolously and said, "Was that magic just now? Or something else? How did you suddenly appear in front of me? A little superpower, not worth mentioning." Chen Yi then instinctively stretched out his hand to shake hands with Tony Stark, but suddenly remembered that Tony Stark didn't like shaking hands with others. "So, we are saved now. Don't worry about the outside." Ethan, who was ignored at the side, finally spoke up. "It's okay, my partner will take care of it." Chen Yi waved his hand aside. Suddenly at this moment, a figure flew towards Tony Stark. It was Pietro. Pietro saw Tony Stark, thought of his adoptive parents, and was about to rush over to punch him. With a swoosh sound. "Stop it." Chen Yi appeared in front of Tony Stark and blocked Quicksilver's fist with his right hand. "Wow wow wow, what are you doing, Chen? Who is this white-haired man who looks like a cerebral palsy patient? He hit people, I will deduct money." Tony Stark's arrogant character was revealed again, as if he was about to be rescued. "Tony Stark, you arms dealer. Murderer, we shouldn't have rescued you." Quicksilver roared under Chen Yi's suppression. Pietro's adoptive parents, who were in Sokovia at the time, were killed by the missiles made by your family, Tony Stark. In this disaster, you destroyed his home. Chen Yi explained on the side. "I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. I really didn't know that the weapons produced by the company were used like this. I always thought they were used to protect people," Tony Stark said with a slightly guilty expression, looking down and thinking. "Not long ago, I saw a young man who died from the weapon I wanted to make for them. I realized that this was wrong. I came to this world and should make more contributions to the world, not just make explosive weapons. I deeply realized my mistake. I will give you an explanation when I go back, Mr. Whitehair." Pietro also suppressed his anger after hearing this. After all, Tony Stark in front of him was still their protection. "Okay, Mr. Stark, are you still hungry? Do you want to eat something? Wait for my friend to solve the problem," Chen Yi asked Tony Stark. Then he gestured to Quicksilver, who understood and took out 2 cheeseburgers from his bag and gave them to Tony Stark and Ethan. "Wow, cheeseburger, how do you know I like this? God knows how I stayed here for a month. I just want to eat this. Just for this burger, I'm determined to be your friend." Chen Yi was overjoyed because he heard a voice in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully adding Tony Stark as a friend. Congratulations on obtaining the attribute, a person cursed by knowledge. Do you want to merge immediately? No, Chen Yi replied, now is not a good time to merge. System, scan Tony Stark for me. Ding! Basic information. Tony Stark. Title, Iron Man. Race, human. Favorability, 1 star. Skills, Chemistry LV7, Physics LV10, Pickup LV5, Truth not upgradable R&D LV7, Cursed by Knowledge, Wisdom LV9, Physical Strength LV1, Creativity LV8, Manufacturing Mastery LV10, Science LV10, Tenacity LV7, Protagonist of Luck. After reading Tony Stark's panel attributes, Chen Yi couldn't help but feel a little envious. He is indeed the protagonist. Seeing Tony Stark and Ethan wolfing down their food, Chen Yi was very happy. It will take a while for the guards to clean up the battlefield. Chen Yi silently said in his heart, "System, merge it for me." In an instant, Chen Yi's brain began to move, and a beam of light moved quickly in Chen Yi's brain. Chen Yi only felt that his brain suddenly leapt, and the world became clearer. It was as if a door was opened in his mind, and ideas emerged like a spring. Chen Yi's mind was not stupid to begin with, and now that he had merged the attributes of Tony Stark, he was now considered one of the smartest people in the world. System, open my panel. Name, Chen Yi Alvin Chen. Race, human. Skills, combat skills LV10, cursed by knowledge cannot be upgraded, healing factor, strong LV10, fast movement LV2, chaos magic LV1, driving mastery LV6, reaction LV7, sword skills LV5, gun skills LV3, animal language LV4, cooking LV5, lock picking LV3. Robbery LV2, 0 yuan purchase LV3. System, what's the situation with this non-upgradable? Host, some people are born to be blessed by God, and many times they can't improve by hard work. They can only be upgraded through certain events or through the stacking of attributes randomly obtained through friendship. Hey, so, success depends on 99% talent plus 1% hard work. Most of the claims that hard work will lead to success are lies. Chen Yi said to himself after listening. What, you said I'm a genius, thank you. I've always been. Tony Stark wiped his mouth with his elbow after eating a hamburger and said. Chen Yi rolled his eyes after hearing this. However, Chen Yi didn't really hate Tony Stark's arrogant personality. How should I put it? He was real and unpretentious. After all, with his experience from childhood to adulthood and his status, he didn't need to please anyone, so he developed a character with a sharp tongue but a soft heart. When Chen Yi watched a movie in his previous life, he felt that the Tony Stark in front of him was the first warm man in the Avengers. He was actually ready to sacrifice himself at any time from the beginning, leaving what they needed for others. So Chen Yi actually wanted to know and make friends with Tony Stark regardless of whether he had a system or not. After all, who would refuse to make friends with a generous rich man? The sound outside the room gradually quieted down, and only the sound of da 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 was heard. It should be over. My partner should be cleaned up, Mr. Stark, Chen Yi said to Tony Stark. You can go back to see your family soon, Tony said to Ethan. Ethan responded to Tony with a wry smile, his eyes empty. The scum outside has been dealt with by the great Deadpool. With this little strength, you dare to kidnap my sponsor. It's a pity that you didn't see my heroic figure. Deadpool walked in with a sword in both hands and the dog Deadpool holding a gun in both hands, just short of a cigar in his mouth. Chen, your partner is quite special. Ethan looked up and down at the man and the dog and said. Hey, Chen, your partner's black tights have a bad taste. Tony Stark pointed at Deadpool and said. This guy with a glowing chest like a robot is the lovely sponsor, Mr. Tony Stark. Right, nice to meet you, call me Deadpool, or call me dear. As long as the money is in place, I can do anything. Deadpool hurriedly promoted himself. Quicksilver, who was standing by, covered his forehead after hearing this, feeling that it was really embarrassing to know Deadpool. Okay, stop talking nonsense. We should retreat, Mr. Tony Stark and Mr. Ethan. Congratulations on your freedom. I will contact Happy and others to send someone to pick us up. Chen Yi walked out first. Chen Yi picked up a satellite phone and dialed a number. Ms. Pepper Potts, we have successfully found Tony Stark and rescued him. Please send someone to the assembly point to pick us up. What, you want Tony Stark to answer the phone? Then Chen Yi gave the satellite phone to Tony Stark and motioned for him to answer the phone. Tony seemed a little uneasy, and he answered the phone at a loss. Soon, the communication was over. Tony Stark put down the phone, and slowly said to Chen Yi, thank you. Then he turned around, packed up the drawings and walked out together. After the rescue team returned home. Soon, the person contacted by Happy drove an armored vehicle to the pickup point, took Chen Yi and his party, and went to the Afghan airport. At the airport, Ethan turned and walked in front of Chen Yi and his party, shook Chen Yi's hands and thanked him. Thank you for saving me, although this was not your intention. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully adding Ethan as a friend. Get attribute. Chemistry LV 8 inches. Do you want to merge immediately? Merge, Chen Yi replied in his mind. A lot of chemical knowledge emerged in Chen Yi's mind, and he instantly became a top chemist. Aren't we friends now? Isn't it natural to save friends? Chen Yi smiled. Ethan also laughed after hearing this, and everything was self-evident. Drive Ethan, are you going back with us? Chen Yi asked. Ethan has already rejected me. He wants to go back to his hometown to see his children. Tony spoke first. Chen Yi did not speak, because he knew that Ethan's family had actually been killed by the militants. He said this just to give Tony Stark hope of life. Tony, I actually lied to you. My family has already died, at the hands of those militants. I lied to you before. Now, I actually don't know where to go. Dr. Ethan said with a dull look in his eyes. Chen Yi saw that his face was not very good, patted his shoulder and said tentatively, I plan to open a community school in Hell's Kitchen, and you can be our science and chemistry teacher. I have an apartment in Hell's Kitchen, which provides food and accommodation, 5 insurances and 1 housing fund. What do you think? Ethan, don't listen to him. When you go back, you can come to my Stark group. I will prepare a laboratory for you in the Stark building. You can study whatever you want in the future. Your talent should not be wasted in a community school. Stark interrupted and said, take care of yourself first and look at the little light bulb on your chest. When it doesn't light up one day, I don't need to say more about the result. Whether you can survive or not is another matter. Okay, don't say it. Let's make it this way first. If Ethan is uncomfortable staying in our Hell's Kitchen one day, I will send him to your company. Chen Yi decided with a slight threat. Finally, Chen Yi and his group and Tony Stark boarded Tony's own private plane, and Tony Stark was greeted by his driver and bodyguard Happy. The plane took off quickly and flew to New York's Kennedy Airport. On the plane, Pietro put on his headphones and prepared to rest. The dog Deadpool was eating the big meal prepared by the stewardess. Of course, Deadpool was eating and teasing the stewardess. Dr. Ethan was chatting with Happy. Chen Yi sat in the seat and shook the red wine glass and looked at Tony Stark opposite. The glass was full of 82-year-old Coke. At this time, Tony Stark was no longer dressed in a shabby way in the cave. He wore a suit and ate Western food. The whole person's temperament reminded people of his identity as a playboy. Chen Yi couldn't help but sigh. It's true that clothes make the man. Chen, I don't know what your plans are when you return to New York. I think your dog is pretty good. Although it looks a little ugly, it is human. Are you interested in letting it come to work in my company? I can study it. Tony Stark looked at the Deadpool dog with interest and said, don't think about it, they are all my family. No one will be missing. Chen Yi shook his head helplessly after hearing this. Family, that's great. Then I'll just pretend I didn't say anything. Tony Stark was stunned after hearing this. You have it too, Miss Pepper Potts. Seeing how nervous she is, I don't believe it's just a relationship between an employee and a boss. Please pay more attention, you are not young anymore. Chen Yi spread his hands. You are so young, what are you talking about? Let's talk about this later. Tony Stark didn't expect the man in front of him to say such a thing. They had just met not long ago, but inexplicably felt like talking to old friends. Tony Stark didn't think about it carefully, maybe because Chen Yi had saved him. Tony, it's okay for me to call you that. After all, although you are our employer, we are also friends, aren't we? Seeing that Tony didn't refute, Chen Yi continued. Not many people know about your trip to Afghanistan. Have you ever thought about who wants to kill you? Tony Stark is a smart man and heard the hidden meaning in Chen Yi's words. You mean, my company? There is an undercover agent. Tony Stark touched his chin and said thoughtfully. That's your business after all, I just want to remind you. After all, the other party is going to kill you. This time we rescued you, I believe they will not give up. Including the people around you, they may threaten you through the people around you. Chen Yi kindly reminded. Tony Stark's face sank after hearing this, and he looked down at the small arc reactor on his chest. Although he might not live long, he thought that Pepper Potts beside him might be hurt because of him. Tony Stark hurriedly said, I don't know if you still accept the commission. The first commission is to protect Ms. Pepper Potts from harm until the murderer behind the scenes is found. The second commission is to help me find the murderer behind the scenes. Quote, 10 million, Tony Stark stretched out a finger. Chen Yi smiled and shook his head, sighing, you two have such a good relationship. M's Pepper Potts paid us to save you, and you paid us to protect her. So I will work for both of you. 20 million. Seeing Chen Yi's refusal, Tony Stark continued to add money. Chen Yi shook his head. It's not a matter of money. Someone will protect you when you return to the United States. I don't really want to contact them. As for the murderer behind the scenes, 5 million, a friendship price. Quote. Chen Yi knew who the murderer was behind the scenes. This money was basically free, but he still rejected the offer. On the one hand, Tony Stark would not believe it now. After all, he was his uncle. It would be better to guide Tony Stark to find out slowly. On the other hand, Chen Yi also wanted to make friends with Tony. He had just made $100 million. If he asked for too much money, Chen Yi would be embarrassed. As for Ms. Pepper Potts, if you have any questions, you can call us. This is my private number. As long as we receive the call, we will arrive within 5 minutes. The price is calculated separately. Chen Yi took out a piece of paper with his phone number written on it. If you are worried, you can let Ms. Pepper Potts live in Hell's Kitchen for a while. We will protect her safety. Chen Yi added. Hell's Kitchen? Are you kidding? Tony Stark knew this place, the most chaotic place in New York. For others, Hell's Kitchen may be dangerous. But for Ms. Pepper Potts, Hell's Kitchen is the safest place. Because we are there, I am there, Chen Yi said confidently. We'll talk about Hell's Kitchen later. I'll leave the matter of the murderer behind the scenes to you. Remember to tell me as soon as you have any clues. Tony Stark put away the note with Chen Yi's phone number and turned to walk towards Happy. He thought to himself that he should go back and complete the drawings as soon as possible, or he lacked strength. Chen Yi saw that Tony Stark was wary of Hell's Kitchen and shrugged his shoulders, but didn't care and closed his eyes to rest. A few hours later, the plane slowly landed at New York's Kennedy Airport. There were 4 cars parked beside the runway, 2 Rolls-Royces, a military armored vehicle and a medical ambulance. Pepper Potts anxiously watched the plane that was about to land. There was a team of Colonel Rhodes and medical staff standing by with a stretcher. Everyone was taking Tony Stark home. The cabin door slowly opened, and Pepper Potts saw Tony Stark walking out of the cabin door with red eyes. Tony Stark was the first to walk out of the cabin door, and saw the stretcher pushed by the medical staff. He waved his hand and said, I'm fine. I can still walk and jump. I don't need this. Go away. Looking at Tony Stark, who was slowly walking towards her, Pepper Potts cried with joy and covered her mouth. You're crying. Are you worried about me? It's okay. I'm back. Tony Stark stepped forward and hugged Pepper. Pepper Potts smiled and said, these are happy tears. You know, good jobs are hard to find. Quote. While Tony Stark and his girlfriend were hugging and being sentimental, a whistle interrupted their ambiguous atmosphere. It was Chen Yi and his group at the cabin door. The one who whistled was none other than Deadpool, who was eating melons on the side. Chen Yi turned back dissatisfied and stared at Deadpool with a death stare. Chen Yi didn't come out immediately because he wanted to give Tony Stark some time and eat melons. Who knew that he would be interrupted by Deadpool in front of him again? Chili quickly let go of Tony Stark's arms. She stepped forward and thanked him. Mr. Chen, thank you for bringing Tony back safely. I will pay the balance later. Quote. Tony Stark on the side immediately said, remember to pay the company's account. I come to get reimbursed. Of course, I don't have that much money. Pepper Potts rolled her eyes and said, it's a small matter, remember not to forget the bet. You can come to Hell's Kitchen to find me next time you need me. Chen Yi said indifferently. It seems that you still have things to do, so I won't bother you for now, Mr. Stark. I have news about what you asked, and I will inform you as soon as possible. Seeing Rhodes representing the military on the side, Chen Yi said tactfully. Chen Yi knew that the next Iron Man armor would appear in the Marvel Universe, which also marked the official start of the Marvel event. By the way, be careful of your new secretary. Chen Yi reminded before leaving. Chen Yi believed that Tony Stark was a smart man and would take it to heart. The weather was very bad, but the weather was very bad. Hell's Kitchen, the entrance of the Good Luck restaurant. It seems that it's time to recruit some people, otherwise every time there is a large mission, our restaurant will have to close once. Chen Yi said, looking at the temporarily closed sign at the door. Drive, Ethan, this is the restaurant. It's where we usually eat. After entering the elevator at the main entrance on the right, there is the apartment. Please sit here for a while, and I will take you upstairs to choose a room. You can treat it as your own home in the future. There are not many people in the apartment at present. After all, this is Hell's Kitchen, but I believe it will get better in a while. Chen Yi introduced to Dr. Ethan. Go home, share the money. Now that you have money, it's time to go to the bar next door to drink. I don't know if the bartender misses me. Deadpool cheered. You eat and drink my food every day, and all the money will be deducted from the commission. It looks like your sister hasn't come back yet, Pietro. Chen Yi said as he pushed the door open. She hasn't come back for a few days. Hurry up and clean up. It's all covered in dust. Chen Yi instructed them. You really should hire a waiter, Chen. You're too stingy. Deadpool complained, and the dog Deadpool and Pietro nodded. Just as Chen Yi and his team were cleaning the restaurant, Tony Stark held a press conference on the other side. Some people can never let themselves live a normal life like ordinary people. Tony Stark is one of them. His experience in Afghanistan made him determined to close the weapons department of Stark Group. And this decision is that their company's stock has been falling like a certain stock in his homeland in the previous life. At the bar of the restaurant, Chen Yi looked up at the TV, which was broadcasting Stark's press conference live. Tony in the news sat down at the podium, but he didn't take out a hamburger like in the movie, probably because he was full on the plane. Everyone sit down and order whatever you want. Don't be so serious. At this time, Miss Pepper Potts stood outside the reporters, smiling, looking at Tony Stark sitting at the podium with satisfaction. A man suddenly said to Pepper Potts, Miss Potts. Hearing the voice, Pepper Potts turned to the person who spoke and answered, It's me. The man in front of him looked at Pepper Potts and said, Can you chat for a few words? Sorry, I'm not attending the press conference. If you have any questions, go ask Tony Stark. He's sitting there, but you have to line up. Pepper Potts refused. At this time, the man explained to Pepper Potts, I'm not a reporter. My name is Phil Coulson. I'm affiliated with the Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency. He handed over his business card to Pepper Potts. Pepper Potts looked down at the business card Coulson handed over and said, Your name is really hard to remember. What's going on with you? The Department of Defense and the FBI have already contacted us about Tony's kidnapping. So can't you share intelligence? You have to ask one by one, wasting my time. Or is it that your Land and Land Bureau is not qualified to retrieve the files? We belong to another system and specialize in this matter. Coulson replied. We are here to learn about how Tony Stark escaped and the details of Chen Yi and his gang who rescued him. If possible, please let us know. After hearing this, Pepper Potts' face turned cold and said, Your department is really nosy. When Tony disappeared, they didn't meet you. Now that it's safe, they are asking about you. I will convey your meaning to Tony. As for whether he wants to find you, that's his business. Okay, then we will wait for your good news. Don't bother you for now. Thank you, Coulson replied with a smile, as if he didn't ignore the slightly sarcastic words just now. Then Tony Stark told his experience in Afghanistan and decided to close the weapons manufacturing department of Stark International. When Stark announced that he would permanently close the weapons production department of Stark Group, Deadpool stood up, quickly knelt in front of Chen Yi, hugged Chen Yi's thigh and cried. Dear Chen, my favorite Chen, I know. You helped us short, right? Right. Get lost, I told you to buy from me, but you didn't want to buy now. Chen Yi kicked Deadpool away with disgust. Don't. Well, don't. Chen, you're the best. Deadpool came over shamelessly on his knees and continued to rub Chen Yi's thigh with his black and red hood. Okay, go away, at most I won't deduct your commission this time. Chen Yi ignored Deadpool's pestering. I didn't expect that he actually closed the weapons production department of Stark Group. Pietro said with a complicated expression. So, Tony Stark may really not know a lot of things. Of course, I'm not advising you to let go of your hatred, I just don't want you to be used by others. After all, Chen Yi is not a saintly fool. It's impossible for him to say that others killed his adoptive parents and still advise them to let go. As if nothing happened, he just wanted Pietro to understand the truth of the matter before making a decision. Well, let's not kill him for now, let him live and let him atone for his sins. Let's see how he performs in the future. If he makes me dissatisfied, I'll make a decision, Pietro said. Chen, so how much money did you make this time? Pietro continued to ask curiously, and Ethan on the side also cast a curious look. Not much, this time the income is just a small goal, Chen said calmly. How much? Please, Chen, give me some, I've recently seen a pink sports car. Deadpool cried again. Pietro, I helped you and your sister invest some. Save for your betrothal gifts, in case you get married in the future, you can also buy a small house outside. Chen Yi ignored the unreasonable Deadpool in front of him and said to Pietro. Chen, thank you, Pietro said gratefully. Ding. Congratulations to the host, Pietro Maximov's favorability has been raised to full stars, 6 stars upper limit. Congratulations to the host, Pietro Maxi has become your family. You get all of Pietro Maxi's skills, and existing skills are automatically upgraded by 1 level. Quote. When the skills of the family members are upgraded, the host will also be upgraded automatically. Congratulations to the host for upgrading to full stars for the first time and obtaining the full star reward title, Family Hero LV1 upgradable. Family Hero LV1. When there is a family member on the field, the host's combat power increases by 10%, and the host's family's combat power increases by 5%. Quote. Chen Yi was excited when he saw this generous reward, and asked the system in his mind. This title of Family Hero is a bit ugly, can we change it? And what does this upgradable mean, and how to upgrade it? The system replied. The host must work hard to improve the friendship level. Only full stars can be called family members. When the host has a certain number of family members, he can also awaken exclusive skills and more functions. Please don't just want to make new friends, but also care about your old friends occasionally. After listening, Chen Yi thought seriously. Ring, 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 Chen Yi's mobile phone ring interrupted his thinking. Chen Yi picked up the phone and looked at the caller ID, and quickly answered it. Uncle Jin Bing, why are you calling me? The two of them were busy, and the two of them were busy. New York, Hell's Kitchen, Good Luck Restaurant. Chen Yi was holding a mobile phone in front of the restaurant bar and talking to the other party. Have you read the news just now? My dear godson. Jin Bing's voice came from the other end of the phone. Thanks to you, I made a lot of money this time. This is faster and easier than my business. Ha 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 ha. Jin Bing laughed heartily. It turned out that Jin Bing called because of the news that Tony Stark closed the weapons factory. You made a lot of money, right? As for when to sell, I believe you have professionals who can handle it, Uncle Jin Bing. Then next, I can start preparing for the community college I mentioned. Chen Yi immediately said. I'm already preparing for you, but I tell you, there will be a lot of resistance in this matter. Other people in Hell's Kitchen are not as easy to talk to as me. Even if I didn't make money this time, could I not prepare for you? My dear godson, you don't even want to call me godfather. Jin Bing complained. You know, I never believe in religion, and I believe you don't believe in religion either. If it weren't for my dead father, Chen Yi said unhappily. Hearing Chen Yi say this, Jin Bing was not angry. If other people in Hell's Kitchen saw Jin Bing talking and laughing on the phone, they would probably be shocked. Don't say that about your dad. I think the best decision he made in his life was to make you my godson. I don't know what school you have to build or what restaurant you have to run after you come back to Hell's Kitchen. If it doesn't work, you can come back to take over my job so that I can retire early. Jin Bing said immediately. You're kidding, don't you still have Richard? Why do you have to give it to me? Chen Yi quickly refused. You know, Richard is not cut out for this. If he comes into this world, he will be eaten to pieces. I just want him and Vanessa to live in peace for the rest of their lives. Kingpin said helplessly. Let's talk about it again. If I take over, I will cut off a lot of your businesses. You know me, your subordinates will be able to endure it by then. It is estimated that not only Hell's Kitchen, but the entire dark world will be in chaos. Chen Yi explained. I will come to you for dinner this weekend with Vanessa and Richard. You have been working part-time recently and haven't seen them for a long time. Vanessa said she missed you, little fool. You are not allowed to refuse. It's settled, Kingpin said without question. That's right, this Kingpin is the villain of Hell's Kitchen. Kingpin's full name is Wilson Fisk. He is tall and has a body fat rate of only 2%. At least 40% of the criminal activities in the entire Marvel universe are related to him. When you mention the heroes in Hell's Kitchen, you may immediately think of Spider-Man and Daredevil. But if you mention the villain of Hell's Kitchen, there can only be one, and that is Kingpin. No other villain is as impressive as Kingpin. In fact, Chen Yi doesn't hate Kingpin very much, because he is not like other villains in Marvel, who want to destroy and conquer the world at any time. Kingpin just wants to make money seriously, and do whatever can make money. Of course, his way of making money is not completely right. At least, Chen Yi thinks that he is incompatible with gambling and drugs. Secondly, Kingpin is a normal human in Marvel, not relying on mutations or backgrounds. He relies entirely on his own training, hard work and study to make money and do business to get rid of Hell's Kitchen, and climb to the top step by step. Is he like a certain Spider-Man, who already lives in the slums, has the ability but does not work hard to make money, flies around every day, and finally his uncle died, he was cheated, and was fired from his job. Chen Yi does not oppose them punishing evil and promoting good, but he himself has not lived well, and his family has not lived well. Just save some insignificant people. Sorry, Chen Yi said he can't do it. Comics are just comics after all. People in them become heroes just for the sake of becoming heroes. When comics become reality, many people have to run around for a few pieces of silver, so how can they have time to care about others? When Chen Yi was just born, his dead father asked Jin Bing to be his godfather. Most people may think that godfather is the same as the godfather in China. In fact, the godfather in the West is related to religious activities. Families with religious beliefs will go to the church to be baptized by clergy after a period of time after the birth of the newborn. The newborn will swear that I will always be loyal to God, but that at that time, the newborn's teeth haven't grown yet, so it's impossible for him to speak. So usually the biological parents of the child say this for the child. Later, the biological parents don't have to do this job anymore, and they find a best friend of the parents to say this for the child. This man is called the godfather, and the woman is called the godmother. Moreover, this godfather or godmother is not in vain, he has the obligation to supervise the growth of the child. And after the biological parents of the child pass away, when the child is left without support, they need to fulfill the responsibilities of the biological parents. So, the godfather has more obligations than the godfather. But, who made Chen Yi a person who had experienced the 5,000-year-old cultural influence of a great country in his previous life, and he was an atheist. If he had to believe, he would believe in the Monkey King or the ancient Chinese gods. It was really difficult for him to call him godfather. Jin Bing was also a money seeker, and he didn't force Chen Yi to call him godfather. But their relationship was still very close. Vanessa was Jin Bing's wife, and Richard's full name was Richard Fisk, and he was the child of Jin Bing and Vanessa. In many Marvel universes, Kingpin's wife and children died at the hands of Kingpin's enemies. It's a bit like the relationship between Spider-Man and Spider-Man's uncle, both of whom need to be sacrificed to force the protagonist to upgrade. Kingpin in other parallel universes has given out the idea of retiring since his child died, and has become even crazier. It almost caused the Fourth World War, mainly because Kingpin's enemies are all over the world. In the end, he even realized that a king should not have any shackles, and killing his wife became the right path. It really perfectly interprets the sentence, if there is no woman in your heart, you will naturally become a god when you draw your sword. However, since Chen Yi has traveled through time and has this relationship with Kingpin, he will definitely not let this happen. And because of Chen Yi's relationship, Kingpin has also restrained himself a lot. He is not as cruel and cold-blooded as Kingpin in other Marvels, and he has not done many things that hurt the world, otherwise Chen Yi would not be able to get over his conscience. Furthermore, the Kingpin in the comics is really good at causing trouble. He has provoked ordinary superheroes such as Daredevil, Punisher, and Spider-Man, and even X-Men and Fantastic Four. If Chen Yi doesn't pull him aside, it is estimated that 90% of the superheroes in the world have a grudge against Kingpin. So Chen Yi has always taught Kingpin to make a fortune quietly. By the way, Hell's Kitchen is not very peaceful recently. A few days ago, when you were away, a rat wanted to enter your restaurant but was stopped by my people. Also, people from the hand and the high table have frequently appeared in Hell's Kitchen recently, as if they were looking for someone. Kingpin reminded Chen Yi. Be careful yourself, I will also ask the people over there. Humph, you are causing trouble in my territory without even saying hello to me. Do you really think that Kingpin is a soft persimmon? Others are afraid of the high table, but I am not afraid of the house playing games organized by your group of people who are not presentable. Okay, I will also pay attention. I am not afraid of them coming, and it just so happens that renovating the school still requires a lot of money. Chen Yi said indifferently. After Chen Yi hung up the phone, he slowly closed his eyes. Those mice should be the shield group that monitored Chen Yi before. This made Chen Yi even more dissatisfied with shield, and he made up his mind that if there was a next time, Chen Yi would not mind giving them some trouble. Chen Yi glanced at the clock in the restaurant. It was almost dinner time again, and it was time to prepare for business. Pietro, it's time to prepare the ingredients for me. I'm about to start work. Chen Yi hurriedly ordered. Chen, I'm not coming back to eat tonight. I'm going to the bar next door to pick up girls, Deadpool quickly interrupted. It's time to find a chef for the restaurant. It's too tiring to do it myself. I have to hire a waiter, too, or I'll be too busy, Chen Yi complained in a low voice. At night, the empty, good luck, restaurant gradually became popular. Old Chen, as usual, give me General Tso's chicken, a fried dumpling, and a Yangzhou fried rice. This is Butler, a snakehead from Hell's Kitchen, a frequent customer of Good Luck. He came with 2 shy Asian girls. After a while, Chen Yi served the dishes, then wiped his hands, looked at the 2 young Asian girls and said, Why, you brought 2 girls to pay respects today. They just smuggled in, and they insisted on staying when they were asked to leave. They said they came here to make money, so they brought them to pay respects. Everyone knows that in Hell's Kitchen, you are the only one who can make them do business with peace of mind. The snakehead butler said while picking up the dishes with chopsticks. Okay, then take them to Guinea's place. It's all a small matter. Chen Yi said nonchalantly. After listening, Butler gestured to the 2 girls, which should have been agreed before coming. The 2 girls took out scattered money from their bags, which totaled less than $1,000 and handed it to Chen Yi. No, keep this money for yourself. Do I look like I need this money? Chen Yi waved his hand and refused. The 2 girls stuffed the money into their pockets as if they didn't hear it. Take it. Other streets will take it, but you won't. They will have opinions. Besides, if you don't take it, these girls will not feel safe. Just think of it as helping them. Butler picked up a piece of General Tso's chicken and said, Okay, I'll take this money. I'll save it for you first. When you have saved enough money, you can leave Hell's Kitchen and come to me. Eat quickly, both of you. Do you want to eat something else? I'll make it for you. Chen Yi reluctantly took the money and gestured for them to eat quickly. Just as Chen Yi was chatting with the 2 girls, a figure walked towards the restaurant from the apartment. Hey, isn't this Lao Ma? It's rare to see you come to the restaurant today. Don't you always dislike Chinese food? Pietro teased when he saw Marcus coming over. Chen Yi heard Pietro's voice, stopped talking to the 2 girls, raised his head and looked in the direction of Marcus. It's not time to pay the rent today. What's wrong, Lao Ma? Chen Yi asked. Lao Ma first found a seat near the bar and sat down, then said to Chen Yi with a serious expression, Chen, I need your help. Chen Yi also noticed something was wrong, because Chen Yi smelled a faint smell of alcohol and blood from Lao Ma. Tell me, what is the problem that even the Continental Hotel can't solve, and you are a small landlord who has to trouble you? Chen Yi suddenly felt something was wrong. Marcus is an old man over 50 years old and one of the killers of the Continental Hotel. At first, Chen Yi thought Marcus was the Green Goblin in Marvel, but later he found out that he just looked like the Green Goblin. He was just rescued by Chen Yi in an accident, and then he has been living in Chen Yi's apartment. He usually stays at home and rarely interacts with others. The Continental Hotel can be said to be a jack of all trades. As long as you pay, you can get information, hire assassins, bodyguards, etc. Of course, they don't use US dollars, but a kind of gold coin. Basically, 80% of the killers in New York will register as members of the Continental Hotel. The Continental Hotel is a gathering place for killers. Of course, there are still many various killer organizations in the outside world, but they are not enough to compete with the Continental Hotel. This shows how powerful the Continental Hotel is. Of course, everything is because there is another organization behind the Continental Hotel, the High Table. It's just that I have an old friend who got into some trouble recently, and then he was chased by the killer and fled here to find me. He wanted to rest a few days. Marcus's voice was so low that he couldn't even hear it. Chen Yi's eyes widened after hearing this. Don't tell me that the people from the High Table and the people from the Hand and the Meeting have been looking for someone in Hell's Kitchen these days. They are not looking for your friend, right? Marcus nodded embarrassedly after hearing this. Chen Yi stared at Marcus and continued to ask loudly, "You won't tell me that your friend is in our apartment now?" Chen Yi hoped that Marcus would say the word, "Not at this time." But Chen Yi's hope was shattered, and Marcus nodded slowly. "How did you bring this trouble here?" "I want to raise the rent, and raise the rent severely," Chen Yi said helplessly. "So your friend did something to complain about the world. Why didn't he go to the mainland hotel, but came to my small place to find you?" Seeing that things had come to this point, Chen Yi could only ask. "My friend is called John Wick, and he is also a killer. He is my old friend. As for why he escaped here, I haven't asked him clearly, but he was shot and hasn't woken up yet. I'm going to tell you right away," Marcus said quickly. Chen Yi listened to this familiar name, as if he had seen it in a movie in his previous life. After all, he has been here for more than 20 years. Even if Chen Yi is smart and has a good memory, he can't remember everything. Chen Yi asked uncertainly, "Does your friend have a middle-parted hairstyle?" Marcus nodded. Chen Yi continued to ask, "Does your friend like dogs very much?" Marcus continued to nod like a ruthless nodding machine. The last question, "Does your friend have a title called Night Devil?" Looking at Marcus nodding on the side, Chen Yi confirmed that the man was the protagonist of a movie about rapid pursuit. Pietro on the side also interrupted and said, "It's the Night Devil who killed an entire Russian gang for a dog." "Wow, so cool." Quote, "So, Chen, you will help us, right? If it doesn't work, I will take people away from here immediately. I won't let you down." Marcus continued to ask. Chen Yi was silent for a while, and Marcus on the side looked at Chen Yi expectantly, waiting for his answer. Chen Yi took off his apron and said, "Let's go. Where can you go?" Gao Teizuo's people came to assassinate, and it's obvious that they have offended the high-level officials of the high-level table. As for whether you will be involved or not, when you step into my territory, you are my people by default. Lao Ma, you are my tenant after all. For your sake, I still have to go and see that guy. Besides, our apartment lobby is still short of a security guard. Quote, "Will it be too much trouble for you? After all, the other party is the high-level table," Lao Ma said uneasily. Chen Yi rolled his eyes. "You have brought people here, tell me if it's troublesome or not. I don't care about the high-level table or the low-level table. This is Hell's Kitchen, let's go upstairs." After the meal, the two of them were very busy. Chen Yi asked Pietro to stay in the restaurant and took the elevator with Lao Ma. Lao Ma's room was on the 5th floor of the apartment. There were about 10 rooms on the first floor, some with 2 bedrooms and 1 living room, and some with 1 bedroom and 1 living room. Lao Ma's house was a 1-bedroom and 1 living room, about less than 50 square meters. Chen Yi also thoughtfully equipped them with a washing machine and a dryer. You should know that in the United States, many apartments do not have washing machines. Generally, there is a public laundry area, and you have to put coins in every time you wash. When I walked into the room, a strong smell of alcohol and blood mixed together. As if hearing the sound of Chen Yi and Lao Ma coming in, a man in a suit and bandages who was supposed to be lying on the sofa suddenly sat up. His expression was very alert, and he was still holding a gun in his right hand. "Relax, this is my landlord. I asked him to help you. Do you feel better now?" Lao Ma hurried forward and asked with concern. After hearing Lao Ma's explanation, the man relaxed and apologized. "Sorry, I thought you were sent by the high table to hunt me down." Chen Yi confirmed that the man with a middle-parted hair and a full beard in front of him was really John Wick, who killed a whole family for a dog. "You shouldn't have come here. You should know that Lao Ma saved you. He will also get into trouble. Chen Yi waved his hand, indicating that he didn't care. Lao Ma almost died once because of you. Have you forgotten? Chen Yi continued to add. After hearing Chen Yi's words, John Wick seemed to feel a little guilty. It's okay, we are friends. What happened to you during this period? Why did someone from the high table come to kill you? Old Ma asked indifferently. John Wick glanced at Chen Yi hesitantly. It's okay, we are one. He won't betray you, I promise. Old Ma understood that John Wick still didn't trust Chen Yi. If it weren't for Old Ma being my tenant would be my friend. I wouldn't care about you. Chen Yi sneered. John Wick got Old Ma's guarantee, and then slowly told Chen Yi and Old Ma what he had experienced in the past few months. 10 minutes later. So, the elders of the New York branch of the high table blew up your house, and then you killed them. Old Ma exclaimed in disbelief. And then you violated the rules of the Continental Hotel and killed people in the hotel. Then Winston showed mercy to you and let you go. Old Ma felt that John Wick's experience during this period was enough to be made into a movie. Chen Yi did not speak after listening. He sat on the sofa with an expressionless face, thinking about how to maximize the benefits of this incident. The New York branch of the high table is now lacking an elder. Can Uncle Jin Bing go there for a while? The high table is a killer organization formed by major gangs around the world. There are a total of 12 seats, and its headquarters is in the desert near Casalanbuca. These 12 seats are the management of the high table, including the Mafia, the Glory Society, and the Antonio family represented by the two sisters who just died. Although the high table is a family inheritance, and the high table organization pays great attention to rules, the strong are used to make rules, so just make a new one. After all, both the high table and the Continental Hotel are quite good forces. Whether it is the corpse collection team of the Continental Hotel or the intelligence, there is also the bulletproof suit. After all, the people inside often fight internally, and Jin Bing is also a gangster, so it is more than enough to replace a seat. John Wick saw Chen Yi's face full of serious thoughts, thinking that Chen Yi was afraid of the trouble he would bring and the power of the high table. Then, John Wick quickly stood up and said, I'm really sorry, I'll leave now. The killers of the high table won't find out and won't cause you any trouble. Chen Yi quickly held John Wick and said, it's okay, I'm not afraid of trouble. I was just thinking about something just now. You don't think I'm afraid of the people of the high table. I was just thinking about how to get to the top now that the elder of the New York branch has been killed by you. Your friends are really joking, Lao Ma. I'd better leave here quickly and go to the Continental Hotel in Osaka to find someone else. Obviously John Wick didn't believe what Chen Yi said. He thought he was a person who overestimated his own abilities. Ding ding ding, Chen Yi's mobile phone rang at this time. Chen Yi answered the phone with his right hand, raised a finger with his left hand and put it in front of his mouth, indicating that Lao Ma and John Wick were not going to talk. Silence. Lao Ma and John Wick were confused and could only sit quietly on the sofa in the living room. They looked at each other and only heard Chen Yi's voice. It's me, yes, there's a rat coming here. Whose people are they? The Continental Hotel in New York was bombed. The elder of the high table in New York was killed. Go and find out. See if there is any room for maneuver. 3 minutes later, Chen Yi hung up the phone. Then he said to John Wick and Lao Ma, just now the Continental Hotel in New York was bombed, and because of you, Winston's butler Karen was also killed. Whose people are they? John Wick said angrily after hearing what happened to Winston and pounded the sofa with his right hand. It's the people of the Marquis, one of the 12 seats at the high table. Now they have also found your trace and sent assassins here. Chen Yi explained. I'm leaving now to attract their attention. You are innocent. John Wick wanted to leave here alone again after hearing this. Old Ma on the side looked at Chen Yi, as if to ask him to help John Wick. Why are you leaving? Do you think that if you leave, the Earl's people will let us go? Don't worry, this is Hell's Kitchen. If they come, I will let them sleep here forever. Chen Yi said calmly. Suddenly, Chen Yi felt a murderous aura. Gunshots rang out, and a bullet shot in from the opposite window. Chen Yi and the other two hurriedly dodged. Looking at the window shattered by bullets and the glass shards falling on the ground, Chen Yi became angry, and his right hand swung out a red light, which flew directly towards the sniper. The next moment, the red light directly penetrated the sniper and killed him instantly. Who told you to destroy my house? Chen Yi cursed secretly. John Wick and Old Ma on the side looked at Chen Yi's operation blankly. Landlord, you can do magic. Old Ma pointed at Chen Yi with his right hand trembling. It's strange. The money for the damaged window will be deducted from your deposit. If the deposit is not enough, you can give it to me. You two stay here, I will go and deal with them. I saved them from destroying my house, Chen Yi said unhappily. At this time, John Wick wanted to step forward to help, obviously not believing in Chen Yi's strength. Heal your wounds well. I won't let a wounded person participate in the battle, even if you are a night demon. Just watch my performance, it will be quick, Chen Yi said unhappily. The sky was dark, but the sky was dark. Under the puzzled gazes of John Wick and Lao Ma, Chen Yi walked towards the window. Chen, this is the 5th floor. You don't want to jump down directly, do you? Lao Ma asked in shock. The elevator is too slow. Jump out of the window quickly, I can't bear to let them destroy my house, even a little bit. After Chen Yi finished speaking, he jumped directly from the window on the 5th floor. When Chen Yi was about to reach the ground, he covered his feet with chaos magic, and his feet glowed red slightly, which slowed down, and then slowly landed. Originally, Chen Yi could jump down directly. After all, he had a self-healing factor, and it would not be a big deal even if he jumped directly from the 20th floor. He just considered that jumping down directly would make a huge noise, which would disturb other residents, which was not what he wanted. There's Superman here, a sniper cursed as he looked at the scene in front of him with an 8x scope. John Wick and Lao Ma quickly looked down the window and saw Chen Yi landed safely without any injury or even any sound. The two looked at each other with disbelief in their eyes. Even though they were experienced killers, they had never seen such a scene before. If Chen Yi below knew, he would only say that they were a group of people who had never seen the world. Before, Chen Yi rarely used superpowers because he was afraid of trouble, but since he met Tony Stark, Chen Yi knew that the era of superheroes was coming. In the future, those who can play high-end games are Thor, Hulk, etc., either mutated or relying on technology. Ordinary people can only steal heads like Hawkeye in the back. Don't you see that Black Widow is almost a soy sauce in the later Marvel movies, and can only talk and sacrifice her life? Chen Yi, who had just landed handsomely, had no time to look for the killer, when 5 more gunmen appeared and pulled the trigger at Chen Yi. A large number of bullets were released, forming a rain of bullets. Chen Yi subconsciously wanted to dodge, but when he glanced, he found that the restaurant door was behind him. Chen Yi cursed subconsciously, then waved his right hand, and 5 fingers shot out red light towards the rain of bullets. The bullets swept by the red light instantly lost power and fell directly to the ground. Seeing this scene, the killers were just stunned, and then continued to shoot. One of them saw that the bullets were ineffective and took out an RPG from somewhere. With a bang, an RPG came over. Seeing this, Chen Yi waved his right hand, and countless red lines shot at the bullets. He waved his left hand upwards, and saw the RPG missile wrapped in red light and flew into the sky. Just as Chen Yi used chaos magic with both hands, a Barrett bullet flew towards Chen Yi with a bang. In a flash, the Barrett bullet was about to hit Chen Yi's head. You are a professional killer indeed, with such cooperation. Looking at the possibility of being shot in the head, Chen Yi said calmly without panic. The next second, Chen Yi's eyes glowed red, and the bullet flew back in the opposite direction. As the RPG exploded in the sky, 5 gunmen and snipers were killed by their own bullets and fell to the ground instantly. Dad, look, there are fireworks in the sky. A father and daughter from Hell's Kitchen stood by the window and pointed at the sky. With the death of all 5 gunmen, the street became quiet instantly. However, the residents living on the street were obviously attracted by the sound of the fight just now. If residents from other places saw this kind of fighting, they might be scared, but this is Hell's Kitchen, and they grow up in this environment every day. In other words, no one who can live in Hell's Kitchen is an easy target. Just like now, they watched with interest, not afraid of the risk of being accidentally injured by the killer. Killers in suits came from all directions to support, and just as they were about to attack Chen Yi, a group of killers accidentally shot at a BMW car with guns. A tattooed man standing at the window watching the excitement howled angrily, "That's the car I just stole, you stupid birds in suits." The killer shot the man with a warning shot after hearing it, signaling him to shut up. The bullet did not hit the tattooed man, but it was obviously angered. The tattooed man shouted, "You are provoking our Hell's Kitchen room." Quote. Then the suit killer was horrified to find that the tattooed strongman was carrying an RPG on his shoulder and pointing it at himself, completely ignoring the damage that firing an RPG in his room would cause to his home. The suit killer hurriedly fled. After all, his own suit could block bullets, but he would be dead if an RPG came down. These killers didn't care about Chen Yi and quickly fled from the place where the RPG exploded. Even these well-trained killers looked at the place where the explosion occurred and became a little frightened. What kind of hell is this place, so scary? Is it logical for a car thief to have an RPG in his home? Who would steal a car with this thing? Do people in Hell's Kitchen need to use RPGs to steal cars? Chen Yi laughed at this scene and looked around. Come on, I don't need to do anything now. You can just mess with me, why mess with the residents of Hell's Kitchen? They are not as reasonable as me. Quote. As if the RPG just now was a signal to start a war, many residents of Hell's Kitchen took out guns of different calibers from their homes. They fired from the windows from high to low as if they were free. Many killers had bulletproof suits, but their heads were not bulletproof. What's more, they drove cars from all directions and started shooting. The reinforcements sent by the Marquis were killed by the people of Hell's Kitchen before they even reached the block where Chen Yi was. John Wick upstairs was stunned to see the killers downstairs being beaten back by the people of Hell's Kitchen. Are the folk customs of your Hell's Kitchen so simple and wild? John Wick turned his head and asked the calm old ma on the side. What do you mean your Hell's Kitchen? That's our Hell's Kitchen. Our Hell's Kitchen has always been like this. Since you came to Hell's Kitchen, you are naturally a part of Hell's Kitchen. What's the matter? Do you want to run away after we help you? Old Ma obviously knew Chen Yi's thoughts and knew that Chen Yi wanted to keep his friend here. Old Ma also thought it was good, and he would have a companion in the future. Having lived here for a few years, he has developed a certain affection for Hell's Kitchen. He also knew what Chen Yi wanted to do, and he was looking forward to the changes that Chen Yi would bring to Hell's Kitchen. John Wick didn't say anything after listening, but just smiled and watched everything happening downstairs. It seemed that he found that he was quite suitable for Hell's Kitchen. The two of them were beaten. That bald guy, you're just standing there, no one has died after fighting for a long time. The fat guy over there, pay attention to the left, pay attention to the left. Just as Chen Yi was commenting on the fight between the people in Hell's Kitchen and the assassins sent by the Marquis with great interest. Suddenly a sword light attacked Chen Yi, and Chen Yi immediately jumped back to avoid the attack of the person coming. Then he stood still and kicked the opponent with his right foot. The opponent heard the sound of the wind brought by Chen Yi's right foot and quickly blocked Chen Yi's kick with a knife, and then pulled away. Only then did Chen Yi have the opportunity to look at the person who attacked him. Master Yi of Wing Chun. Chen Yi blurted out when he saw the person coming. The other person was a Chinese face that Chen Yi often saw in his previous life, but he was not wearing the clothes of the Republic of China period, but a suit and a pair of black blind glasses. He held a special cane in his hand, which could pull out a sword, which was used to attack Chen Yi just now. Looking at the familiar Chinese face in front of him, Chen Yi was so excited that he almost cried. Although Chen Yi had seen many familiar faces in his previous life after traveling through time, it was the first time he saw such a recognizable and serious Chinese face. I'm not Master Yi, you recognize the wrong person. My name is Kane, you can also call me Kane. Kane said with a simple smile. I'm John Wick's friend, I'm here to find him. Kane continued to add. Are you not the Marquise's man? Chen Yi asked curiously. Chen Yi still had a good impression of the man in front of him. Perhaps it was because he had the face of Master Yi. I'm not his man, but I was sent by him. But I don't plan to kill him today. Why don't we ask both sides to stop fighting? After all, it's not good for either side to continue fighting. Besides, the police should be here soon. Kane replied. Then Kane put the sword back into his cane, indicating that he had no intention of fighting. Chen Yi looked around and thought that it was time to make enough noise. Today was indeed lively enough. After all, there was another blind man watching covetously. Okay, You ask the Marquise's men to stop, and I'll ask our people to stop. Chen Yi agreed. Then Chen Yi and Kane began to signal the people below to stop. Slowly, both sides began to lay down their weapons. One of the people from Hell's Kitchen said dissatisfiedly, "You asked us to stop, so we stopped. Why should we listen to you?" Chen Yi exuded the temperament of a superior, staring at the man from Hell's Kitchen with his eyes fixed. "If you want to fight, I will fight with you. Don't forget whose territory this street is. If you don't obey, I will let Jin Bing's people deal with you tomorrow. Stop it, all of you. If there is any loss today, go to Fisk Building to find Jin Bing to reimburse you. Now go back to your own nest. I promise that everyone will be compensated today." After listening to Chen Yi's soft and hard tactics, Hell's Kitchen could only go back to their homes even if they were dissatisfied. On the other side, Kane also let the killers retreat. Before leaving, one of the killer leaders also made a harsh statement to Chen Yi, "The Marquis will not let you go. Dare to stop our Gao Tezuo's people from doing things." After hearing this, Chen Yi also sneered, "Get ready for the revenge of Hell's Kitchen." Then, the New York police also arrived at the scene belatedly. Several policemen walked towards Chen Yi and Kane. Chen Yi also knew one of them, the police chief George Stacy. Police Chief George Stacy lit a cigarette and said to Chen Yi, "It's really lively here today, with RPGs and heavy machine guns. Be quiet, Chen." Apparently, the chief was quite familiar with Chen. "It's okay now, you know, this is Hell's Kitchen after all, it's okay as long as no ordinary people are injured. Just say that someone accidentally fired a gun in Hell's Kitchen today." Chen Yi replied shamelessly. "You make it very difficult for me, Chen. I have to arrest a few people, otherwise I can't explain to the media and the people above. You know, those media are really good at making up stories. There may be terrorists fighting in Hell's Kitchen tomorrow," George Stacy said helplessly. After listening to this, Chen Yi pointed at the dozen or so corpses on the high table and said, "There are no living people. Those corpses are all assassins sent by the high table. You can take them back and report them. I don't care how you make them up. You make it very difficult for me." "Unless," George Stacy asked. 500,000, I think the police station in Hell's Kitchen is a bit shabby, use this money to repair it." Chen Yi understood. This group of high tables dared to disturb the people in Hell's Kitchen, and were all shot dead by our police. "Take the bodies away, and withdraw the team." George Stacy's set of movements was smooth and flowing. Master Yi on the side laughed after hearing this. "You people in Hell's Kitchen are really interesting. Okay, I'll take you to see John Wick and the others." Chen Yi stretched and said. Then he took Master Yi to the elevator of the apartment. When Chen Yi opened the door of the room, "Long time no see, Kane." Lao Ma greeted first, obviously recognizing Master Yi. "You are here to kill me too, Kane." John Wick was obviously not very happy to see this old friend. "I don't want to kill you, but the Marquis threatened me with my daughter," Master Yi said helplessly. After hearing this, Chen Yi's mind became active instantly. "Tell me the details, I can save your daughter, provided that you stay in Hell's Kitchen," Chen Yi said quickly. After all, fellow villagers meet, and tears well up in their eyes. Chen Yi still wants to keep this familiar face. After hearing this, Master Yi said instantly, "As long as you can save my daughter, I will agree to any request, provided that you don't do anything that is harmful to the world." Then John Wick and Lao Ma also stepped forward to thank him. "Thank you, Chen. We really troubled you too much." Quote. Ding. A system prompt sounded in my mind. Congratulations to the host Marcus for raising his favorability to 5 stars. Congratulations on obtaining the attribute. Sniper Mastery LV 5 inches. Do you want to merge immediately? Congratulations to the host for successfully adding John Wick as a friend. Congratulations on obtaining the attribute. Luck Protagonist LV 1 inch. Congratulations to the host John Wick for raising his favorability to 2 stars. Congratulations on obtaining the attribute. Firearms Mastery LV 10 inches. Do you want to merge immediately? Merge immediately. Chen Yi's heart, it's so funny. Although there is only one special attribute, the others are ordinary attributes. But after integrating these ordinary attributes, Chen Yi is basically a human smallpox version without using superpowers. Chen Yi will finally be a little protagonist in the future. Don't look at it as just the luck protagonist LV1, but John Wick relied on this first-level halo to kill more than 600 people in 4 movies. In the future, bullets will have to avoid Chen Yi. The trouble is solved for the time being, you can rest here. I'll take care of the rest. Lao Ma, take good care of your old friend. Chen Yi said to John Wick. As for you, Master Yi, go back to the marquee first, I will send someone to rescue your daughter. Wait for my good news. I won't disturb you to reminisce for now. Chen Yi got up and left, obviously ready to take revenge. The old man was in a hurry to get out of the house. Fisk Building. Kingpin, holding a cigar in his hand, looked down at everything happening in Hell's Kitchen through the window of his office. It's really lively in Hell's Kitchen today. Kingpin sighed. Boss, do you need me to get rid of them? One of Kingpin's men, Bullseye, asked. Bullseye knew that the boss in front of him was really angry, and immediately stood up to show his loyalty. No, notify the gangs in Hell's Kitchen to get rid of all the industries in the high table sphere of influence in New York, and whoever gets it will get it. The one who contributes the most will be exempted from 2 months of protection fees. Then I remember that the people sent this time are the Marquise's people, his power is in France, right? Say hello to all the forces related to us in France, whoever kills the Marquis will get $15 million. Finally, all residents of Hell's Kitchen who have the heads of the high table or the forces under the high table will get 10,000 per head. Jin Bing ordered one after another. Received, boss. The people around Jin Bing received the order and immediately withdrew and notified. Aren't they the most disciplined people in the high table? Why don't they have to abide by the rules of Hell's Kitchen when they come to my Hell's Kitchen? Since they don't abide by the rules, I will let them see the price of not abiding by the rules. Jin Bing said with his hands behind his back, looking at the scene of Hell's Kitchen outside the window. The next day, the people in Hell's Kitchen who heard the news were boiling, and they went home to take out various weapons, drove out of Hell's Kitchen. A supermarket owned by the New York forces of the high table broke into several tattooed strongmen, holding machine guns and shooting at the ceiling, while the others robbed the money. They also burned the entire supermarket before leaving. A killer belonging to the high table was ruthlessly run over by a car just after walking out of the coffee shop. Similar things are happening all over the world at the same time. France, Marquise's mansion. Gunfire roared. The Marquis was fleeing in a panic under the cover of several bodyguards. This is the nth wave. Are these mercenaries crazy today? Why are they coming one after another? The Marquis said angrily. Mr. Marquis, you are very valuable now, please don't move. You are now offered a reward of $15 million by the black market. This price is enough to make mercenaries and killers all over the world boil. It is estimated that more killers will come. One of the Marquise's men said. How dare they do this? I am one of the 12 elders of the high table. They will pay for this. I will let all the assassins of the high table take revenge. The Marquis roared. At this time, a grenade was thrown next to the Marquis, and the Marquis was terrified and at a loss. The Marquis, bodyguards on the side hurriedly pulled the Marquis to run wildly. The Marquis was frightened and looked back at the explosion. For the first time, he was suddenly afraid of Hell's Kitchen. Retreat, cover the Marquis. We need support, a bodyguard in a suit said to the headset. In this way, the Marquis embarked on a journey of escape these days. He thought that as long as he avoided this attack, he would be safe. Little did he know that he would have to pay the price of his life next time. Good Luck Restaurant. Chen Yi was recruiting chefs at this time. He held a resume and said to the downtrodden Asian man with white hair across from him, Mr. Stephen Chow, right? Why are you applying for this restaurant? I'm new here and want to make a living. I heard that you are the best in this street, and you provide food and accommodation. Stephen Chow said. I saw your resume. You have won the title of International God of Cookery. What is the reason for you to become so downtrodden that you need to condescend to work for me? The more Chen Yi looked at the resume, the more wrong it seemed. Why did this person's experience feel a little familiar? Ha 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 ha, that's all in the past. A hero doesn't mention his past achievements. I wonder if I can do it. Stephen Chow asked. You also know that the most important thing for a chef is cooking skills. I wonder what Mr. Stephen Chow's specialty is. Chen Yi asked back. Well, I have many specialties, such as Buddha jumps over the wall and Manchu Han banquet. As for my best dish, it may be the sadness rice. Stephen Joe replied. The sadness rice, a very unique name. Chen Yi was immediately interested. Just when Chen Yi was about to let Stephen Joe show off his skills, an uninvited guest came to the restaurant, followed by John Wick and Lao Ma. Chen Yi could only see this. Turning to Stephen Chow, he said, "You're hired. The test will be later. Come back tomorrow. I have something to do now." Stephen Chow saw this and could only leave helplessly. Chen Yi didn't know how good a chef he had missed. "Chen, this is Winston, the former head of the New York Continental Hotel. Winston, this is our Mr. Chen Yi." John Wick introduced them. Chen Yi stepped forward and shook hands with Winston. "No one comes to visit you for no reason. I wonder what Mr. Winston needs." "Hello, Mr. Chen Yi, I came here mainly to find John this time. I want to teach him how to solve the troubles in front of him. But he said you would help him solve it, so I came to you out of curiosity. Secondly, I want to cooperate with you." Winston said straight to the point. After listening, Chen Yi was not in a hurry. He sat down, took out the tea set and started to make tea, and motioned them to sit down and talk. Chen Yi brewed tea and filled them one by one, then said, "Please drink tea, this is pu'er from China. I roughly know what you want to renovate your Continental Hotel." Winston was surprised to hear this, he didn't expect Chen Yi to know his needs. Just as Winston was about to speak, Chen Yi continued, "I know you all want revenge, I will get rid of the marquee and let you reopen the Continental Hotel, but..." Winston knew that Chen Yi had conditions after hearing this, and said, "You said, as long as you can help me get revenge and reopen the hotel, I can give you any amount of money." Chen Yi smiled and shook his head, then pointed at Winston, "I don't want money, I want you." Winston and John's faces changed instantly, they didn't expect Chen Yi to have such a hobby. Chen Yi knew they had misunderstood when he saw their expressions, and he quickly explained, "I'm not gay, I mean I want you to be loyal to me, as well as the Continental Hotel and your resources behind you. And I want the Continental Hotel to be opened in Hell's Kitchen, anyway your Continental Hotel has been bombed." Winston was silent after hearing this. Chen Yi struck while the iron was hot and said, "I know your concerns, I will solve the problems that I will solve with the high table, I will let you open normally, there will be no trouble. You just need to be loyal to me. I don't know how you will solve it. You also know that if you are not one of the 12 seats of the high table, it is impossible to make the Continental Hotel loyal to you. I personally have no problem. And even if you solve the marquee, there will be others who will continue to trouble you." Winston expressed his concerns. "You don't have to worry about this. Isn't the Antonio family of the high table in New York almost destroyed? I just need to replace this family. I can't do it, but Kingpin can't do it," Chen Yi said calmly after drinking a sip of tea. "The next step is to challenge the high table. The condition is that they open the Continental Hotel in the New York kitchen and it will belong to me. Chen Yi has secured one of the 12 seats in the high table. Even Jesus can't stop him. The desert near Casablanca, the headquarters of the high table. I guess your business has been destroyed by the Kingpin of Hell's Kitchen recently." A Middle Eastern man with a block on his head said as he sat at one of the seats at a large round table. This large round table has 12 seats, which represent the 12 seats of the high table. Currently, only 10 of them are occupied, and those who are not present have opened the video call. Today is the elders' meeting of the high table, which is aimed at the recent revenge from Hell's Kitchen. Those who are not present are the Marquis who is on the run and the people of Antonio's family who have died. "Marquis, why didn't you come? I wanted to talk to him about compensation. It's all because of his arrogance that we have suffered so much loss." A Russian elder roared angrily. "So we have to retaliate. Jin Bing is challenging the authority of our high table. Let outsiders think that our high table is easy to bully." A Korean man who looks like a star said, "Peace is the most precious thing, peace is the most precious thing. Everyone comes out to make money. Besides, I heard that it was the Marquis who broke the rules first and went directly to Jin Bing's territory to cause trouble for Jin Bing's godson. I think it's better to find someone to talk to Jin Bing first. I heard that Jin Bing's godson is also very interested in joining our high table." The speaker at this time is an elder with an Asian face on the screen. All kinds of cats and dogs want to join our high table club, said an old man in a samurai costume with disdain. I heard that Kingpin's godson is a mutant who controls magic. And now John Wick and Marcus, 2 former legendary killers, are under his command, and there are 2 immortal mercenaries. An elder named Makudum said. Then Makudum held the remote control in his right hand and turned on the big screen to play the video of Chen Yi's fight in Hell's Kitchen that day. The elders looked at Chen Yi in the picture, flying, stopping bullets, bombing with magic, and the terrifying speed and amazing power, all of which told everyone that he was powerful. After watching the video at this moment, the expressions of the many elders on the screen and sitting in the conference room were different. Some were disdainful, some were shocked, and some were expressionless. But there is no doubt that they were also shocked by Chen Yi's strength. Kingpin is really lucky to have such a powerful godson. One of the elders said jealously. Ha ha ha, I still want to meet this little friend. The elder of Hongmen said in his loud voice. Seeing this, Elder Makudum on the side also said, there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. This world has always been ruled by those who are capable. I think it's better to talk to Jin Bing. I think everyone present is very clear about Jin Bing's strength, so I don't need to say it. So, I will talk to him about a truce. After all, every day of delay means we lose one more day. Let's start voting, peace or war. After a round of voting, Elder Makudum began to count the votes. 6 votes in favor of peace talks, 2 votes in favor of fighting, and 2 abstentions. I will be responsible for talking to Jin Bing. That's it, adjourn the meeting. Fisk Building. I saw Jin Bing's huge body sitting on a high-end Italian custom sofa answering the phone. Jin Bing, it's time to stop. You guys in Hell's Kitchen have been in the limelight these 2 days. Do you really think our high table is a soft persimmon? Do you really want to fight to the death for a godson? Besides, your godson is fine. You know, we have our own judges in the high table. Elder Makudum threatened. It is obvious that the high table knows Jin Bing. After all, they are all top figures in the dark world, and it is normal for them to have business dealings. Makudum, we are old friends. What do you mean by for a godson? Fortunately, my godson is fine, so I will teach you a lesson. We can come and go as we please in Hell's Kitchen. If my dear godson gets into trouble, I will let all of you in the high table be buried with him even if I risk my life. Quote. Jin Bing smoked a cigar and didn't care about the threat from the high table. Besides, you deserve to die together, Jin said disdainfully. After hearing Jin Bing's ridicule, Elder Makudum on the other end of the phone took a deep breath. After all, now. It is indeed not easy to tear each other apart. After all, the high table is a union of 12 top families, and it is not a solid block. Everyone has their own selfishness, and it is impossible to destroy their family business for a marquee. To be honest, Jin Bing has no direct hatred with them, and there are even some interests. If a war really breaks out, some of them may turn to Jin Bing's side. Tell me your conditions, how can I calm your anger? Makudum asked helplessly. It's very simple, I want a seat in the high table. The Continental Hotel in New York will be opened in our Hell's Kitchen. The money for the renovation will be paid by you, the high table, and my people will take care of it. And you have to compensate me and my godson for mental damages, and the labor costs of Hell's Kitchen. $500 million US. Jin Bing said loudly. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Not to mention that there is an ancient family behind the 12 seats of the high table, you can't be one. And rebuilding a continental hotel, you know how much it costs. Then let's go to war. Makudum seemed to be losing his mind after hearing Jin Bing's conditions. Jin poured a glass of red wine calmly, and then said, don't worry, I know that your high table has an ancient tradition, that is, one-on-one duels. The winner can get any promise from your high table. I can let my godson participate and fight against the Marquis. When the Marquis loses, we will kill their family forces together, and the assets we get will be enough to rebuild a continental hotel and compensate. Others in your high table don't have to pay a penny. Quote. Makudum's pupils trembled after hearing this, and he realized that Jin Bing's appetite was so big. Not only did he want a seat, but he also wanted to destroy the whole family. He was worthy of being the overlord of Hell's Kitchen. But, you know that the prerequisite for initiating a duel is to join the family first. Chen Yi is not a member of the 12 families. Quote. It's okay. I have sent people to kill all the people from the Antonio family in New York. There is no such family in the world. Chen Yi just represents my Fisk family. Also, just give the seat of the high table to my godson. I am old and will not join it. Jin Bing said lightly, as if the matter of the family that had just been destroyed had nothing to do with him. Okay, I can decide and agree to your nephew's seat. I will also notify you about the duel, but the Marquis family is very powerful, and we may not take action. Makudam agreed. 64 points, I will take 6, and as for the remaining 4, I don't care how you divide it. Jin Bing interrupted Makudam and quoted. We will take action. The premise is that your godson can win. Hearing Jin Bing's offer, Makudam also agreed. The king of the city was in trouble. France, Marquis Castle. The high table judge found the Marquis who was admiring the painting. He presented Chen Yi's challenge letter and said, this is a challenge letter from Chen Yi in Hell's Kitchen. According to the rules, you must accept the challenge. The Marquis didn't care at first. He spread his hands and crossed his legs and said comfortably, according to the rules of the high table, people who don't belong to any family of the high table should not be able to challenge. The high table judge lowered his head and told the Marquis, just today, the high table unanimously agreed that Kingpin replaced the Antonio family in New York to establish a new family. According to the rules, Chen Yi is here to challenge you on behalf of the Fisk family. After hearing this, the Marquis' wonderful mood instantly fell to the bottom. Although he remained calm on the surface, the oppression of Hell's Kitchen represented by Chen Yi could not be completely hidden. The Marquis was not as comfortable as before. He stood up with his hands on his hips, his eyes dull, probably recalling the experience of being beaten and fleeing in a panic a few days ago. As the Marquis of the high table, he knew very well that the challenge could not be refused. And the judge of the high table also put forward Jin Bing, or Chen Yi's request. First of all, there is a compensation of 500 million yuan, and John Wick must be freed, and the Continental Hotel in New York must be rebuilt, and all the costs of the repairs must be borne by the Marquis. Of course, all of this is based on Chen Yi's victory. The Marquis looked at the painting in front of him and agreed happily. After all, he could not refuse it. At this time, he realized how heavy the price of provoking Hell's Kitchen was. Then, the Marquis set the place to discuss the challenge at the Eiffel Tower at noon. After listening, the judge of the high table said, I will convey it to Mr. Chen Yi. Then he turned and left. The Marquis was left thinking. Hell's Kitchen, good luck restaurant. Okay, I got it. Chen Yi hung up the phone. John Wick and Winston were waiting anxiously. Chen Yi slowly said, the Marquis agreed to the conditions and will go to Paris tomorrow to discuss the duel. John Wick and Winston looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't expect Chen Yi to really convince the high table to agree to such an outrageous condition. However, France is the Marquis's territory. Are you sure the Marquis will participate in the duel obediently? Winston obviously saw the problem. Of course I know that it is the Marquis's territory, and I also know that he will not let me participate in the duel easily. After all, he knows who will be the loser if it really happens. Chen Yi smiled slightly. Chen Yi certainly knew the Marquis's mind. He just wanted to use the power of the family to gather people to kill Chen Yi before the duel. The Marquis wanted to kill Chen Yi, and Chen Yi also wanted to kill the Marquis, not just the Marquis, but also the Marquis's forces. If Chen Yi changed the location to New York, first of all, he killed the Marquis, and other members of the Marquis family would retaliate continuously. Although Chen Yi was not afraid of retaliation, it would also bring him trouble unexpectedly. So the best way is to kill once and for all. Just go to other people's territory and see whose people are stronger. If you want to get involved, you have to rely on power and strength. In Paris, don't I have enough people to call in Hell's Kitchen? Pack up, John and Lao Ma will go to Paris with me to work. As for Winston, stay here with Pietro and wait for my good news. After saying that, Chen Yi stood up and prepared to pack up and set off. At noon the next day, Chen Yi took John Wick to the appointment on time. After the confirmation of the high table messenger, the Marquis had already sat on the chair of the duel table with his legs crossed and waited for a long time. Seeing Chen Yi and John Wick, the culprit behind everything, the Marquis showed a trace of resentment on his face, and then instantly smiled and said to Chen Yi, Mr. Chen Yi, you are indeed a handsome man. The previous incident in Hell's Kitchen was my mistake. In this case, I will spend $500 million as compensation. As long as you hand over John Wick to me, I can pretend that nothing happened. After all, you have become a member of the High Table, just like me. You don't have to sacrifice everything for an insignificant killer, right? Chen Yi sat opposite the Marquis, first ignoring the Marquis, and instead said to Master Yi behind the Marquis in Chinese, Master Yi, the community college in Hell's Kitchen is ready to enroll students. Obviously, Chen Yi wanted to use this euphemistic way to come and tell Master Yi that his daughter is safe. Originally, Chen Yi didn't want to use such a flamboyant method. Even if it was in Chinese, there would be a risk of being exposed, and it would be easy for the Marquis opposite to guess it. But Master Yi was blind, so he couldn't see Chen Yi's gestures, so he could only tell him with his voice. The Marquis on the side looked at Chen Yi and Master Yi with a puzzled look. He did not expect that the two of them would be related, and his face was gloomy for a while. Master Yi obviously understood what Chen Yi meant, and there wasn't even any change on his face. Ran, who didn't know, thought Master Yi was ignoring Chen Yi. In fact, the system has already told Chen Yi. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully adding Kane as a friend. Acquired attribute. Swordsmanship LV7. Congratulations to the host, Kane's favorability has been raised to 2 stars. Attribute acquired. Hearing enhancement LV8. Congratulations to the host, Kane's favorability has been raised to 3 stars. Attribute acquired. Martial arts mastery LV7. Whether to merge immediately. Yes, Chen Yi quickly replied in his mind. It seems that his daughter is indeed very important to him. After coming back to his senses, Chen Yi quickly asked the Marquis, I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you just said. The Marquis narrowed his eyes. He was obviously dissatisfied with Chen Yi's indifferent attitude. He just wanted to kill this ignorant guy, but he still held back his anger. It's okay, I mean, you can take John Wick. Chen Yi directly shook his index finger and interrupted, it doesn't matter what you say. John Wick is my friend. You know that people in Hell's Kitchen all have one characteristic, and that is to protect their shortcomings. I just need to make sure that it is you who wants to kill me. Friends, so stop talking nonsense and get started. Just when Chen Yi finished saying this, the voice of the system came again in his mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host, John Wick's favorability has been raised to 3 stars. Attribute acquired. Assassination mastery LV 10 inches. Congratulations to the host, John Wick's favorability has been increased to 4 stars. Attribute acquired. Driving proficiency LV 9 inches. Congratulations to the host, John Wick's favorability has been raised to 5 stars. Attribute acquired. Dog raising, LV 10. Immediate fusion or not. Instant integration. Chen Yi instantly felt the human skeleton appear in his mind, and knew where it was easiest to die. Looking at the dog raising proficiency gained, Chen Yi complained, John Wick still really loves dogs. He is almost maxing out his dog raising skills, and he happens to have a dog at home. The moment Chen Yi saw the system prompt, he knew that John Wick truly regarded him as a good friend. Hell's Kitchen once again welcomed a legendary killer, but unfortunately he was retired. However, in the future, Hell's Kitchen schools can add a self-defense class and let John Wick be the teacher of this class. After all, New York is such a mess. The children will no longer be in Hell's Kitchen, so they will need some self-preservation ability. Okay, if you are determined to go against me, then you will go to hell with your good friends. It was obvious that the Marquis had lost his patience and did not intend to abide by the rules of the High Table. With a wave of his hand, countless killers who had been waiting in ambush rushed out from all directions, and even 2 helicopters appeared in the sky. The enemy was in chaos, and the enemy was in chaos. The consul under the Marquis led a group of his men and assassins with heavy machine guns and started shooting. Kill them all. Since you dare to be my enemy, kill everyone here. The Marquis knew that only by killing everyone here, even the High Table Society could not do anything to him. After all, there would be no evidence. After waving his hand, the Marquis quickly joined the assassins in the back. Tat, tat, bullets poured out of the assassins, guns as if they were free. Seeing this, Chen Yi quickly jumped up from the chair and overturned the table with one hand. The dense bullets shot through the table and shot towards Chen Yi, leaving thumb-sized bullet holes on the table. Chen Yi did not use chaos magic to directly bounce the bullets as before, but wanted to try out the swordsmanship he had just acquired. Then he used chaos magic in his right hand to create a sword and chopped at the flying bullets. Ding 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 ding. Then Chen Yi took off with a ricochet and killed the killer. With Chen Yi's inhuman reaction and skilled swordsmanship, Chen Yi harvested the killer's life like the god of death. Master Yi listened to the familiar rhythm of the swordsmanship on the opposite side and was secretly shocked. How could the swordsmanship used by Chen Yi be so similar to my swordsmanship? Did he also use a sword all the time? But the previous information clearly showed that he used a knife. Did he learn my swordsmanship from the last time we sparred? There are such geniuses in the world. It's really a hero born in youth. I really want to spar with him. The high table messenger on the side was unfortunately shot and killed in the hail of bullets, even though he was wearing a bulletproof suit. John at the back also jumped up from the chair, grabbed the pistol at his waist with his backhand, loaded the bullet, and rolled over to shoot at the killer. Bang! A killer was shot and fell to the ground instantly. Then John Wick quickly hid behind a pillar. Seeing that the first wave of attacks was blocked by Chen Yi and John Wick, the Marquis shouted angrily to Master Yi, "Kane, it's your turn, get rid of them quickly. Get rid of them, and I will reunite you father and daughter." Master Yi at the side also stood up from the chair slowly after hearing this, and then drew his sword. "Actually, the person I want to kill the most is you." Then Master Yi suddenly jumped up with his left hand holding a gun and quickly shot at the Marquis's men on both sides. The bullet quickly passed through the Marquis's men's heads and killed them instantly. He rushed towards the Marquis with his right hand holding a sword. Seeing the sudden sneak attack, the Marquis didn't react for a while. Just as Master Yi's sword was about to chop at his head, the consul on the side quickly stood in front of the Marquis and raised his right hand to block Master Yi's sword. Master Yi realized that the sneak attack was not successful, and quickly slid away, and then distanced himself from the Marquis and others. The Marquis did not expect Master Yi to suddenly turn against him. After all, Master Yi's daughter was still in his hands. "Kane, you don't want your daughter anymore, and you dare to attack me. You should also go down and keep your daughter company," the Marquis said angrily, and then ordered the killers to shoot at Master Yi. Master Yi dodged the bullets, either with his suit or with his sword. He smiled and said, "You don't have to worry about my daughter, you should worry about yourself." Seeing that Master Yi was unharmed, the Marquis on the side was anxious and quickly grabbed the RPG of his subordinates beside him. Then a missile flew towards Master Yi. Boom! Master Yi, who was struggling to dodge bullets at the moment, had no choice but to listen to the sound of the missile getting closer and closer to him. "I knew in my heart that I couldn't dodge this time, but I regretted not seeing my daughter before I died. However, with Chen Yi and John Wick here, they should take good care of my daughter." "Go to hell, the one who betrayed me." Marquis looked at Master Yi, who was about to be blown to pieces by the missile, with excitement. Bang! Ha ha ha! How could it be? Marquis's laughter stopped abruptly, because the imagined explosion did not happen. Just when the missile was about to hit Master Yi, a red light fixed the missile. It turned out that Chen Yi behind Master Yi took action. "No, you dare to touch my people, and you don't learn your lesson. Guns and cannons are useless to me." Chen Yi opened the 5 fingers of his right hand and said while posing. Then the missile turned around and flew back to the Marquis side as if it had GPS positioning. Chen Yi had just dealt with the assassins around him, and was about to go find trouble with the Marquis when he saw Yi. Master Yi was almost blown up, so he quickly rescued Master Yi. "Master Yi, I saved your life again." Chen Yi teased the embarrassed Master Yi. "Thank you." Master Yi stood up calmly and patted the dust on his body. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Kane's favorability has been raised to 4 stars. Get the attribute. Wing Chun LV5. Do you want to merge immediately? Merge immediately. Chen Yi looked at Master Yi on the side in surprise. "You still say you are not Master Yi, you even know Wing Chun. Could it be that Master Yi went abroad and followed the local customs and stopped wearing Zhongshan suits, and started wearing suits?" The explosion suddenly sounded, the flames shot up to the sky, and the floor and some meat scraps flew across. Chen Yi said to Master Yi, "You go and deal with the other killers, and leave the Marquis to me." Then Chen Yi walked towards the flames. The Marquis had lost his former elegance. His white suit was stained with blood. He was in great pain and collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Ding ling ling. The old-fashioned mobile phone rang. The Marquis took out his mobile phone from his pocket with difficulty. Mr. Marquis, our various industries have been attacked by unknown people. We have suffered heavy losses and need support. Members of the family have also been attacked inexplicably, with heavy casualties. Marquis, you must avenge us. A miserable and sad voice sounded. After hearing this, the Marquis was furious and spit out a mouthful of blood. Chen Yi, the Marquis cried miserably. Why, you were the first to attack. If you were standing now, do you think you would show mercy? Chen Yi slowly squatted down and looked at the Marquis who was lying on the ground. Chen Yi was not the kind of person who was soft-hearted. He knew that being kind to the enemy was cruel to himself. Chen Yi doesn't like to cause trouble, but if he does, he needs to solve the problem from the root. Chen Yi asked himself if he could follow the principle of not killing like Batman, which was too saintly. He would also cause himself too many unnecessary troubles. You see, every time Batman caught a villain and sent him to a hospital, the villain would stay in seclusion and upgrade, and then come out to attack Batman after upgrading. It's really endless. Maybe Batman is too rich and has no pursuit, so he just likes this. But Chen Yi doesn't like it at all, an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. Since you don't let me live, let everyone be buried with me. Marquis took out a small black square box from somewhere and pressed it. Chen Yi suddenly sensed the danger with his sixth sense, and his right eyelid jumped wildly. What is this thing of yours? What did you do? Chen Yi asked Marquis seriously. After all, with Chen Yi's current strength, ordinary people rarely threaten Chen Yi's life safety, unless. Guess what? Ha 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 ha. You all have to die, and the whole of Paris will be buried with me. The Marquis laughed like crazy. In an unknown desert, a big mushroom was slowly launched, and the destination was Paris. You lunatic, where did you get the big mushroom? Chen Yi's face suddenly became ugly. Chen Yi didn't expect that the Marquis family had such a great ability to get the big mushroom, and then stepped forward and grabbed the small black square box. Pressed it hard. It's useless. Once the big mushroom is launched, it will never stop. No matter how you press it, it's useless. The Marquis continued to taunt. Chen Yi took out a gun and pointed it at the Marquis on the ground. Bang bang, a few shots, let the Marquis shut up forever. The scene was very chaotic, but the scene was very chaotic. Paris, under the Eiffel Tower. It was already a mess at this time, with a lot of gunpowder and bloody smells in the air, and the ground was full of holes and broken stones. The bodies of the killers were also scattered everywhere, telling people that a big battle had just happened here. John Wick and Master Yi on the side also dealt with their killers and walked towards Chen Yi. The two walked forward and saw only the body of the Marquis and Chen Yi standing aside with a solemn face. Then Master Yi said with a smile on his face, "Thank you, Chen. Thank you for saving my daughter and killing the Marquis. It's finally over. Let's go, I'll treat you to noodles." After hearing this, Chen Yi said solemnly, "It's not over yet." Before his death, the Marquis fired a big mushroom, and the target location was the city of Paris. He wanted the whole city to be buried with him. Madman. After hearing what Chen Yi said, John Wick and Master Yi's first reaction popped into their minds. He actually wanted the whole city to be buried with him. Is there a way to stop it? John Wick said expressionlessly. Chen Yi was very relieved to hear John Wick's words. Their first reaction was not to run away, and even if they were cold-blooded killers, they would not let innocent people get involved in this matter. Chen Yi likes to make friends, but he also has his own bottom line. First of all, he definitely doesn't want his friends to betray him, and secondly, he doesn't like to kill innocent people. After all, Chen Yi was also an ordinary person in his previous life. Ordinary people have tried their best to survive, and in this world full of superheroes, it is even more difficult. Maybe when you go to work, the car you bought with a loan with great effort will be destroyed by the aftermath of a superhero, or when you are walking on the street, you may be killed by aliens or something. So if possible, Chen Yi really doesn't want to affect innocent people. It is obvious that the Marquis has touched his bottom line. French government. Report to the leader, a big mushroom will attack the capital in 10 minutes. An official in military uniform rushed into the leader's office and reported. What? The French leader stood up immediately after hearing it, and then conveyed the order. Who is it? Are you going to start the Fourth World War? Start to move to refuge immediately, and see if the Secret Intelligence Service can stop this big mushroom. Leader, it's not safe here anymore, retreat quickly, said the official in military uniform. Another agent chief came in. The leader has found out that this big mushroom is from Marquis Vincent de Gramont of the Paris High Table. As for the source, it has not been found out yet. We have started to prevent this big mushroom from entering the city. Once it enters the city, half of the city will be blown up. It's too late to notify the citizens to evacuate now. The military has organized a death air force to try to make the big mushroom explode in the sky. Leader, the situation is urgent, please retreat now. Immediately let the military greet the high table and tell them what they want to do. The leader said angrily. At this moment, SHIELD, the CIA, the Shenmue Bureau, and the Federal Security Bureau are all in action, trying to understand what happened. The desert near Casablanca, the headquarters of the high table. What does the Marquis want to do? First he killed the messenger representing the high table, and then used the big mushroom. Does he want to destroy our high table? An elder of the high table said angrily on the screen. The most urgent thing is to get the Marquis out of the high table first. Tell the outside world that he betrayed us and is no longer a member of the high table. Then find a way to deal with this big mushroom. If we don't deal with this big mushroom, we will all be finished. Elder Makudum calmly proposed a method. At this time, the elder of Hongmen asked, is Jin Bing's godson at the scene at this moment? Doesn't he have superpowers? See if he can solve it. If he can solve it, all of us in the high table owe him a favor. The elders on the screen were silent after hearing this, as if they tacitly agreed to the proposal of the Hongmen elders. Elder Makudum remained silent, as if there was no better way at the moment. He picked up the phone and dialed Chen Yi's phone number that Jin Bing gave him. Mr. Chen Yi, I am Elder Makudum of the high table. The big mushroom will explode in your city in 9 minutes. I wonder if you can solve the current situation. Makudum said. He said it straight to the point. Hello, Elder Makudum, I am also trying to find a way at the moment, but don't worry, I have no problem staying alive. It's just that asking me to solve it is a bit too much. Chen Yi also said on the other end of the phone. So, as long as you can help the high table solve this big trouble, all members of the high table will owe you a favor. Elder Makudum also stated his conditions. Don't worry, even without your request, I will do my best to stop the big mushroom, and I don't want so many innocent citizens to lose their lives. That's it. Chen Yi hung up the phone quickly. Then Chen Yi kept thinking of ways in his mind. Chaos magic didn't work. First of all, the size was too large. Secondly, Chen Yi's blue bar was not enough for Chen Yi to control the big mushroom to fly to a certain height. High-speed movement couldn't save the people in the entire city. Even if it could be saved, the impact after the explosion would be huge. It was not something Chen Yi could bear. At this time, Chen Yi only hated that he was not strong enough. Since the mysterious measurement method didn't work, the scientific measurement method was scientific. Chen Yi suddenly had an idea. I have a man cursed by knowledge. He quickly picked up his phone to contact Tony Stark. Hey, isn't this Mr. Chen Yi from Hell's Kitchen? You've been very popular in the underground world recently. You were the one who set off the fireworks in Hell's Kitchen a few days ago. What, have you found the murderer behind the scenes? Tony Stark teased Chen Yi without knowing anything. To make a long story short, I'll tell you the murderer behind the scenes in a few days. Now do me a favor. In less than 10 minutes, a big mushroom will explode in the center of Paris. I'm also in Paris. If you want to know the murderer behind the scenes, think of a way to stop this big mushroom. Chen Yi quickly said his intention. Tony Stark on the other end of the phone also understood the seriousness of the matter and quickly called up the screen. Jarvis, check the big mushroom flying to Paris for me. A lot of information about the big mushroom quickly popped up in front of Tony Stark. How is it? Can it be solved? Time is short and the task is heavy. Chen Yi asked. It may be a little difficult for others, but for a genius like me, it's a piece of cake. There are only 2 ways, either the big mushroom doesn't explode, or it explodes somewhere else. Tony Stark paused. In fact, there should be someone in the government who knows the method, but it's difficult to crack the program of the big mushroom, and time is a bit tight. If they have more time, they can also do it. So can you do it? Chen Yi interrupted the chatterbox Tony. Shut up, don't question me, I'm already cracking it, it will take some time. Tony replied to Chen Yi while typing the code to crack it. Time passed by minute, just 1 minute before the big mushroom arrived. Done, I set it to fly over the Pacific Ocean and explode, there will be no one within 100 kilometers. Tony Stark set the last program. Chief, someone changed the direction of the big mushroom, and now it is flying towards the Pacific Ocean. Paris is safe. The chief heard the voice on the other end of the phone and breathed a sigh of relief. Put me through to the high table, I want to talk to their leader. Then the chief ordered angrily. The 1989 incident was a tragedy. New York, Hell's Kitchen, Good Luck Restaurant. It has been a week since the Eiffel Tower brawl was resolved. The high table paid a series of chips to appease the French leader to calm his anger and avoid a catastrophe. As for the family of Marquis Vincent de Gramont, they were not only hit by the Kingpin's forces, but also disappeared in the long river of history under the joint efforts of the high table and the government. Because of the official intentional interception, the citizens of Paris did not know that they had avoided a big mushroom attack. Everything returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. Only people in the dark world know that Marquis Vincent de Gramont betrayed the high table and joined forces with terrorists to destroy the center of Paris, but was resolved by Chen Yi, the new elder from the high table. That's right, 2 days have passed since Chen Yi was recognized by the high table. Chen Yi also returned to his restaurant in Hell's Kitchen and lived a normal life. Chen Yi, you did such a big thing, but you didn't take me with you. You don't love me anymore. After knowing this, Deadpool slapped the table and complained that Chen Yi didn't take him with him when there was such a fun thing. Okay, last time it wasn't an emergency, and you didn't know where to go, so I didn't call you. Chen Yi didn't look back and drank his tea. I really want to try the taste of being blown up by a big mushroom. I wonder if it can blow me to death. Remember to call me next time there is such a good thing. It turned out that Deadpool wanted to see if the big mushroom could blow him to death. Then I guess it's a close call. With your ability, you won't die even if the Earth is destroyed. Chen Yi rolled his eyes. Footsteps were heard outside the restaurant. The people who came were Winston, Master John Wick and a judge of the high table. The judge walked to the tea table, took out a suitcase, opened it, placed it in front of Chen Yi, and said, "This is the elder identity gold coins sent by the high table, the judge gold coins, as well as your identity verification card and a mobile phone for the elders of the high table. There are 3 elder identity gold coins in total. As long as you go to any force controlled by the high table and show the elder gold coins, they will do their best to serve you. This identity verification card has your exclusive verification code. This is when you need to issue any instructions or rewards to the high table. With your authority as an elder, you can perform a series of operations on it. There are a total of 9 judge gold coins here, which means that you can have 9 judges under your command. The identity information of the judges needs to be uploaded to the archive center of the high table for identity confirmation. As for the elder's special mobile phone, it is convenient for you to use it when you hold a meeting. Generally speaking, when the high table holds an elder meeting, a big shot like you will definitely not have time to go to the headquarters, so you only need to use this mobile phone for the meeting. After hearing the judge's explanation, Chen Yi understood. Deadpool on the side quickly took out the elder's gold coin, put it in his mouth and bit it. It was good, there was a tooth mark, and then he quietly put it in his pocket. Can this thing be remade if it is lost? Chen Yi asked. The judge was speechless after hearing this question. Elder Chen Yi, this has never happened in the history of the high table, so there should be no problem. Pietro, put this thing away, don't let a thief in a red hood take it away. Chen Yi almost named him. Pietro stepped forward to take the briefcase from the judge, and by the way, he glared at Deadpool who was watching covetously on the side. As for the elder's gold coin that Deadpool had embezzled, Chen Yi and Pietro tacitly did not ask for it. The judge continued to take out a briefcase from his side and opened it, which was filled with densely packed document bags. Elder Chen Yi, this is the Marquise's legacy in the high table. Considering that you are not in Paris, the high table has taken the initiative to replace it with a place that is convenient for you. Obviously, this is the hush money and thank you fee given to Chen Yi by the high table. The first part is mainly real estate, arsenals, and training bases across the United States. The second part is the shares and some bonds of the marquee investment company, etc. As for the third part, Chen Yi interrupted the judge directly. Okay, no need to say. Send it all to Fisk Building. No need to say the rest. Chen Yi is not uninterested in money, but he is afraid that if he knows too much, he will start to be lazy and lose interest in making money. And no matter how much money there is, it is useless in the Marvel Universe. When Thanos comes, will Chen Yi take out a check and say here is 100 billion, leave the earth for me? Besides, Chen Yi does not have 100 billion. If Thanos takes the 100 billion and leaves, Chen Yi will find ways to kidnap Iron Man and do something else. Anyway, Chen Yi knows that he will never spend all the money in this life. Seeing Chen Yi's lack of interest in money, the high table's judge was very impressed and continued to explain. Here are the high table's death squad stationed in New York. This is their personnel list and detailed information. Originally there were about 100 people, but after the last time they made a scene in Hell's Kitchen, you, the elder, killed some of them. Now there are less than 30 people left. These men are given to you by the elders of the high table. You can use them however you want. After hearing the gifts from the elders, Chen Yi felt a little embarrassed and said, forget it, let them go back. After all, I have killed many of them. They are embarrassed to see me, and I am embarrassed to see them. After all, they almost killed someone, and now they want their loyalty. Even if they don't say it, they must have complaints in their hearts. Just forget it. The judge seemed to know what Chen Yi was thinking. Elder Chen Yi, don't worry. If you don't want them, you will be asked to commit mass suicide, so you save them by wanting them. After listening, Chen Yi had no choice but to nod his head, which was considered as tacit consent to this matter, and it was also considered as saving a life. As for their arrangements, when the school community opens in the future, a lot of security guards will be needed to ensure the safety of the students, so let them stay there, and there is a lack of sanitation workers to clean the streets. Finally, I wonder if you have any opinions on the reconstruction of the New York Continental Hotel. The judge asked. The location is in the next block, and Winston, come over. Chen Yi called to Winston. Winston on the side quickly stood up. Chen Yi led Winston to the judge and said, I don't need to introduce this person. This is Winston, the former head of the New York Continental Hotel. Now he is one of my judges. He will be fully responsible for the new construction of the hotel. Winston looked at Chen Yi with gratitude. Thank you for helping me get revenge and letting me take charge of the Continental Hotel again. I will definitely manage it for you. Winston was full of gratitude. On the one hand, he had worked for the high table for so long, but he was driven out by the marquis just because he violated the rules. He blew up the New York Continental Hotel that he had worked hard for many years and killed his good butler. Chen Yi not only avenged him, but also handed over the New York Continental Hotel to him after just knowing each other for a short time. Chen Yi's trust touched Winston, who had experienced the warmth and coldness of human relationships. A man dies for his own sake. Winston decided to give his life to Chen Yi. Then Winston asked Chen Yi, I wonder what your requirements are for this Continental Hotel, such as decoration, layout, etc. Chen Yi said with confidence, I'm relieved to leave it to you. You can talk to the people of the high table for the rest. I only have one request, that is, ordinary positions in the Continental Hotel should be given priority to people in Hell's Kitchen. Winston was stunned after hearing this. He was not sure if he heard it wrong, and then hurriedly asked again, can you say it again? Seeing this, Chen Yi said clearly, you heard it right, I only have one request, that is, ordinary positions in the Continental Hotel, such as waiters, cleaners, chefs and other positions, should give priority to ordinary residents of Hell's Kitchen. Winston heard Chen Yi's affirmative answer and thought for a moment. Then he looked at Chen Yi with admiration. Unexpectedly, Chen Yi did not seek benefits for himself, but for ordinary people in Hell's Kitchen. I thought that I really did not make a mistake. Such an adult is worth following. Winston bowed 90 degrees and placed his right hand on his chest to pay the highest tribute. I will complete your request at all costs. I am willing to guarantee it with my life. Ding. Congratulations to the host, successfully added Winston as a friend. Obtained attribute. Noble etiquette LV 8 inches. Congratulations to the host. Congratulations to the host, Winston's favorability has been raised to full stars, 6 stars upper limit. Congratulations to the host, Winston has become your family. You have obtained all of Winston's skills, and existing skills will automatically upgrade by 1 level. Subsequently, the skills of family members will be upgraded, and the host will also automatically upgrade. Congratulations to the host, the current number of family members 2. There are 3 more family members, and the system will be upgraded. Please keep up the good work, host. Hearing the system's prompt, Chen-Yi looked at Winston in surprise. He didn't expect it to be so easy to make Winston his family. Chapter 11. After all, the matter was settled. Chen-Yi breathed a sigh of relief, and the matter came to an end. The reason why Chen-Yi joined the high table instead of destroying it was partly because of himself and partly for Hell's Kitchen. First of all, by joining the high table, Chen-Yi can get his own power. Not belonging to Jin Bing's power does not mean that Chen-Yi does not trust Jin Bing. Just like the emperor and the prince, the emperor's people are always the emperor's people. Guess who they will listen to between the emperor's orders and the prince's orders, even if the prince is favored, not to mention that Chen-Yi's prince is not his own. Secondly, he can get convenient services such as mainland hotels, intelligence centers, and employment centers, and Chen-Yi also gets most of the real benefits such as money and real estate. Finally, it is for the people of Hell's Kitchen. This is the fine tradition of Chen-Yi's country in his previous life. There is a saying that one returns home in glory. Haven't you seen that after a certain boss of Dong became rich, he let the whole village work in his company? A certain Qi, after he became the police chief, even a dog can be a police dog. Chen-Yi does not have such a good awareness, but he also has this idea. Even if Hell's Kitchen is chaotic and bad, it is Chen-Yi's hometown in this Marvel world. In the final analysis, the reason for the chaos is because the government does not act and deliberately lets it go. What Chen-Yi can do is to bring the mainland hotel industry to drive consumption in other industries in Hell's Kitchen. First of all, ordinary residents of Hell's Kitchen can find a job in the mainland hotel, whether it is a waiter or a cleaner. This way, they can also make some money. Secondly, gangsters with some gangster background can take the task. Chen-Yi provides regular tasks such as mainland hotels. After all, they don't know how much the money they earned before was taken by the middlemen. If it doesn't work, they can join the scavengers or be responsible for the production of firearms. These are all related majors in Hell's Kitchen. Some people in Hell's Kitchen are born bad, and Chen-Yi will kill them if he sees one. But most people have no choice. Don't they know that stealing, robbing, and drug trafficking are illegal? People in Hell's Kitchen are born inferior when they go out, and they can't find a job, either because they were rejected because they didn't have a social security number when they smuggled in, or because of the 4 words, Hell's Kitchen. So they can only survive by stealing and robbing. They just want to live. Is there anything wrong with that? Chen-Yi thinks it's not wrong, but he doesn't encourage it. But Chen-Yi hopes that they can have a better future, so the Continental Hotel is giving ordinary people in Hell's Kitchen a choice to see if they are willing to catch this ray of light. If the Continental Hotel is a hope for ordinary residents of Hell's Kitchen, then the community school that Chen-Yi is about to build is a hope for the children of Hell's Kitchen. They can study hard, and through their own efforts, they can get into a good university, find a good job, and escape from Hell's Kitchen. One represents the present, and the other represents the future. Chen-Yi said that I want both the present and the future. Chen-Yi can only do so much. He can't say that he can completely change Hell's Kitchen, but he can change it a little bit. As for the rest, Chen-Yi didn't think so much. He just strengthened his own strength while saving his life, and then returned to his original world if possible. Before returning, he helped this place where he had lived for more than 20 years, so that it would not be in vain to come to Marvel. Chen-Yi then asked John Wick, Master Yi and others to sit down, and then said, "Is there anyone who doesn't want to be a judge? If not, I will report everyone's information to the high table." Deadpool spoke first. "I want it, but the status of a judge is a bit low, the elder is more like it. So can the judge stay in the hotel for free? Not only can you stay for free, but you can also get a salary." Lao Ma explained on the side. John Wick was stunned when he heard everyone, and then he said, "Can I become a judge too?" Happiness came too suddenly. John Wick didn't expect that he had worked hard in the Gauguo society for his whole life. At his best, he was just someone else's subordinate and a night demon. Not to mention being a judge, he was not even a member of the Gauguo society. He was disheartened and tried his best, but he only got retired. His wife died, his dog died, his house was bombed, and he was chased by people. If he hadn't met Chen Yi, he might have died somewhere, let alone become a judge of the Gauguo society. Lao Ma was better. Master Yi didn't expect that when he first arrived, Chen Yi would. "This trusts me. Actually, the judge is just my subordinate, with a higher title. If you don't mind, you can be one. We are all friends anyway," Chen Yi said nonchalantly. After everyone heard this, Deadpool clamored to stay in the hotel for free, but Pietro on the side didn't care. He had long regarded Chen Yi as a relative, and he would do whatever Chen Yi asked him to do. Master Yi swore, "Although I am blind, it does not affect my judgment at all, especially in terms of human hearts. I can see more clearly. You are a good person and you saved my daughter. I will become your sword and clear everything for you. We are all friends, and family members don't need to do this." Chen Yi scratched his head and said, "If you don't despise my old bones, Chen Yi, I can also help you." Old Ma also said immediately. Finally, everyone looked at John Wick, and John Wick did not disappoint Chen Yi. He knelt on one knee and placed his right hand on his heart. "I will also be loyal to you, Chen, as long as you need me, just tell me. Even if it costs my life." The system voice came from Chen Yi's mind. Ding. Quote. Congratulations to the host, Marcus's favorability has been raised to full stars. Congratulations to the host, Marcus has become your family. Congratulations to the host, John Wick's favorability has been raised to full stars. Congratulations to the host, John Wick has become your family. Congratulations to the host, Kane's favorability has been raised to full stars. Congratulations to the host, Kane has become your family. It is detected that the host already has 5 family members, meeting the system upgrade conditions. The system has been automatically upgraded. 24 hours upgrade completed. Chen Yi looked at everyone and the voice in his mind and laughed happily. All right, I'm so embarrassed. We're all friends, brothers, and family. I'm going to cook, stay and eat together before returning to the apartment. Master Yi, call your daughter." The old man was very busy. "Come on, Master Yi, this is the place I arranged for you. Look, it has 2 bedrooms and a living room, which is the largest apartment here. The rent is very affordable, only $1,500 a month. Brothers should be clear about the accounts, and the rent should still be paid. At most, I can give you a discount." Chen Yi introduced the house enthusiastically while holding a bunch of keys. Master Yi was seen behind with a lot of bags, and Master Yi's daughter Xiao Yi followed closely behind with a pink Hello Kitty backpack. A little further behind was John Wick pulling 3 suitcases. Come in. Oh, Xiao Yi is so cute. What grade are you in?" Chen Yi noticed Xiao Yi's nervousness, squatted down and looked at Xiao Yi with a smile and asked. Xiao Yi, who was standing next to him, might have sequelae after being kidnapped. She was a little shy and hid behind Master Yi with a scared face. "Xiao Yi, don't be afraid. This uncle is your savior. Don't be afraid." Master Yi put down the luggage and touched Xiao Yi's head and said, "My community school will be operational soon. When the time comes, you can send Xiao Yi there to go to school. In this way, Master Yi, you can be the dean of teaching. On the one hand, you can see Xiao Yi every day to protect his safety, and on the other hand, protect other children." Chen Yi looked at Xiao Yi with a scared expression and suggested to Master Yi. Master Yi also thought it was a good idea. After all, the child had been kidnapped once, and Master Yi felt it was unsafe for him to go to other schools. In Chen Yi's school, he could see the child every day, ensure her safety, and prevent her from being disturbed by the outside world. Today, Chen Yi plans to settle Master Yi and John Wick while waiting for the system upgrade. Chen Yi's apartment has 7 floors. On the left side of the first floor is the restaurant, in the middle is the apartment building, and on the right is the parking lot entrance and exit. The entire second floor is Chen Yi's private space. There is a private passage in the back kitchen of the restaurant that leads directly to the second floor, which is convenient for Chen Yi to go to and from get off work. Of course, the elevator can also go to the second floor. There are 10 rooms on the third, fourth, and fifth floors, all of which are one bedroom and one living room. There are 7 rooms on the sixth and seventh floors, all of which are 2 bedroom and 1 living room. Currently, Chen Yi and Master Yi are on the 6th floor. Chen Yi is also a wealthy family in Hell's Kitchen. After all, he owns an apartment. And because of Chen Yi, the surrounding security is very good. At least Chen Yi's territory is very safe. So Chen Yi's apartment can be said to be the best apartment in Hell's Kitchen. But people who can afford the rent will not rent a house in Hell's Kitchen, so the vacancy rate is still relatively high. After that, Chen Yi and John Wick helped put Master Yi's luggage into the room, and then took John Wick to settle him. Your room is next to Lao Ma, so you two have a companion. There is another resident at the end of the corridor, but he seems to have gone to Japan recently. He hasn't come back yet, so it's just you two. This apartment allows pets, but be careful not to disturb others. Anyway, your house should have been bombed, so you can go shopping by yourself later. Remember to report downstairs tomorrow morning. You are our security guard. It's up to you to protect everyone's safety. After Chen Yi finished speaking, he took out the key and handed it to John Wick. Then Chen Yi hurried back to the second floor without looking back, leaving John Wick speechless. The reason why Chen Yi left so quickly was because he heard the system prompt. There are still 5 minutes before the system upgrade is completed. Chen Yi returned to his home on the second floor, took out a bottle of Coke, and then lay on the sofa, swiping his phone and quietly waiting for the new version of the system. 5 minutes later, the voice of the system came into Chen Yi's mind. Ding! System update completed. Chen Yi couldn't wait to ask the system, "System, what new features are there in this update? Hurry up and introduce them." This system update simplifies the panel. In view of the host's current strength, ordinary skills are no longer displayed, and only core skills are retained. The lottery function is added, and the host can draw various rewards from the heavens and the world. Chen Yi couldn't wait to open the lottery panel after hearing it. Looking at the dazzling array of rewards on it, he was very excited. Looking at the rewards on it, there are devil fruits in One Piece, Naruto's Sharingan, and Death God's Zanpakuto. Knives, things from the DC universe, and character portraits. Chen Yi looked at the character portrait and asked curiously, "Does the reward of this character portrait mean a character recruitment card or something else?" This character portrait refers to the character growth template. After obtaining this character template, you can obtain the character's ability. It is not a recruitment card. This system does not have the function of recruiting characters. Hearing that the system cannot recruit characters from all the worlds, Chen Yi was a little disappointed. After all, I am still looking forward to the real-life version of the Pirate Queen, Nico Robin, appearing in reality. But then Chen Yi was attracted by the character growth card. At present, increasing strength is what Chen Yi wants most. Through the last big mushroom incident, Chen Yi felt that his own strength was insufficient. This time the system upgrade can be said to be a timely help. Then Chen Yi hurriedly said, "System, I want to draw a lottery. I want to check how many chances I have to draw a lottery now." Ding! The host currently has 5 family points and 600 friend points. 1 family point draws once. Every 100 friend points can be exchanged for 1 family point. "Excuse me, host, exchange them all for me." Chen Yi hurriedly urged the system. Ding! Successfully exchanged. There are currently 11 family points, and a total of 11 draws can be drawn. Do you want to draw a lottery? System, how do I get these points? Chen Yi suppressed the desire to draw a lottery immediately and asked. Every time the host successfully obtains a family member, he will get a family point. Every time he obtains a 1-star friend, he will get 1 point, a 2-star friend, 10 points, a 3-star friend, 20 points, a 4-star friend, 30 points, and a 5-star friend, 40 points. After listening to the introduction of the system, Chen Yi understood that the system encouraged Chen Yi to make more friends instead of constantly looking for new friends. In theory, the whole process of a new friend to a family member can bring Chen Yi 2 lottery opportunities, and it takes 100 new friends to make up for a family member. After understanding the system's intention, the exciting lottery session is coming. Draw. let me draw once first, let me try my luck first. Chen Yi rubbed his hands and said expectantly. Then Chen Yi saw the pointer turn several circles in the lottery plate, and watched the pointer slowly turn to thank you for your patronage. Congratulations to the host, thank you for your patronage. Chen Yi's expression collapsed instantly when he heard the system's words. Does the host continue to draw? The system prompted. Wait a minute. Then Chen Yi went to wash his hands and changed into red clothes, and then opened the picture of the god of wealth on his mobile phone and worshipped. Then he shouted confidently to the system in his mind, give me a 10 draw. Congratulations to the host for drawing the original stockings of Natasha Romanoff. Congratulations to the host for drawing the thank you patronage. Congratulations. 4 consecutive thank you patronage and original stockings made Chen Yi's face turn green. Congratulations to the host for getting the senzu beans. Congratulations to the host for drawing the eternal spirit sword. Congratulations to the host for drawing the character template card of Admiral Fujitora Aikisho. As the system finished the lottery, Chen Yi laughed out loud. Although the delivery rate was only 50%, he still drew a good product. Chen Yi took out the stockings drawn by the system. Holding the original stockings of the Black Widow in front of him, Chen Yi was speechless. If he really wanted it, he couldn't just take it. If he had to give it to me, he would give Nico Robin's stockings or the stockings of the Pirate Queen. Then Chen Yi threw the stockings aside with disdain. Chen Yi took a deep breath. The previous ones were all appetizers. Although this appetizer was a bit disgusting, the main course was delicious. Chen Yi picked up the bottle of senzu beans and took a look. There were 5 in total, and then he put it away. The senzu beans of Dragon Ball are good things. As long as you have a breath, you can basically recover by eating them. Although Chen Yi has the self-healing factor and doesn't need senzu beans, he can give them to others and try to give them to Deadpool to see if his face can be restored. The Eternal Spirit Sword from the 8 Great Artifacts of Chinese Cooking Master Xiao is also a good kitchen utensil. Looking at the Eternal Spirit Sword in front of him, the appearance is no different from an ordinary kitchen knife, and the handle is a dragon-shaped handle. No matter how long the ingredients are, they can be restored to freshness. Chen Yi nodded unconsciously, very satisfied. Although he couldn't chop people with a kitchen knife, he was very satisfied with having a handy kitchen utensil. Finally, the smile of Fujitora, the general from the pirate world, surprised Chen Yi. After all, he is one of the combat power ceilings in the pirate world, and the gravity fruit is simply awesome. System, fuse the Fujitora Aikisho template for me. Chen Yi quickly ordered the system. Ding, the host cannot fuse this template. The template card can only be given to the host's family. Chen Yi was speechless after hearing this. It seems that I worked hard to make friends, but my family took all the benefits. Please don't worry, the host will also gain the same ability after giving the template card to the family. After listening to the system's explanation, Chen Yi suddenly realized that, yes, I can share the talents of my family. This is not a loss. Host, do you want to use the template card? The system sent a prompt. Use. Chen Yi had no choice but to use it. Automatically find family members with high matching degree for the host with the template card. Matching successful. It is detected that the host has a family member Kane and the template card has a matching rate of up to 90%. Do you want to use the Fujitora Aikisho template card? The system voice said in Chen Yi's mind. What will the matching degree affect, system? Chen Yi asked as he looked at another new word. The higher the matching degree, the higher the growth limit of the person using this template card, and the faster the strength will be improved. If the matching degree is low, the effect will be minimal, or there is a risk of fusion failure. Then use it quickly. Chen Yi thought that an alien version of Fujitora seemed quite interesting. After all, the war in the future will become more and more dangerous. Without the help of the system, people like John Wick will slowly fall behind. Although Chen Yi didn't care, their self-esteem would also make them gradually drift away from Chen Yi. No one wants to be a burden or weakness to others. Congratulations on the successful use of the system. Kane has successfully integrated Fujitora's template. The host has been successfully synchronized. Chen Yi closed his eyes and felt the new changes brought by the template card. Not bad, I can use 5 times gravity. I am not very proficient in observation hockey, and I need to practice it. Chen Yi opened his eyes and said to himself. System opens my panel. Chen Yi just wanted to see the new changes on the panel. Name: Chen Yi. Race: human. Title: Family Man LV2. When there is a family member on the field, the host's combat power increases by 15%, and the host's family's combat power increases by 10%. Skills: Gravity Fruit, Self-Healing Ability, High-Speed Movement, Chaos Magic, Observation Hockey. Talent: A person cursed by knowledge, a son of luck. Friends: Pietro Maximoff Family, Kane Family, John Wick Family, Winston Family, Marcus Family, Wanda Django Maximoff 5 stars, Wilson Fisk 5 stars. Wade Wilson 4 stars, Wade Winston Wilson 3 stars. Stephen Strange 2 stars. Tony Stark 2 stars, Ethan 3 stars. Exclusive skills: none. The system added a friend panel this time, so Chen Yi can check their favorability towards him at any time, and then simplified the skill panel, keeping the important skills and deleting the daily skills, so that Chen Yi can know his strength more clearly, and added a talent panel. Looking at the 2 lonely talents, Chen Yi vowed to fill it up. Chen Yi was itching to see this exclusive skill, and was very curious about when he could have it. The system seemed to see Chen Yi's confusion and replied, "When the system has 10 family members, it will open the exclusive skill. Please keep up the good work, host." On the other side, after Chen Yi used the template card, Master Yi and her daughter were cleaning up the new home. Suddenly, a beam of light came towards him at the speed of light and sank into the center of his eyebrows. Then he froze in a daze. Dad, what's wrong with you?" The daughter next to him saw the abnormality of Master Yi, ran up and shook Master Yi's hand and asked. After a while, Master Yi slowly opened his eyes. Although he still couldn't see, because of the high matching degree, his observation hockey had allowed him to sense the changes around him. Such a sudden change shocked Master Yi, who was usually calm. Perhaps because of the system reminder, Master Yi knew that his change was caused by Chen Yi. In Master Yi's heart, Chen Yi became even more mysterious. Since he could give people superpowers, he was not a god. Chen Yi not only saved his daughter, but also gave him unprecedented superpowers. In Master Yi's heart, Chen Yi was as important as his daughter. "Dad is fine, don't cry, daughter. It's Dad's fault. I made you worry." Master Yi came to his senses and hugged his crying daughter and said, the first time. A few days ago, National Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau, Trident Building. It has not yet become underground. Agent Phil Coulson is holding a tablet in his hand and walking quickly towards the director's office. "Director, the initiator of the Paris mushroom a few days ago has been found out. Take a look at this video." Director He Lu Dan took the tablet and watched it carefully. On the screen, it was a video of Chen Yi and Marquis fighting under the Eiffel Tower in Paris a few days ago. In the screen, Chen Yi picked up the sword and chopped at a killer at a very fast speed, directly beheading the other party, and the aftermath even broke the floor. The last screen played to the Marquis pressing the small black square box. After watching the video, Nick Fury, the director of the Black Egg Bureau, said calmly, "It's just a fight, there is no danger to us. Check where this Marquis got the big mushroom." Indeed, for Nick Fury, who has seen the aliens, Captain America and Captain Marvel, this kind of fight between ordinary people is indeed not up to par. Nick Fury played the video again and focused on Chen Yi's speed and swordsmanship in the picture. "Coulson, the Asian man in the video looks familiar. Have you found his information?" Hearing Nick Fury's question, Coulson immediately said, "The Asian man in the video is Chen Yi, the godson of Hell's Kitchen. It was his team that rescued Tony Stark some time ago. Agent Natasha had contact with him when she was undercover in Tony Stark. You later ordered the agents to monitor them, but they withdrew when they found nothing." After hearing Coulson's answer, Nick Fury suddenly realized that he had been working on his superhero plan during this period, and Chen Yi and the others had not appeared in Nick Fury's sight during this period, so he had forgotten about it. "I remember that Chen Yi seemed to be a mutant. I didn't expect his skills to be so good. I remember that there seemed to be 2 mutants around Chen Yi. The 2 in the video don't look like them." Nick Fury pointed to the 2 in the video. Coulson immediately introduced, "The 2 in the video are just 2 ordinary people with some skills, not mutants. The name of this blind Asian man is Kane. He followed Chen Yi because his daughter was kidnapped by the Marquis and was later rescued by Chen Yi. The other one is called John Wick, who is the fuse of this incident. Chen Yi had the Duel in the picture to help him. Both of them are legendary killers from the high table. As for the other two mutants, they are a pair of brothers and sisters, and it seems that they did not follow this time. At present, all of them live in an apartment in Hell's Kitchen. Listening to the news reported by Coulson, Nick Fury touched his chin, pondered for a while, and said disdainfully, "Don't worry about those two killers. What legendary killers, but rats hiding in the ditch, not up to the stage. I guess they can't even beat our S.H.I.E.L.D. 7th level agents. And they are not young anymore, and there is no value in training. But Chen Yi and his other two mutants can be considered. They are not too old and are worth training." Nick Fury was very disdainful of these two killers, and they were too old to be worth brainwashing. "I am very interested in the identities of Chen Yi and the other two mutants. They are only about 20 years old and have no parents. If they can be brainwashed and trained, they will be a good help. They can also allow researchers from S.H.I.E.L.D. to study their superpowers. Well, Coulson, go and contact them and see if you can get them to join S.H.I.E.L.D. What's the big deal about 3 mutants hiding in a restaurant? It's not enough that Chen Yi runs a family business, but he also drags 2 brothers and sisters in their 20s to run a restaurant, and he doesn't train them well. As for Chen Yi, I remember that there seems to be a guy wearing a red tights that he likes to wear. He's a mercenary called Deadpool, right? Don't worry about that. His personality is not suitable for being an agent. Only by joining our S.H.I.E.L.D. can we make the best use of it. How can we stay in a small Hell's Kitchen and sit in the well and watch the world? Come to us, they can grow better and protect the world better. Everything is for world peace." Nick Fury completely forgot that it was their S.H.I.E.L.D. that started the most wars. They always talked about righteousness. As for whether they would be trained well or stay in the laboratory to be studied well, it depends on personal opinion. By the way, I remember Natasha. It seems that Tony Stark has discovered the situation there. Since there is no new mission right now, I will take Natasha with me since they have met before. Nick Fury added. After receiving the mission, Coulson said hello to Nick Fury and left the office to find Natasha to assign the mission. A few days later, Hell's Kitchen. Welcome to visit us next time. Chen Yi had just finished entertaining the guests and opened the door. He saw the beautiful Natasha and Coulson walking into the restaurant. This time Natasha was not wearing a secretary outfit, but a black tight-fitting agent uniform. This black tight-fitting agent uniform showed her figure more. It perfectly showed Natasha's graceful figure, coupled with a big red wave and a perfect face. She is simply the best mate for men. Chen Yi nodded when he saw Natasha's outfit, thinking that she is worthy of being a Marvel boss, and she is indeed beautiful. Look, Deadpool, who was slacking off on the side, ran out excitedly, took out a bunch of roses from somewhere and knelt on one knee. "Dear Ms. Rushman, since the last time we parted, I have lost my appetite and can't forget you. This time I will not let go easily, accept my love." John Wick, who is now a security guard in the apartment, also walked to Chen Yi's next door and whispered, "Come for you. They smell like cops. You know, people in our line of work often deal with them." John Wick had no feelings for Natasha in front of him. After all, he only had his deceased wife and his dog in his heart. Now the only person he cared about was Chen Yi, to whom he was loyal. Chen Yi nodded silently, confirming John Wick's words. Then John Wick made a gesture of wiping his neck, as if asking if he needed to kill them. Chen Yi shook his head. Chen Yi and John Wick's little actions were seen by Coulson, who pulled Natasha, who was dealing with Deadpool, to the side and walked over. Then he came to Chen Yi and slowly said, "Hello, Mr. Chen Yi, I am Agent Phil Coulson of the FBI, and this is my ID. I want to communicate with you about something." Quote. While speaking, Coulson took out an FBI ID from his body and showed it to Chen Yi. Chen Yi looked at the FBI ID in Coulson's hand, and was very speechless. America only has the FBI department. All departments pretend to be the FBI. The FBI is almost being exploited by you. Chen Yi said nothing and said to Coulson calmly, "Agent Coulson, what can I do for you?" Then he pretended not to know Natasha's identity and asked Natasha on the side, "Ms. Rushman, why are you with the FBI agent? Aren't you Stark's secretary?" Coulson on the side explained, "Ms. Rushman's real name is Natasha Romanoff. She is my colleague and an FBI agent. She was with Tony Stark before to protect and investigate the truth of Tony Stark's disappearance. Quote. While speaking, Natasha also cooperated and took out her ID from her chest. Chen Yi was stunned. Okay, both agents, please take a seat. I'll make you a cup of tea. Chen Yi said and went to get the tea set. The old man was very angry, but he was very angry. Have some tea, Miss Natasha, you've deceived us so much. Since you are from the FBI, you are fully capable of saving Mr. Tony Stark by yourself. Why do you still look for ordinary people like us? Chen Yi poured tea for them while talking. Natasha was not a fool. She heard the hidden meaning in Chen Yi's words, but she was not upset. She calmly drank a sip of tea and then said, Mr. Chen Yi, you are joking. You are not an ordinary civilian. You just stopped a big mushroom incident and saved a city. You are the elder of the high table. Natasha then said, Mr. Chen Yi, do you remember the previous bet? I am mainly here to keep the appointment. It is Agent Coulson's job to ask questions and talk. After listening, Chen Yi shook his head and said, forget about the bet. I don't want to make friends with the FBI. Chen Yi changed his mind. Chen Yi didn't want to make friends with everyone, and the system didn't have mandatory tasks. Chen Yi was unwilling to do things against his will for the sake of the system. It was really that Chen Yi hated the people of S.H.I.E.L.D. too much. Chen Yi ignored Natasha, drank a sip of tea, and then said to Coulson, no one comes to visit for no reason. Just tell me what you have to say. Logically, your department will not deal with me. Coulson slowly said, I wonder if Mr. Chen Yi is interested in working for our department. Although he knew that the probability of Chen Yi agreeing was very small, Coulson still tried to ask. Chen Yi refused without thinking. Sorry, thank you for your appreciation of me, but I am just an ordinary restaurant owner, and I just want to work here peacefully. I don't plan to go anywhere else. Chen Yi must be sick to agree to join S.H.I.E.L.D., giving up a good restaurant and apartment, and the newly obtained high-table elder, and going to S.H.I.E.L.D. to be a small agent. Coulson was not upset after hearing Chen Yi's refusal. After all, the next step was the main purpose. I heard that you have a pair of mutant siblings here. I wonder if you can let them out. Hearing Coulson's intention, Chen Yi knew that they were coming for Pietro and the others. Chen Yi looked at the other party and slowly said, Coulson, I don't know why you are looking for them. According to federal law, people are considered adults at the age of 22. I don't know what you want to do with them. I am their brother and their guardian. If you have any questions, just tell me directly. I can make decisions for them. Chen Yi is indeed the guardian of Wanda and Pietro. When Chen Yi was young, he asked Kingpin to be his guardian. Later, when Chen Yi became an adult, Pietro and Wanda were transferred to Chen Yi's name. Chen Yi, we don't need to talk about your identity. You know that the whole world is very resistant to mutants now, and it's in a dangerous place like Hell's Kitchen. I don't need to say how you became a guardian. With your conditions, it is impossible for you to become the guardian of the other party. If the Federation takes action against mutants, do you think you can protect these two children with your ability? To be honest, even if you have Kingpin behind you, you can't protect you. They need a safe, quiet, and healthy living environment. You can't provide these, but we can. Leave it to us, and we will train them well. Chen Yi sneered after hearing this. With your shield, if there was no Chen Yi, according to the original plot, Wanda and the others would be trained by the shield into dead soldiers and experience a miserable life. You can go away. We don't need you FBI to take care of our affairs. Chen Yi said. At this time, Coulson threatened, now I'm reintroducing myself. We are not agents from the FBI. We are agents of the Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency, or S.H.I.E.L.D. for short. We are affiliated with the World Security Council, and our main responsibility is to deal with antisocial crimes or criminal organizations that threaten human security. Chen Yi pretended not to know S.H.I.E.L.D. and said, so, your S.H.I.E.L.D. can control my affairs. Maybe you don't know, but our S.H.I.E.L.D. has much more power than you think. If we want, your guardianship can be revoked at any time, including you and your apartment. We can seal off your restaurant at any time, and even you, and we can take you away. Others may be afraid of Hell's Kitchen, but we at S.H.I.E.L.D. are not. If we want, we can send troops to take Hell's Kitchen away at will. If you demolish it, your godfather will be in trouble. This is the right of our S.H.I.E.L.D. We have the right to eliminate those who we think are harmful to the world. Quote. Felsen said in a threatening tone. Although Coulson is a good guy in the movie, he is good-tempered for not arresting the people in Hell's Kitchen directly. So, now you who claim to be S.H.I.E.L.D. want to arrest me on a random charge and demolish my apartment. Quote. As soon as Chen Yi's words came out, the atmosphere of the whole restaurant changed completely. Everyone looked at Coulson and Natasha, and their eyes changed from fiery to indifferent, as if they wanted to kill them at any time. Seeing that the situation was not right, John Wick called Lao Ma and Master Yi down from the apartment, ready to fight at any time. Coulson noticed the changes in the restaurant, but continued to say without caring, "You should know that the reason why we can come here to communicate with you is that we come with good intentions. Now we are discussing with you. Since you are their guardian, you can make the decision to let them go with us." What if I refuse? Chen Yi slowly didn't care about being threatened. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. has always been like this. Even Coulson, who has always appeared as a good guy in the movie, is so arrogant. How domineering the people in S.H.I.E.L.D. are. Then we can only take action. Then Coulson and Natasha slowly put their hands on their waistbands. Coulson and Natasha's little movements naturally did not escape Chen Yi's eyes. I'm very curious, who gave you the confidence to come to Hell's Kitchen to trouble me, or to trouble me in my territory? Who gave you the confidence? Is it the agents outside? Or the snipers on the opposite side? Or is it you two and the man standing on the rooftop with a bow outside? Chen Yi stood up and questioned. Chen Yi discovered that a large number of strangers had come to his territory early in the morning. Not only did he discover it, but John Wick and others also discovered it. As soon as they stepped into Chen Yi's territory, they had been discovered by Chen Yi's observation hockey. Coulson and Natasha were stunned for a moment, feeling the oppression brought by Chen Yi coming towards them, and then their faces suddenly became bad. They didn't expect that Chen Yi in front of them was so alert that he could actually find their ambushed agents. The two exchanged glances, and it seemed that Chen Yi was more difficult to deal with than they thought. The two of them were in a state of panic, and the battle was about to begin. Hell's Kitchen. In the restaurant, Chen Yi and Agent Coulson were facing each other. The atmosphere was heavy. The restaurant was surrounded by S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. There were several snipers on the roof, as well as Hawkeye and others holding bows and arrows on standby. Waiting for Agent Coulson's order, it seemed as if a war was about to break out. Coulson noticed that Chen Yi didn't care about S.H.I.E.L.D., and he found that Chen Yi's men, John Wick and others, had left the restaurant when he was talking to Chen Yi, and they were not panicked at all when facing the sniper's aim. Coulson and Natasha exchanged glances. Then he slowly said to Chen Yi, "Mr. Chen Yi, we came here with good intentions. Everyone outside is ours. If you refuse, we have the right to arrest you. Ordinary firearms may not work on you, but..." Then Coulson looked around the restaurant and continued to threaten, "Your restaurant, the people inside the restaurant, and the people in Hell's Kitchen can't withstand our firepower. But no one cares how many people died in Hell's Kitchen. Don't think about fighting back. If you don't cooperate, the next time someone comes to Hell's Kitchen, it won't be an agent from outside, it will be the Federal Army." After hearing Coulson's threat, Chen Yi laughed angrily and didn't say anything. Then he sat back in his chair, picked up the teacup and continued to drink tea. Although Chen Yi was angry, he didn't impulsively get rid of them directly. If all the people from S.H.I.E.L.D. were killed here, there would definitely be a lot of trouble later. If Nick Fury shakes Captain Marvel later, whether he can beat him or not is another matter. I'm afraid this Hell's Kitchen will be gone. But trouble is trouble, S.H.I.E.L.D. has bullied him to the door. If Chen Yi does not express his opinion, what will his subordinates think, what will people outside think, and will they come to trouble him every now and then in the future? Coulson on the side saw that Chen Yi did not speak, thinking that Chen Yi had compromised. Little did he know that Chen Yi on the opposite side was just thinking about how to take them down without causing trouble. He sat down by himself and said with a smile, "We usually don't use force, so please bring the people out." Chen Yi stood up and didn't want to talk to the S.H.I.E.L.D. people anymore. He glanced at Master Yi and turned to the kitchen. "No one can take my family away. Master Yi, you go and solve it." After hearing Chen Yi's refusal, Coulson and Natasha were about to stand up and draw their guns, and didn't care about Master Yi mentioned by Chen Yi. S.H.I.E.L.D. had investigated before coming. He was just a blind killer. Killing people had to rely on sensors to assist, and he was not a threat. Dang. A sudden invisible gravity pressed their heads down on the table like a giant hand. No matter how hard Coulson and Natasha tried, they couldn't lift their heads. They felt bad instantly. They didn't expect there were other mutants in the restaurant. Don't waste your energy, just lie down here. The voice came from behind the two people. It was Master Yi who stood behind them at some point. Coulson heard that the voice from behind was Master Yi. How could he not know that this person was behind it? I didn't expect you to be a mutant too. You have been hiding for decades. You are so deep, Natasha said calmly. Natasha is worthy of being an agent for decades. Even in danger, she can still remain calm. In contrast, Agent Coulson on the side was not so calm. Although I don't know what means you used, these means are not enough to make you an enemy of S.H.I.E.L.D. Let us go quickly. There are people resisting arrest inside, and there are others resisting. People outside, take action. Deadpool and John Wick on the side were still confused. They didn't know why the two agents in front of them kowtowed to Chen Yi inexplicably, and then began to talk nonsense. From what they said, it seemed that Master Yi was still the one who did it. Deadpool approached Master Yi's face and asked, "Hey, is it you who did it? Is this magic or the same ability as those mutant fools?" Although Master Yi couldn't see it, he saw Deadpool getting so close under his observation hockey, and he slowly took a step back. "I don't know, maybe it's a superpower." "Stop chatting, get rid of the people outside first if there is anything." Although John Wick also had doubts, he still knew the severity of the matter. On the other side, Hawkeye also received the order to attack. He made a few gestures with his right hand, and the agents outside raised their guns and took action. "Everyone, just leave it to me. After all, I'm new here. I have not done anything yet, let me solve this matter." Master Yi slowly opened the door of the restaurant and walked out. Chen Yi saved his daughter, settled them, and gave him superpowers, but Chen Yi never asked him to do anything. S.H.I.E.L.D. not only insulted Chen Yi, but also threatened ordinary people. Master Yi was very angry. Hawkeye outside also saw Master Yi opening the door, and immediately gave the order, "Fire," while shooting arrows. The agents also opened their guns after hearing the order. On the contrary, the sniper on the side did not shoot after receiving Hawkeye's order, but continued to hold it. Hawkeye felt this person is a blind man. So many firepowers are already a bit like an elephant hitting a mosquito. The sniper will react first. Instantly, a rain of bullets formed and shot at Master Yi. If it was before, Master Yi, an ordinary person, would be shot into a hornet's nest in an instant, but now is different from the past. Master Yi is worthy of being highly matched with Fujitora Yishao's template. In just a few days, he can already skillfully use the gravity fruit. Master Yi was not panicked at all. He slowly drew out his sword, stopped when he drew a quarter, and then opened his white eyes and said, "Gravity command." Quote. Instantly, a large amount of invisible gravity emanated from Master Yi's body and spread out in all directions. Bullets fell to the ground with a clang. Then the agents were knocked to the ground by an invisible big hand. It seemed that Master Yi was still controlling the force. If it was a strong gravity, these agents would not be lying on the ground, but would be directly crushed. Hawkeye, who was standing on the rooftop, looked at the scene in front of him in horror. Although he didn't understand why the blind man in front of him just said a word and drew his sword, which made many agents lose resistance, Hawkeye still realized that something was wrong and shouted, "Retreat, retreat quickly." Then he turned around and prepared to pull back. Just as Hawkeye was about to retreat, he suddenly felt his body sink and his legs knelt on the ground. Hawkeye was indeed a top agent. He put his hands on the ground to resist, but in less than a few seconds he was pressed to the ground by the gradually increasing gravity. "Excuse me," Master Yi put the sword back into the cane, then turned around and planned to go back to the restaurant. "So cool, how come your move is a bit like Chen's move? Both can stop the bullets, why are they lying on the ground, don't they like sleeping in the bed?" Deadpool exclaimed, poking the agents who were pressed to the ground by gravity. John Wick looked at Master Yi with mixed feelings at the scene in front of him. "We have known each other for so many years, but you never said you had superpowers before. You were really patient. Did you show mercy when you fought with me before? I didn't mean to hide it from you. I didn't have superpowers before," Master Yi said lightly, and then went into the restaurant to report to Chen Yi. Left behind was John Wick, who was still pondering what Master Yi said. It didn't exist before, how come it exists now? Is it because, quote, the two of them were busy, and the two of them were busy. In the restaurant, only a few minutes had passed. For Master Yi and his friends, it was just a walk, not even a warm-up. Strictly speaking, only Master Yi moved a little. John Wick and others didn't even move, they just watched the show. But for Coulson and Natasha, these few minutes passed very long. Every minute seemed to be torture for the two of them. They never thought that they were still talking about how powerful S.H.I.E.L.D. was a few minutes ago, and thought that Chen Yi and others could not compete with it. Unexpectedly, after only a few minutes, the two of them were pressed on the table by Chen Yi, or Chen Yi's men. Coulson and Natasha also heard the gunshots from the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents outside. They thought that Chen Yi's men would soon be in a hornet's nest, and were still thinking about whether to spare Chen Yi's life after the agents came in. While Coulson was fantasizing beautifully, he suddenly stopped hearing the gunshots outside. At this time, Coulson looked at Natasha with a puzzled look, only to see that she was also confused. Just as Coulson wanted to look back to see what happened outside, the gravity attached to him made him unable to move. Coulson could only curse secretly, shift. However, from beginning to end, they did not think that Master Yi and others could beat Hawkeye and the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. After a while, Coulson and Natasha heard the sound of the restaurant door opening at the same time, and heard the footsteps of Master Yi walking towards the kitchen, thinking that Hawkeye came to save them. Coulson hurriedly said, "Barton, is that you? I said they are not our opponents. I don't know what ability or magic they used to pin me and Natasha here. Hurry up and think of a way to get us out. There are still people in the kitchen. Be careful, it's Chen Yi inside, also a mutant, Barton. Natasha is worthy of being a top agent." She reminded Hawkeye that the crisis has not been resolved. Master Yi, who walked over slowly, smiled honestly after hearing what the two said. "I'm sorry to disappoint you. I'm not Barton." Master Yi then walked to Coulson and asked, "By the way, who is Barton?" "There is an agent named Barton outside. Is he your friend? But no matter who it is, he is lying outside like you. You are better, lying on the table, but the people outside are lying on the ground. How is it possible? What did you do to the people outside? If you kill all the people outside, you people in Hell's Kitchen will be in big trouble," Coulson said in disbelief. Master Yi did not answer and walked into the back kitchen. Natasha and Coulson were left staring at each other. Seeing that Master Yi did not reply, Coulson could only roar helplessly. On the contrary, Natasha on the side was very calm and even joked, "We seem to be prisoners of others. Hell's Kitchen is really full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Don't worry, he doesn't seem to want to kill us. He probably doesn't want to annoy the Federation." Natasha obviously saw that Chen Yi did not want to kill her and others, but simply wanted to teach them a lesson. However, the strength they showed shocked Natasha. One of Chen Yi's men was so powerful, not to mention Chen Yi himself. Natasha couldn't help thinking that it seemed that with the current power of S.H.I.E.L.D., there was no way to do anything to Chen Yi. Just when the two were thinking about it, Chen Yi walked out slowly in a white apron, holding a knife inlaid with dragon patterns in his hand. "Master Yi." Chen Yi found a chair and sat down and said to Master Yi lightly. Master Yi understood and removed the gravity from Natasha and Coulson. As soon as the voice fell, Natasha and Coulson felt that the invisible big hand that had been pressing on them disappeared. The two seemed unsure, and slowly raised their heads with their hands on the table. After Natasha found that she had regained her ability to move, she instantly pulled out the gun on her waistband and pointed it at Chen Yi and Master Yi. "What do you want to do? You dare to openly attack the federal police and obstruct public service." Coulson raised his gun and said. Chen Yi didn't get angry after listening, pointing to the camera in the corner of the restaurant and said, "We didn't do anything. You just suddenly wanted to kowtow to us. If you don't believe me, you can watch the surveillance. I advise you to go out and take a look first. Then reorganize your words. Come talk to me." Chen Yi was really fed up with the people in S.H.I.E.L.D. He couldn't look at his current situation. They really thought Chen Yi didn't dare to kill them, but Chen Yi was just too troublesome. Of course, it was impossible to let them go. S.H.I.E.L.D. had to bleed a little. After listening to Chen Yi's words, Natasha and Coulson looked at each other, and then Coulson turned around and rushed out. Natasha was left very vigilantly pointing a gun at Chen Yi while slowly retreating. Chen Yi didn't stop them either, and didn't worry about them escaping at all. Agent Coulson opened the door and saw agents lying on the ground. He thought these agents had died. He walked towards them slowly and found that some of the agents' eyeballs could still move. He randomly found someone to check and found that they were still breathing. Knowing that the agents were not dead, Coulson breathed a sigh of relief. Although they were always prepared to sacrifice themselves in their line of work, if so many people were sacrificed at once, they had an unshakable responsibility to write the report. After confirming that the agents had only lost their ability to move, he also saw many residents of Hell's Kitchen watching around. Then Coulson knew that it was not suitable to stay here for long, so he turned around and immediately turned back to a good old man and said to Chen Yi, "Mr. Chen Yi, you see, this is all a misunderstanding. I will go back and explain to the people above that this is completely nonsense. It is obvious that the relevant departments gave wrong information because they are from Hell's Kitchen, which led to all this. I will testify for you and let the relevant departments apologize in person." Quote. Obviously, Coulson knew that he was no match for Chen Yi, and wanted to pass the blame to other departments in this way. Chen Yi looked at this man who changed his face faster than turning a page of a book with a joking look, worthy of being the glue in the Avengers. "Why, do you think that you can get away with just one sentence after you showed off your power here and threatened us with force? Yes, you just said it yourself, this is Hell's Kitchen, this is my territory. No one can do something wrong here and leave casually without paying a price." Quote. As soon as Chen Yi finished speaking, John Wick and others closed the door and surrounded Coulson and Natasha. After hearing what Chen Yi said, the fake smile on Coulson's face disappeared, and Coulson was sweating. "I don't think Mr. Chen Yi is a person who kills innocent people indiscriminately. So why don't I ask our director to see how he handles it?" Natasha on the side was not frightened by Chen Yi's threat, but said calmly, "I don't think it's necessary, I'll talk to him myself." Chen Yi took out his mobile phone, and Chen Yi's phone rang suddenly, and the caller ID showed an unknown number. The two of them were busy, but the two of them were busy. In the restaurant, Chen Yi calmly picked up his phone and answered the call, looking at Natasha and Coulson who were sitting restlessly opposite him. 4 strong men stood behind them, staring at them. An old man with white hair, Master Yi with a cane, and a Deadpool wearing a red hood who was desperately taking photos behind Natasha. The only normal one might be John Wick, who was a little handsome in a suit. Calling these 4 people strong men might be a bit insulting to the word strong men. 4 weird men. Thinking of this, Chen Yi was amused by himself. "Hello, Mr. Chen Yi, let me introduce myself. I am Nick Fury, the director of the Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency." Nick Fury on the other end of the phone introduced himself. "Hello, what is the matter with Director Nick Fury calling a nobody like me?" Chen Yi asked knowingly. "Mr. Chen Yi, you are not an unknown person. Chen Yi, your father died in a gang fight when you were 10 years old, so you have been raised by Godfather Jin Bing for these years. I started to be a mercenary when I was 18 years old. During that time, no less than 1,000 Negos died in your hands. You have serious racial discrimination. It was not until I graduated from Cornell University's School of Business Administration last year that I accepted the restaurant and apartment left by your father and renamed it Good Luck Restaurant. When I went out to work part-time at the age of 18, I met Pietro Maximov and Wanda Django Maximov, 2 siblings who fled because of the war at the time, and adopted them. In just 1 year, I took control of 5 blocks of Hell's Kitchen. This is something that many gangs can't do. Not long ago, I saved Tony Stark and made a lot of money in the stock market. I'm curious how you knew that Stark Industries stock would fall. Then he became one of the elders of the high table. With such achievements at such a young age, he has a bright future." Quote. Nick Fury told Chen Yi's life story in detail. "You seem to have violated my privacy." Chen Yi knew that this was a show of force from Nick Fury. Nick Fury was telling him how powerful the SHIELD intelligence network was. As long as SHIELD wanted to, they could find out what color underwear Chen Yi wore today and how many times he went to the toilet. "We are just doing our duty. You know our duty is to protect the safety of the world. We need to find out whether everyone is harmful to the country and the world. Everything we do is for world peace. Nick Fury said righteously. It was the first time that Chen Yi saw someone directly say that the shameless act of monitoring other people's privacy was for the purpose of protecting the world. It can only be said that Nick Fury is worthy of being the most despicable person in Marvel. You are trying to put a big hat on me. I am not a racist. I just hate those who kill innocent people and have no moral sense. Every time, victims come to me with evidence. I have never killed anyone. Those people died in accidents. Don't talk nonsense. It just so happens that most of the criminals are Nico. Quote. Those people made mistakes, and they can be judged by law instead of being executed by you. You are defying federal law. Nick Fury accused. If the Federation is really useful, there won't be so many innocent people asking for revenge, and there won't be a place called Hell's Kitchen. Justice delayed is not justice. Chen Yi seemed to want to cut off this meaningless topic and said, okay, what kind of stuff are you agents? I believe you know it very well. You are just wolves in sheep's clothing. Tell me the purpose of calling today. Okay, my purpose today is very simple. I will help you conceal the whereabouts of the super-powered siblings. As a condition, you release Agent Natasha and Agent Coulson, as well as the group of agents outside, and I can pretend that nothing happened. Quote. Nick Fury still felt that as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he personally negotiated with Chen Yi, which was the greatest honor for Chen Yi. After hearing this insincere condition, Chen Yi said, it seems that Director Nick Fury doesn't want your subordinates. In this way, I think it's good for them to lie here. Tomorrow I will call a large group of media to take pictures and let them see what federal agents look like. I believe that there should be many people who are willing to take advantage of the unpopular department like your S.H.I.E.L.D. Quote. Then Chen Yi stood up, walked out of the restaurant and turned on the loudspeaker of his phone. At this time, there was no one else on the street except the agents lying on the ground, so the sound of the loudspeaker of the phone was enough for all the agents to hear. After doing all this, Chen Yi asked Nick Fury again, Director Nick Fury, do you want to requote? $1 million for such an agent is not too much, right? As for Natasha and Coulson, they threatened me with words, which hurt my young and fragile mood. 10 million each. Nick Fury on the other end of the phone covered his heart heavily, as if he had been hit hard. He said with difficulty, you are kidding, Mr. Chen. 1 million for one person, and two people want me for 20 million, which adds up to more than 100 million US dollars. S.H.I.E.L.D. will never pay more than 100 million for this matter. Don't worry, Director Nick Fury just forgot to tell you that I am now on the loudspeaker. Every word you said was accidentally heard by all the agents outside. Chen Yi said to the phone. Then he squatted beside one of the agents and deliberately said to the agent, look at how stingy your director is. You have fought for S.H.I.E.L.D., but in the end, you are not even worth $1 million in his eyes. I feel sorry for you. If I were you, I would quit right now. Nick Fury on the other end of the phone didn't expect Chen Yi to be so vicious at such a young age. Hearing this obvious provocation, he almost couldn't breathe. He gritted his teeth and said, what do you want, Mr. Chen? Do you want us to flatten Hell's Kitchen? Give me a sincere offer. The two were talking on the phone when the police from Hell's Kitchen showed up in their old police car. The police always showed up in time. The police who came to Chen Yi to get information was Chen Yi's old acquaintance, Gwen's father George Stacy. George Stacy stepped forward and asked Chen Yi, who was on the phone, what's the situation, Chen Yi, can't you be quiet? Why did another group of people fall in front of your hotel today? Seeing this, Chen Yi could only cover the phone and say to George Stacy, this time I didn't take the initiative to provoke it. It was a group of people who claimed to be S.H.I.E.L.D. who insisted on taking Pietro and his brother away. I am now negotiating with the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Don't bother me if you have nothing to do. After hearing this, George Stacy could only wait for Chen Yi to finish the call. Nick Fury on the other end of the phone saw that Chen Yi didn't speak, so he could only say, Mr. Chen, we have a lot of collections in S.H.I.E.L.D., some are mysterious and some belong to outer space. We can decide to lend you one. Then I can decide at most 5 million US dollars. Do you think this is okay? Nick Fury played the cards very well. Anyway, S.H.I.E.L.D. has a lot of collections, and he hasn't studied them well. It's harmless to lend one out. Besides, he didn't say when to borrow it. Then, with a compensation of $5 million, I will report to the World Security Council that I lost several $100 million this time. That will cover all the funds for S.H.I.E.L.D. 20 million, 2 collections, and I get to choose them myself. I will visit you on a certain day. And I have 2 conditions. If you don't agree, I will let the police take you away directly. Chen Yi said firmly. Nick Fury also heard the determination in Chen Yi's words and knew that this was the final offer. And Chen Yi's offer was not unacceptable, but when he heard the word, conditions, Nick Fury felt very bad, as if he was getting on a pirate ship. But now he could only bite the bullet and say, tell me your 2 conditions first, and I'll see if I can get them. Chen Yi looked at George Stacy on the side, then at the dilapidated police car, and said, first, the equipment and police cars of the Hell's Kitchen police station are quite old. Even if I donated money, you can see that our police cars here have been used for more than 10 years and are broken. You S.H.I.E.L.D. must have a lot of good equipment. Sponsor them. The requirements are not high. Just the equipment, weapons and police cars you have eliminated. George Stacy, who had just learned about the situation from Master Yi and others, didn't expect that Chen Yi's request was for them. This made the police chief, who was dedicated to the public, both moved and happy. He really knew how poor the Hell's Kitchen police station was. The city government seemed to have forgotten their branch. Every year, they allocated that little money, which was only enough to pay salaries normally. There was no money for promotions, salary increases, year-end bonuses, or equipment replacement. Taking the lowest salary, the oldest weapons, and dealing with the most vicious criminals. This is the current situation of the Hell's Kitchen Police Department. If it weren't for the justice in their hearts, who would be a policeman in Hell's Kitchen? So they all hated the place and people in Hell's Kitchen. Unexpectedly, the one who spoke for them in the end was precisely the person they hated the most. How could this police station not be moved? George Stacy looked around and found that the other police officers who heard it looked at Chen Yi with admiration. Nick Fury on the other end of the phone couldn't help but be confused by Chen Yi's training. He thought it would be some excessive conditions, but it turned out to be this. No problem, I still have this right. We have a large number of obsolete equipment every year. Unexpectedly, Mr. Chen Yi is kinder than I thought. It seems that we need to re-evaluate you. Nick Fury nodded happily and agreed. Unexpectedly, this Chen Yi also has a positive side. It seems that he is not a person who only cares about his own interests. The judgment on intelligence is still a bit one-sided. Maybe he can be included in the reserve list of his superhero plan. Seeing that Nick Fury on the other end of the phone agreed readily, Chen Yi also asked Master Yi to withdraw the gravity from all the agents, and these agents slowly stood up amidst wailing. At this time, Natasha and Coulson joined the special forces. The last point is also the most important point. Chen Yi looked at all the agents present seriously and said heavily. You said, as long as it's not a big deal, I will agree. Nick Fury on the other end of the phone also. The agents who knew that Chen Yi had released the left and right agreed. Chen Yi looked at Coulson and Natasha and said loudly, I hope you can stay away from my territory in the future, and it's better not to come here forever, okay? Nick Fury was stunned for a moment after hearing this. He had just had some positive views on Chen Yi, but the other party beat him back to the bottom. Nick Fury said with a dark face, I can't guarantee this to you. I can only say that what happened today will not happen again. As long as you don't commit any crimes, we will not take the initiative to trouble you. That's enough, remember to send the money. I will visit you on a chosen day to see my collection. Then Chen Yi hung up the phone and turned to Natasha and said, I hope we will never see each other again. Every time I see you, it's not good. Agent Natasha, goodbye, I won't see you off. Then Chen Yi walked into the restaurant without looking back. The residents outside Hell's Kitchen saw the agents leave in disgrace, and they shouted and cheered happily. They are all residents of Hell's Kitchen. Usually, the officials of these government departments are arrogant to them, look down on them, and never get respect from them. The government officials never care about the lives of the people in Hell's Kitchen, as if this place has been forgotten. However, Chen Yi won over these officials, which made them very excited, as if they were the winners. George Stacy, the chief of the Hell's Kitchen Police Department, couldn't help but sigh. It seems that I haven't seen this scene in Hell's Kitchen for a long time. This sentence happened to be heard by Deadpool, who was about to leave. he rarely said seriously, because they saw hope that they had never had before. Then Deadpool changed back to his original mean expression in a second, and then shouted to the residents of Hell's Kitchen, "Have a party. Have a banquet. Drink. Chen Yi pays the bill. Let's go." George Stacy heard this and looked at the direction of the restaurant entrance with complicated eyes. Hell's Kitchen is finally about to welcome the savior. The people in Hell's Kitchen felt that since Chen Yi came back, they seemed to be able to live as ordinary people slowly. This feeling was strange and expectant. The cheers of the residents resounded throughout the entire Hell's Kitchen. Not far from Chen Yi's block, a blind hero who wore a red and black battle suit and shuttled through the streets and alleys of Hell's Kitchen every day heard the cheers coming from not far away. This direction is that guy's territory. It's been a long time since I heard such a pleasant and beautiful voice in this desperate place. What did that guy do? I really want to get to know this guy, Daredevil murmured in a complicated way. Although Daredevil had never met Chen Yi, he had heard of Chen Yi a long time ago. After all, Chen Yi was the godson of Kingpin, the person Daredevil hated the most. But Daredevil also admired Chen Yi. Look at the Continental Hotel, the community school, and the several blocks protected by Chen Yi that are being built in Hell's Kitchen. Daredevil himself can't do it. Daredevil always thought that only he was really saving Hell's Kitchen, but he didn't expect Chen Yi to show him a different way. Jin Bing in the Fix building had just finished listening to his subordinates report to him about what had just happened. Jin Bing said with relief, "This brat did a good job. It is indeed not appropriate to go against the government departments now, but we can't let them think that we are easy to bully." Then he immediately ordered his secretary, "Help me arrange a meeting with the council members of the Big Apple City. I heard that he still lacks a lot of funds for the mayoral campaign. Our Fisk group is interested in sponsoring him." Then Jin Bing turned his head and looked at the huge French window. The scene outside the window was the dim Hell's Kitchen. He sighed from the bottom of his heart. Hell's Kitchen is slowly becoming lively. Let me see how far you can go. The old man was very happy. Chen Yi, who had just returned to the restaurant and was about to take a rest, received a series of prompts from the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host. George Stacy's favorability has increased. Quote. Congratulations to the host. Police officer A successfully added the host as a friend. Congratulations to the host. Police officer B successfully added the host as a friend. Congratulations to the host. Police officer C. Congratulations to the host. Hell's Kitchen resident A successfully added the host as a friend. Quote. Chen Yi was annoyed by the series of system sounds. System, can you turn off this system sound? The host has been turned to silent mode. The system replied mechanically. Chen Yi looked at the series of friend prompts in his mind and was stunned. Why is this prompt different from the previous one? Why is it that someone else added me as a friend? Didn't Chen Yi add me as a friend before? How can I make friends passively? So Chen Yi asked, "System, I didn't make friends actively, so how come a group of people became my friends?" Host, the system has never said that you can only make friends actively. As long as the person thinks you are his friend and a friend worth making, he will naturally become your friend. Sometimes, making friends is as simple as that. Even a look or an action can make you a friend. The system explained. Of course, these passively added friends can only be one-star friends. If the host wants to improve the friend level, he needs to get along with them more. The system added. After listening to this, Chen Yi instantly thought of 10,000 ideas of brushing friends in his mind. If he said that he would become a star or a superhero and appear on TV, wouldn't a lot of people become his friends? The system seemed to see through Chen Yi's thoughts. Only those who have met each other are qualified to become friends. It's like you have seen Trump on TV, but you haven't seen Trump. You are not qualified to be friends. The reason why the host has a large number of friends this time is because you have done things that are beneficial to them. The conditions for passive addition are much more difficult than active addition. Please be honest and take the initiative to make friends. System, how many friend points do I have now? Chen Yi wanted to see if the harvest this time was enough for a 10 draw. Currently there are 227 friend points in total, which can be exchanged for 1 family point. Do you want to exchange? No exchange. Chen Yi quickly refused. This is why he can only draw twice. If he draws, thank you for your patronage, he will lose a lot. It's better to accumulate enough for 10 consecutive draws before drawing. Chen Yi never believes that a single draw can produce miracles. That's all dog help. Chen Yi didn't expect that. He just wanted to improve the conditions of the Hell's Kitchen police station from the bottom of his heart and create a better living environment for the people of Hell's Kitchen. He didn't expect that there would be such a generous reward. It seems that not all people in Hell's Kitchen are heartless. On the other side, Natasha, Hawkeye and Coulson and other agents quickly returned to the Trident building in disgrace. Coulson ordered his men to send the agents for examination, and then brought Hawkeye and Natasha to the director's office, in front of Nick Fury. Obviously, Nick Fury had been waiting for them for a long time. Director Fury, I'm sorry. This mission is all my fault. I underestimated the strength of Chen Yi's group. The good old man Coulson took the initiative to take the blame. No, Director Fury, I underestimated the enemy too much. I didn't use my full strength when I saw a blind man. The main responsibility for the failure of this operation is me, and Coulson and others. Hawkeye, as the person in charge of the operation, also said quickly. It's me. Nick Fury looked at the people in front of him who were making excuses for each other, and his face showed a relieved expression. Then he interrupted, enough, the main responsibility this time is on me, not yours. The most urgent thing is to re-investigate Chen Yi and his gang. Why does Kane have superpowers? Is there something wrong with our intelligence department? Or has he just awakened this ability? Nick Fury pointed out the most important issue at the moment. If it's the former, it's fine. If it's the latter, it proves that Chen Yi and his gang may be much stronger than we thought. Natasha's face became serious. Coulson thought for a long time and couldn't figure it out, so he asked, why is the latter a big problem? Awakening the day after tomorrow is also possible. What does this have to do with Chen Yi and his gang? As long as we separate, analyze what kind of superpowers they have, and we will deal with them. The next time will definitely not be the same as this time. Quote, according to intelligence, these people have been ordinary people for decades without any superpowers. They became mutants less than a month after coming to Chen Yi. Isn't it enough to explain the problem? And haven't you noticed that more and more mutants have been exposed around Chen Yi? Natasha explained. Nick Fury nodded and continued to add, according to the information, Chen Yi was not a mutant at the beginning, including the brother and sister next to him. This shows that either someone behind Chen Yi helped master the method of opening superpowers, or Chen Yi mastered the method of opening superpowers. This means that the number of mutants owned by Chen Yi's forces is far more than just a few of them. Maybe John Wick and others are also mutants. Quote, when a force controls a group of mutants, or can create countless mutants. I don't need to say more about what this means. Nick Fury's eyes became deep, which means that they have the ability to destroy a country at any time. If this is true, from another perspective, this Chen Yi is not as simple as shown in the information. Of course, all this is just speculation, so what we need to do now is to fully investigate Chen Yi and the forces that Chen Yi may represent behind him. After listening to this, Coulson on the side said worriedly, but, we just promised not to go to Chen Yi's territory, and Hell's Kitchen is extremely xenophobic, so it is difficult to arrange agents to go in. Keep an eye on them first, and don't act rashly before we have more intelligence. If it is confirmed to be true, I will go to find foreign aid. There are still many mutants in this world who are stronger than them. Quote, Nick Fury made this decision with almost no hesitation. Agent Coulson, now I give you a long-term task, that is, keep an eye on them for 24 hours, no matter what means you use, as long as you don't get close to the restaurant. Try not to have conflicts, and everything is based on collecting intelligence. We just promised him not to take the initiative to trouble him, but we didn't say that we can't monitor him. Quote, understood, sir, Coulson responded and retreated respectfully. Another week has passed since the Shield incident. At this time, Chen Yi was driving a jeep towards Stark Manor. It took Chen Yi nearly 3 hours to reach his destination from Hell's Kitchen. Stark Manor is located 200 miles away from the Big Apple. A magnificent manor is located here. The so-called world-famous rich people, within a radius of 100 acres, are all assets belonging to the Stark family. The one who greeted Chen Yi was Tony Stark's driver and bodyguard Happy. Chen Yi drove the car to the open-air parking lot and saw that the parking lot was full of various luxury cars with very flashy colors, just like Tony Stark's personality. Chen Yi's Jeep parked inside looked a bit like a husky mixed with a wolf pack. Seeing Chen Yi get out of the car, he hurried up to shake hands. "Mr. Chen Yi, long time no see. Welcome to Stark Manor. Stark is busy in the basement now, I will take you in first." Stark Manor is quiet and peaceful. Surrounded by green trees, it is full of vitality. There are also many entertainment facilities in the manor, such as swimming pools, tennis courts, etc. for the owner Tony Stark to use. While visiting, Chen Yi thought that now that he has money, should he buy such a villa and enjoy it well. However, as soon as the idea of changing houses came into Chen Yi's mind, he immediately slapped himself. Isn't it nice to be a landlord? Why do you have to live in this godforsaken place? Looking at the size of this villa, I don't know how much property tax I have to pay in a year. But I can change my car. Chen Yi decided to go and see the car when he returned to Hell's Kitchen. In fact, the current car was left to him by his dead father, and it was older than him. Happy led Chen Yi all the way to the villa. Stark was not working in the basement, but was waiting for Chen Yi at the door of the villa. When Tony Stark saw Chen Yi, he opened his arms to greet him. "Man, welcome to my home, Stark Manor. Your house is really big. If it weren't for Happy, I guess I would get lost here. You are a single dog, living in such a big place, you won't feel lonely," Chen Yi teased Tony Stark. Tony Stark put on his usual annoying expression and said, "Because I am Tony Stark, a world-renowned rich man, I have lived in a manor since I was a child. This is the kind of place people live. Isn't it you?" After hearing Tony Stark's annoying speech, Chen Yi was speechless. What he thought was that the salary he mentioned before was still too little. But Chen Yi still said, "You live alone, how lonely it is. Otherwise, Pepper can also move in, so you can have a companion. If it doesn't work, I still have a lot of empty rooms in my apartment. I will rent you one and keep you company with Yitting Ethan." After hearing Chen Yi's words, Stark showed a very obvious awkward expression on his face. Then he walked into the villa on his own. Seeing that Stark didn't talk to him, Chen Yi didn't care and followed Stark's ass. Stark took out a bottle of red wine and poured it into 2 glasses, one for Chen Yi and one for himself. Chen Yi waved his hand. "Don't drink and drive, don't drive after drinking. Just give me a bottle of Coke." Stark saw Chen Yi wanted to drink Coke, and said unhappily, "Happy, buy me 100 boxes of Coke, let him drink enough, and let him take away the unfinished ones. It's his reward for reminding me last time." After Tony Stark returned to the company, he specifically checked Natasha and found out a lot of commercial spies hidden in Stark Industries. "Why are you like this? I kindly reminded you, but you only gave me Coke. I wanted to give you some clues this time. The thing you entrusted me with was delayed for a while because of your undercover secretary," Chen Yi said angrily. When Stark heard there was a clue, he immediately became serious and asked impatiently, "Tell me, who wants to kidnap me?" Chen Yi, on the other hand, was not in a hurry and asked back, "It's been a month. I don't believe you can't find it yourself, or you don't want to find it." Tony Stark was stumped by Chen Yi's question. In fact, with Stark's IQ, it is impossible for him to have no discovery at all. After all, it is actually quite easy to guess. If Stark himself died unexpectedly, the biggest beneficiary would be his own uncle, but Stark really didn't want to believe that the murderer behind the scenes was his uncle who watched him grow up. At this time, Stark's state of mind was shaken by Chen Yi's question. "It was messed up. Actually, you know it yourself. Let me help you say it." "That's right, it's the one you are thinking of, Obadiah Stane, a good friend and business partner of your father Howard Stark." Chen Yi was afraid that Stark couldn't hear clearly, so he slowly announced the answer. After hearing Chen Yi's answer, Tony Stark felt as if his chest was hit by a heavy hammer. The pain made him unable to move. His eyes became empty, as if he had lost his soul. Recalling that his uncle Obadiah often came to see him when he was a child, his uncle always smiled at him, full of patience and love for him. No matter how close they were, how much they talked about everything. Tony Stark tried to stay calm, but his shaking hands had betrayed him. "What evidence do you have to prove that it was him? Why did you kill me?" Chen Yi looked at Stark, who was forcing a smile at this time, and sighed. It seemed that Stark still didn't believe that his uncle was the murderer behind the scenes. I don't have any evidence at the moment, but I know where the evidence is. If you don't believe me, I can tell you where it is and you can go check it out yourself. Chen Yi replied. Then I'll ask you to find the evidence for me and give it to me. $1 million US. Tony Stark said weakly. At this time, he already believed what Chen Yi said. That's your uncle, your beloved relative, you have to pay more, Chen Yi said excitedly. However, Stark was digesting the fact that Obadiah Stane was the murderer behind the scenes and ignored Chen Yi. Chen Yi looked at Stark's distraught look in front of him and couldn't help but soften his heart. Okay, I won't charge you this time. The evidence you want is in the computer in Obadiah Stane's office. There is a video of him talking to the leader of the armed group who kidnapped you. As for the force that kidnapped you, it is called the 10 Rings. The 10 Rings has a history of more than 100 years and is also an old organization. The leader is called Mandarin. This is not something you can deal with now. As for the reason, your uncle has been selling arms to various armed forces behind your back, and the 10 Rings is one of them. Your uncle has always been dissatisfied with you occupying Stark Industries and has always wanted to monopolize it. That's why he wants to get rid of you. Chen Yi explained. Be careful, your uncle won't let you go. Call me if you have any problem. Just be depressed for a day or two, don't act like the world is ending. This is not the famous playboy Tony Stark I know. You still have Happy and Pepper. If you really have any problem, call me and I will help you. After all, we are friends. I'm leaving first. Chen Yi saw that Stark was in a very low mood at this time and expressed his understanding. If he was betrayed, his performance might be even worse. At this time, Chen Yi also knew that men don't need comfort, they just need to be alone and quiet. No matter how others comfort them, it's useless. Some things can only be truly understood by oneself. Chen Yi also left the advice and turned away. Staying here would only make him look hypocritical. Chen Yi knew that the next time they met, Tony Stark would become the familiar Iron Man in his previous life. The old man was very happy. Do you want to go with me today? Chen Yi asked Deadpool while adjusting his collar. Today is a very important day for Chen Yi, so Chen Yi rarely dressed up properly. Wearing a Zhongshan suit, a suit or something, Chen Yi said that it was too tight. For Hell's Kitchen, it is also a big deal. Because the only community college in Hell's Kitchen sponsored by Chen Yi has finally been renovated. Deadpool did not wear his black and red tights today, but showed his burned face. Deadpool's face was because he had cancer, and in order to survive, he participated in Project X and implanted regenerative ability. Then the regeneration ability and cancer are in a dynamic equilibrium, so Deadpool's appearance has always remained in a burned state. So it is not wrong to say that Deadpool is the most shameless person in Marvel, because he has no face at all. Deadpool was lying on his head with his left hand, holding the remote control in his right hand, watching TV, and replied weakly, I have no motivation today. I was dumped by Miss Belinda, the waitress at the bar yesterday. I'm not going anywhere today. Chen Yi heard it and complained, you were just dumped unilaterally. You will be dumped every day. After saying that, he left without caring about Deadpool. Chen Yi did not choose to drive, after all, the community college was not far from Chen Yi's neighborhood. So Chen Yi planned to walk there and inspect the streets he was responsible for. Along the way, Chen Yi watched the streets he was responsible for become well organized, and even some people set up stalls here to sell genuine bags and breakfast. Chen Yi even saw Chinese vendors pushing breakfast carts to sell soy milk and fried dough sticks. Chen Yi looked at a peaceful neighborhood and felt that his efforts this year were not in vain. If it was a year ago, Chen Yi would have seen a group of gangs fighting there, not the current situation. The changes in front of him made Chen Yi just want to say, nothing to do today, listen to music in the brothel. Unconsciously, Chen Yi found that he had walked to the gate of the community college. Jin Bing in front of the gate pointed at the gate and seemed to be talking to his secretary Sharon O'Casey. Chen Yi hurriedly stepped forward and said to Jin Bing, Uncle Jin Bing, why are you here today? Let Sharon accompany me. Ha ha ha, this is not my good godson. The school has been renovated. How can I not come? Besides, I am also a school director after all, and I paid half of the money. If there is someone who dares to cut corners, I can let him see God as soon as possible. Jin Bing looked very happy. Maybe he also wanted to make a contribution to the education of his hometown. Jin Bing then said to his secretary, "Sharon, introduce it to us." Sharon O'Casey nodded, then took the lead and introduced. At present, our community college has 3 areas, namely the teaching area, the living area and the activity area. The teaching area has a teaching building and a library. The teaching building has 3 floors and 36 classrooms. There are 3 classes in each grade from 1 to 12. The living area is divided into a cafeteria and a dormitory building. A dormitory building currently has 6 floors, each floor has 20 rooms, each room is 200 feet, and a room can accommodate 4 people. There are currently 2 buildings under construction. 200 feet for 4 people is not a bit small, Mr. Chen Yi. The secretary asked. Chen Yi touched his chin, thought for a while, and said, "Change it to 6 people in 1 room." After listening to the secretary kindly asked, "Mr. Chen Yi, will it be too crowded for 6 people?" After hearing this, Chen Yi turned his head and squinted his eyes at the secretary. Many children in Hell's Kitchen don't even have a place to sleep. 6 people sharing a wall is not considered crowded. Jin Bing, who was standing by, nodded slightly after hearing what Chen Yi said. After all, for Jin Bing, a native of Hell's Kitchen, if he had a safe place to sleep in his childhood, 6 people sharing a room would not be a problem. Chen Yi thought that this secretary was eating too well. He should let her go to the Far East to visit the university dormitories there. 200 feet is about 18.5 square meters. This condition can accommodate 10 people in some universities in the East. I was very merciful not to build the university dormitories according to prison standards. Besides, those children in Hell's Kitchen. How much money can a family have? Some children don't even have parents. Chen Yi didn't expect them to pay tuition and accommodation fees. If they were given free accommodation, what else could they expect? Perhaps realizing that she had said something wrong, Secretary Sharon continued, "Of course, compared to before, this school can provide children with a safe learning environment, and they have installed heating in their dormitories. Your generosity will definitely be remembered by the children in Hell's Kitchen in the future." In the United States, the cost of installing air conditioners is generally much higher than that of installing heating, which is why Chen Yi did not install air conditioners in the school. After all, it is difficult to heat people to death, but in the winter in New York, people may freeze to death. The secretary's compliments clearly touched Chen Yi's heart. Although Chen Yi's original intention of building this school was simply to give children a place to go to school, it is also a good thing to leave a good reputation. The secretary continued to take Chen Yi to visit the campus and introduced, "As for the activity area, we have built 2 basketball courts and a boxing gym. In accordance with your instructions, we have also built a hitting gym. The American football field you requested could not be built due to insufficient area. At present, we only need to wait for the government's education department to pass our approval, and then we can start recruiting professors and start recruiting students." But the secretary looked at Jin Bing with concern. Then he explained to Chen Yi, "In terms of enrollment, because the young people in Hell's Kitchen can continuously provide fresh blood for the gangs. If Mr. Chen Yi recruits them all into the school, the gangs will never agree. You should know this very well." "I know this. I believe Uncle Jin Bing will not ignore it." Chen Yi threw the question to Jin Bing. Jin Bing took a puff of his cigar and said, "I will send you an invitation letter in your name to invite them to my company for a meeting. They will give me a face. As for how you convince them, it's your business. That's enough. I'll talk to them about the rest." Chen Yi knew very well that the gangs in Hell's Kitchen were unruly and looked like they were the best. Even if Jin Bing came out, he might not buy it. After all, there are only so many teenagers in Hell's Kitchen. The gangs themselves were not enough to digest them. Now they are being wiped out by Chen Yi. If it were Chen Yi himself, he probably wouldn't agree. However, if Hell's Kitchen wants to have a future, community colleges are a must. Children are like a blank sheet of paper, and there is only black in Hell's Kitchen. What Chen Yi wants to do is to make it colorful even if it is black. After sighing, Chen Yi's eyes just stopped on the school wall, and then turned around and told his secretary Sharon, "Install barbed wire on the wall and turn on the electricity. I want to ensure that no matter whether it is people from outside or students in the school, there is only one choice for entering and exiting, the gate." The Irish gang headquarters is a hidden factory, and its business scope is to repair and modify vehicles. The Irish gang is a veteran gang in Hell's Kitchen. Before Kingpin came out, it ruled Hell's Kitchen for nearly decades, but was later defeated by Kingpin. But a lean camel is bigger than a horse. Even after being hit hard, the Irish gang is still one of the top gangs in Hell's Kitchen. At this time, the air in the office was filled with thick cigar smoke. 4 groups of leather sofas formed a square, and 2 of the sofas were occupied by a middle-aged man in a suit. To outsiders, there was almost no difference between the 2 men. It was obvious that they were twins. The younger brother held an invitation in his hand and said angrily, "Tom Ralph, I heard that Kingpin's godson invited us to his company to attend a meeting this weekend. There are issues about the community school he established that need to be discussed." This Kingpin is now increasingly thinking of himself as the master of Hell's Kitchen. You say we shouldn't go. Others give him face, but we don't need to give it to the IR gang. After handing the invitation to another person, Tom Ralph comforted his brother, "Jerry, how many times have I told you not to call me by my full name? We must go, not only to go, but also to invite everyone who received the invitation to go with us." "Brother, what do you mean? There are so many of us, but we are still afraid of Kingpin alone. If we force him into a corner, the worst that can happen is that both sides will be destroyed." Jerry Ralph has always been dissatisfied with Kingpin, and often instigated other gangs to attack Kingpin's territory together. "Don't worry, Mrs. Gao from the Hand, the power behind Kingpin, has come to me. Mrs. Gao said that Kingpin is just an untamed dog now, and promised that as long as we kill Kingpin, we will be the king of Hell's Kitchen. I was worried that there was no good way to make Kingpin attract more hatred, and this meeting was just an opportunity. As for his godson Chen Yi, he is just a little kid." Tom Ralph looked like he was planning a strategy. He didn't take Chen Yi seriously. After all, when Tom and Kingpin were fighting, Chen Yi was still playing in the mud. The Mexican gang is in the suburban slums at the edge of Hell's Kitchen. The main business of the Mexican gang is drugs and grass. 60% of the drugs in Hell's Kitchen come from them. There are simple buildings everywhere, the terrain is complex and intertwined, the population density is extremely high, and it is very easy to hide and escape. The main residents here are drug addicts and homeless people who come from other places. The Mexican gang's base is at the innermost part of the slum, and you have to go through the simple and dilapidated dangerous buildings. The smelly garbage and the desperate, confused, and bloodthirsty eyes of the homeless and drug addicts. Deep in the slums, in a house that looks shabby but is decorated extravagantly inside, a group of Latinos wearing flip-flops and Hawaiian-style clothes each hugged a few beautiful women in bikinis, giving off a feeling of nouveau riche. At this time, a confidant carrying an AK-47 came in and said respectfully to the leader, "Kingpin sent someone to deliver the invitation, boss." Gust, the leader of the Mexican gang, said loudly, "Who, Kingpin? Where is the letter?" The confidant on the side handed the letter over respectfully. Gust snatched it, tore the envelope into pieces in a few seconds, opened the invitation letter and read the contents. Then Gust crumpled it into a ball and threw it on the ground, mocking loudly, "Chen Yi, a person who has repeatedly opposed me dares to invite me. I'm afraid that I will see him and can't help but shoot him." Quote. Then he told his confidant, "Go, I won't go, go find a few drug addicts, install time bombs and send them to the meeting place. I will go, but I will deliver the gifts. Then go find mutant mercenaries. Money is not a problem, as long as they can kill Chen Yi, that fool, and meet all requirements." Quote. This Chen Yi has always been very resistant to the appearance of drugs. Before, Gust's men were repeatedly defeated in the neighborhood that Chen Yi was responsible for. Chen Yi is cutting off Gust's money. Cutting off someone's money is like killing their parents, not to mention that in Gust's eyes, money is far more important than his parents. Gust knew that those human bombs might not kill Chen Yi, but most of the people attending the party were ordinary people. If he was lucky, he might be able to kill a few important gang leaders. This is possible. It was an accident on Chen Yi and Jin Bing's chassis. They certainly can't escape responsibility and cause them some minor troubles. Besides, even if it fails, Gust won't suffer any loss. At most, he can hire mutants. If one is not enough, then two. Gust may not have anything else, but he has plenty of money. Drug dealers are the least short of money. The area on the other side of Hell's Kitchen bordering the rich area. This is the chassis controlled by the British gangster Shelby family. Because there are often blades in the door caps, they will take off the caps to attack during fights. So people here also call them the Razor Gang. The current leader of the Razor Gang is Tommy Shelby. The previous leader is also Tommy Shelby's brother Arthur Shelby, who unfortunately died in a gang war. Most of the Razor Gang members are white people from Europe. Because of their skin color, they don't get along with the other two gangs. But because their Razor Gang members dare to fight, and because there are sufficient security forces stationed near the rich area and fewer gangs nearby, the Razor Gang can gain a foothold and quickly occupy this area. In an English-style villa, Tommy Shelby is drinking English afternoon tea at this time, and there is an opened invitation on the table. Tommy Shelby is a veteran and admires Chen Yi's way of dealing with people. He also supports the idea of opening a school in Hell's Kitchen. However, admiration is admiration, and if Chen Yi can't come up with enough conditions, Tommy Shelby will not easily express his opinion. Hell's Kitchen is going to be chaotic, it's better to be more chaotic. Only when it's chaotic can we have a chance, Tommy Shelby muttered to himself. Hell's Kitchen Midtown is the most prosperous and lively area in Hell's Kitchen, and it is also the most chaotic area. There are gangs of all sizes here, and no one is submissive. In a bar in Midtown, a young Asian man wearing a black cloak and a yellow hedgehog head ordered his men. Got it, Vongola I will arrange for people to settle the newly occupied territory as soon as possible. Then the man withdrew. The yellow hedgehog head is the leader of the Vongola family, Vongola the supernova of Hell's Kitchen. The old man was very angry, but he was very angry. It seems that Chen Yi has also started to act. We have to speed up as well. Our territory expansion is not fast enough now, Vongola said to himself in annoyance. Vongola and Chen Yi met in an orphanage in Hell's Kitchen when they were children. At that time, Chen Yi's dead father passed away, so he was sent to the orphanage by the government. Chen Yi stayed in the orphanage for a year before being picked up by Kingpin. The conditions of the orphanage were not good to begin with, let alone the orphanage in Hell's Kitchen, where the conditions were even worse. The federal government withheld all the funding that should have been given to the orphanage, and didn't care about the lives of the orphans at all. People died every day in Hell's Kitchen anyway, not to mention these orphans without parents, who were even less cared for. On the surface, this is an orphanage, but in fact it is a breeding ground for human trafficking and organ trafficking. The caregivers inside didn't treat these orphans as human beings at all. They would regularly sell the good seedlings to the gangs to provide them with fresh blood, or sell the organs of these orphans to people in need. When Chen Yi first arrived at the orphanage, Vongola was the king of the children in the orphanage. Because Chen Yi thought Vongola looked very similar to a character in a certain cartoon, he gave him this name. Later, Vongola also thought it was good, so he has been using it until now. During this year, Chen Yi discovered that something was wrong with the orphanage, and secretly investigated the truth with Vongola. Later, Chen Yi saved the orphans here through a series of efforts and the help of Jin Bing. The Vongola family was originally established by the children of the orphanage for self-protection. Later, because the orphanage was burned down, Vongola had to lead the children of the orphanage to establish a territory in Hell's Kitchen to survive. The Vongola family, including Vongola, has a total of 7 guardians, representing 7 attributes, namely, sky, mist, rain, clear, thunder, cloud, and fog. This proposal was also proposed by Chen Yi. Chen Yi was not among the guardians, but just held the position of elder, and Vongola represented the guardian of the sky and was also the strongest person in the Vongola family. Although Vongola did not understand the meaning of this attribute, he knew that Chen Yi would not harm him, and it sounded pretty good, so he has been using it until now. Of course, they do not have the abilities in that comic book, and most of the people in the Vongola family are ordinary people. At present, the Vongola family is already a prestigious force in the central city of Hell's Kitchen. It seems that my friend needs my help. Come with me this weekend, G. Vongola said to a man with red hair and a tattoo on the right side of his face. No problem, anyone who wants to touch you must step over my body, said G, the guardian of the storm. G, the guardian of the storm, is the right-hand man of Vongola I's childhood sweetheart and the founder of the Vongola family with Vongola I. He is good at using guns and bows and arrows. Relax, we are just going to support our old friend. No one can hurt me. Gee, Vongola I responded calmly. However, I think other gangs don't think so. Maybe we need to prepare in advance. You know, we are short of manpower and can only defend our territory now. G said with a slightly solemn expression. Most of the people in the Vongola family came from orphanages. Because Vongola I does not allow people with bad intentions to join, the number of people has not been able to expand. It's okay, just you and I will go. The rest of the people don't need to go. Hell's Kitchen must have its own school. Vongola I said firmly. As an orphan, Vongola I knew too well the importance of Chen Yi's school to Hell's Kitchen. If there was such a school, it would be great. Wouldn't the lives of him and his companions be changed? Maybe now he has finished college and lives an ordinary life with his companions. Understood, I will arrange it. G did not refute after hearing it. As long as it was Vongola I's decision, G would support it with all his strength. At this time, Chen Yi was still sitting leisurely in the lobby of the apartment, eating watermelon and chatting with John Wick, the security guard, and had no idea that other gangs were thinking about how to deal with him. But even if Chen Yi knew, he would not take it seriously. After all, in this free country, danger is happening every minute and every second, but Hell's Kitchen is. There are relatively more houses. On the contrary, if those gangs do not take action, Chen Yi will hardly have an excuse to attack them. Chen Yi has long wanted to eradicate gangs like the Mexican gangs that have no bottom line. Will these gangs unite to make small moves? Chen Yi believes they will. Even if we understand the huge gap between the enemy and us, who is willing to give up their own interests. What's more, these gangs who don't know the height of the sky and the earth are always invincible. They will not recognize the gap between the enemy and us unless they pay the price of their lives. Chen Yi is very clear that this meeting seems to be discussing the source of students and the opening of the school for Hell's Kitchen Community College. In fact, Chen Yi is secretly identifying who can be saved and who is hopeless. See which gang bosses only care about their own interests and ignore the future of Hell's Kitchen. In Chen Yi's view, such people are born evil and cannot be saved. The only one who can save them is probably God. And what Chen Yi can do is to send them to see God. Do you need me to accompany you to the meeting this weekend, boss? John Wick asked Chen Yi. John Wick looked at Chen Yi, who was much younger than him. Sometimes it was hard to imagine that he had such great ambitions and wanted to change Hell's Kitchen even under such great pressure. He was really admirable. Do you have anything to do this weekend? Do you have a crush on someone and need to go on a date this weekend? Chen Yi asked with a gossipy look on his face. John Wick, don't be shy, we are all men, I understand very well. After all, your wife has been dead for so long. You see, Deadpool goes to girls to relax every day, although others look down on him. Thinking of John Wick's bitter and vengeful look all day long, Chen Yi couldn't help but tease. John Wick shook his head and smiled bitterly. I just saw Deadpool recently and wanted to get a dog again. It just happened to be a companion for Deadpool. John Wick has been working as a security guard in an apartment recently. He always sees Deadpool and thinks of the dog he once raised. He suddenly has the urge to buy a dog. Okay, remember not to buy a female dog. I'm afraid that Deadpool will eat me, Chen Yi said helplessly. The meeting was still 3 days away. At this time, the Hell's Kitchen bosses who received Chen Yi's invitation letter gathered together for a video conference. I think this is a hangman banquet. What do you mean by discussing the school of Hell's Kitchen? In fact, it is forcing us to hand over our rights. Chen Yi, this is to dig our roots. What do you mean by for the good of Hell's Kitchen? Then he should get out of Hell's Kitchen. This is really for the good of Hell's Kitchen. A person from Hell's Kitchen wants to be a saint and build a school. Why doesn't he just give us money? In the meeting, everyone cursed at Chen Yi and Jin Bing. They didn't have the courage to insult them in person, so they had to hide online and vent their grievances. A bunch of clowns. A bunch of wimps. Gust, the leader of the Mexican gang, was very disdainful of the behavior of other gang bosses who only dared to curse Chen Yi and Jin Bing behind their backs. So this meeting is an online insult meeting, right? If that's all, then I'll withdraw first. I don't have time to play house with you cowards here, Gust said loudly. Everyone heard Gust mocking them for being cowardly and stopped talking immediately. Tom, the leader of the Irish gang, who heard Gust's words, was secretly happy that someone finally came to attract hatred. After a while, someone pointed a gun at Gust and yelled, "Who do you think you are? When I was in the gang, you were still playing in the mud. You are a man who made his fortune by selling drugs. Why are you showing off here? You are hiding in a poor place like the slums. If you have the guts, come out and fight Chen Yi and the others with real swords and guns." The Marquis of the High Table was killed. How can a stinky drug dealer like you beat him? We are discussing countermeasures, so it's no wonder that you can only stay in a small slum and can't get out. Since Chen Yi killed the Marquis of the High Table, he has gradually become famous. Many bosses present have self-knowledge and know that they can't compare with the Marquis of the High Table. Even the Marquis was killed by Chen Yi and took over the power of the New York High Table. It is not so easy to deal with. Seeing that all these gang leaders were mocking him, Gust suddenly had an urge to kill. You are a bunch of cowards. Why don't you all give me your territory? Anyway, you dare not resist Chen Yi. Just pack up your belongings and get out of Hell's Kitchen to retire. Anyway, I don't plan to attend this crappy meeting. As for the young people in Hell's Kitchen, everyone should rely on their own abilities. After hearing what Gust said, the big guys were unhappy. Someone immediately questioned him. Let me ask you, if you refused Chen Yi at that time, Chen Yi insists on forcing all the teenagers in Hell's Kitchen to go to school, and he brings people to kill your territory, what can you do to stop him? After hearing this, Gust smiled confidently, then I will call the police. After hearing Gust's answer, the online meeting was silent for a while, and no one spoke. Gust thought it was a network jam. Seeing that everyone was so surprised, Gust asked strangely, "What, is there a problem with this method?" Soon, the first laugh appeared in the video conference, and the laughter gradually became louder and louder. You are a drug dealer and you are going to find the police to solve the problem. Are you going to turn yourself in? Do you think the police will arrest you first or Chen Yi first? The rule of Hell's Kitchen has always been that the affairs of Hell's Kitchen should be resolved within Hell's Kitchen. This is an eternal rule. I didn't expect that the Gust family, one of the 3 major gangs in Hell's Kitchen, would lose the dignity of the gang and let the police intervene. This is simply a shame for our Hell's Kitchen. After listening, Gust snorted. Gustav did not agree with the pedantic ideas of these old antiques. No wonder he can only stay in Hell's Kitchen for his whole life. He explained, Chen Yi is not only a superpower, he also has many superpowers under his command. Moreover, he does not belong to any gang. Besides, everything he does now is changing Hell's Kitchen. If he can change it, why can't we? Then what's wrong with me calling the police? Don't forget, he is also the elder of the assassin organization of the High Table, and he has many assassins under his command. The police are eager to arrest these assassins. Someone else questioned. Even if you call the police, what's the use of the police in Hell's Kitchen? They can't even beat us normally, do you expect them to arrest Chen Yi? Don't you know? Is Chen Yi the biggest sponsor of the Hell's Kitchen Police Department? Didn't a group of people claiming to be from the FBI come and leave Chen Yi's territory in disgrace? Quote. Obviously, these gang leaders knew what Chen Yi had done some time ago and nodded involuntarily. Seeing this, Gust continued, your ideas are all wrong. The people sent by the government last time were not enough. Chen Yi's threat is greater than ours. Don't forget that they are mutants. A group of mutants slaughtered ordinary people. Do you think the government will see this happen? Without waiting for others to refute, Gust continued, because no matter who it is, they want to eliminate unstable factors like Chen Yi. Ordinary people are always the mainstream. Mutants or aliens in front of the government are the people. As long as they kill the aliens, no matter which law enforcement agency, they will become famous and become national heroes. Chen Yi is a piece of fat meat in front of these politicians. In the face of huge interests, the government and law enforcement agencies are bound to be willing to take this risk. Besides, do you really think that the failure in the past can represent the real strength of the government? Quote. They may have just been testing that time. The strength they sent out is definitely not their real strength. The government agencies must have comprehensively analyzed the abilities of Chen Yi and his group of mutants during this period, found out their weaknesses, or developed weapons that can fight against them. Quote, in front of such a huge state machine, the strength of an individual is always vulnerable. This is why Chen Yi did not kill an agent at that time. Because he did not think he had the ability to fight against the entire country. Quote, besides, do you think that even if we went to the meeting, we could stop Chen Yi's idea this time? The school should still recruit students, and then we will have no fresh blood. If we compromise this time, there will be the next time. In the end, do we have to give up our own gangs to him, Chen Yi? Gust's words were well reasoned, and all the leaders fell into deep thought. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.